Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwanam no wow. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior. Gonna sing along, holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. Getting it right and getting it faster now. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, holy, getting it right and faster. Never freedom. Is another Savior. Never freedom. Holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwanam no wow. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo.
I hadn't realized I wasn't even on the screen. So pardon me. Pardon me. So the Holy Holy song. So that's Holy Holy, our brothers from the southeastern part of the country. So that is it, Holy Holy. So Holy Holy, as guys, I bring you this. Wike unveils new faction in PDP, reveals next line of action. So you feel a sense of deja vu when you see that sort of headline. Because how many times have we seen that before? We certainly seen that in the past. as early as 2014, when a bunch of PDP disgruntled elements formed as what they purport to be a breakaway party, which they named without a lack of creativity, the new PDP. And then they went on to do this breakaway party that then fell into what is now known as the APC. So it's the new PDP, but now the new PDP. So this is where we are, and this is how that space is evolving. Breaking, Wike unveils new faction in PDP, reveals next line of action. So what quite that next line of action is, we find out shortly. Tension in Anambra as Soludo issues fresh threats to Obi, gives him ultimatum. So the undoing of Peter Obi is slowly unraveling, and that is just a statement of fact. Peter Obi is ignore the crowd, whatever crowd he is gathering, but certainly without equivocation, Peter Obi is unraveling because it's hits after hits after hits that is taken. So it's the hit from the Odili space, the hit from the Soludo space, the Ohanese a bit tepid in their support, and Soludo now doubling down again. So there's certainly a slowing down in that space. But what does that mean? We'll only find out really by February next year. Tension in Anambra as Soludo issues fresh threat to Peter Obi, gives him ultimatum. So there it is right there, and there it is exactly right there. So now this non a turn up for the books. This is a real curiosity, and there are so many ways to look at this next headline. Buhari to officiate first oil drill in northern Nigeria. So a lot of you will recall, of course, that one of the main things, in fact, there was a time they took $1 billion from the central space to say that they were going to look for oil in the north. And we all, of course, just concluded that they were just doing that to loot the money. But it looks as though oil has been found in the north. But what does that mean? What does that mean? So they are drilling for oil in the north. But what does that mean for Nigeria? Is that oil part of the Commonwealth, or is it ring-fenced to their region? Has the fact that they have now found oil in their region, and by the way, this is in Bauchi and Gombe, has the fact that they have now found oil in their region, is that going to facilitate the breakaway or the break up of Nigeria even quicker? Because a lot of people are of the thought that it is the Niger Delta oil that is holding these people in situation. Or are they just going to use, because I'm not of the thought, by the way, that it is the Niger Delta oil that is holding these people in situation. I'm of the view that they are on a conquest mission. I'm of the view that they are on a conquest mission. So irrespective of oil or not, they are on a conquest mission for tribe and religion. But what we are quite making of oil being found in commercial enough quantity for drilling to be taking place in the north, we'll find out shortly. Presidency, real reason I promised to support Peter Obi. So this is Yemsin Wike now speaking to the space. So still, confusion, it should be the middle name of Yemsin Wike, of course, because of course, what does it mean by support? He has not come out to openly endorse Peter Obi, but then he's romancing him heavily. We know that it's not for Atiku, but we know that Tinubu is the front runner in the race. But then what does that mean? We heard yesterday from Governor Samuel Otom that power must transit to the south. So that narrows to where their support will go to. So we're talking about the G5 now, as they call themselves. So that narrows as to where their support will go to. So if they are of the thought then that power must transit to the south, then where in the south is it going to? Is it the southwest or the southeast? But certainly from the body language of Yemsin Wike, you might well think that the favor is going in the direction of Obi. So that is the immediate reading of it. But the one thing we have learned from Yemsin Wike is not to read his body language verbatim. If you read Yemsin Wike's body language literally, then you will be made to look silly fairly shortly. So that's Yemsin Wike again playing three-dimensional chess with the political space. Presidency, real reason I promised to support Peter Obi, a headline attributed to the short little man from River State, Yemsin Wike. Ohaneze endorses Peter Obi. Ohaneze endorses Peter Obi for 2023 presidency, says Afenifere faction supporting Tinubu. Let me read that again. Ohaneze endorses Peter Obi for 2023 presidency, says Afenifere faction supporting Tinubu represents darkness, bleak future. So I'm not quite sure what that means, but when we get to the body of the story, hopefully we'll find out in more detail. But Ohaneze supporting Peter Obi is not something that is categorical because they've made their final pronouncement until after the elections have been and gone. And that pronouncement is to say that they are praying for a credible, non-sentimental winner. So there was no sentiment and credibility was their pronouncement at their last sitting, the Ohaneze space. So quite how Afenifere is saying what they're saying. Hopefully we'll find that out in the body of the story. We'll find that out in the body of the story. So on to the next, and this is breaking news. Nigeria's First Lady, Aisha Buhari, rushed to hospital. So Aisha Buhari rushed to hospital. So that story is so new that it's not more than a few paragraphs that is just bringing it to notice. But you recall that there was a time that the woman had like a heavy protrusion on her belly, that the speculation was so heavy if she was pregnant or not. In fact, we discussed it at length on this platform. In fact, we discussed it at length on this platform. I beg your pardon, I'm just saying something. Hold on. In fact, we discussed it at length on this platform, and we concluded that she was pregnant. We concluded that she was pregnant, but of course, that was a while ago, and there is no sign. There are no signs, rather, of any pregnancy now. But certainly, there is something that is not. She looks rosy-cheeked, and you think she's full of beans. But there is something quite not 100% with that lady. Breaking, Nigeria's First Lady Aisha Buhari rushed to hospital. I'm pretty certain that it would not be expansive in detail, but we'll find out what that has to offer. Muslim ticket, APC Tinubu Group hails Christian Association of Nigeria. So we saw what purports to be, I'm not quite sure if we're going to term it as an endorsement, but it is certainly a toying of relationships between the Christian space and the Tinubu Muslim ticket. There is certainly a toying of relationship in that space. So what the Tinubu space is now looking to spin out of that is something that certainly strikes as a curiosity. So where are they taking this to is the question. Muslim tickets, APC Tinubu Group hails Christian Association of Nigeria. So there it is, and there it is right there. So this one now, this is something that has been bubbling in the undercurrents of the news space, and we've not really discussed it at length. There is a huge surge in applications for the UK by Nigerians. UK explain reasons for surge in visa application by Nigerians. So we all know the reasons for a surge in visa applications by Nigerians is the Japa mentality. They necessarily have to escape that country to keep body and life and soul together. So to keep body and soul together. But what is the British interpretation of it? Well, we find out shortly. UK explains reasons for surge in visa applications by Nigerians. So there it is, and there it is right there. And today's finally, Wike Otom, Bode George, others meet in Lagos. So that Bode George, of course, an anti-Tinubu person, Otom, nondescript, part of the G5, Wike, the leader of the G5, but what exactly transpired at that meeting? So all of that, hopefully, we'll find out shortly. Wike, Autumn, Bode George, others meet in Lagos. So there it is right there, and there it is right there. So there it is right there. Plenty to go through as ever. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol. Click on the like button as you're coming in. Click on subscribe if you haven't done that already. And you all already know that we are highlighting the buy the coffee thing. So if you haven't done that yet, then do that. We've been able to maintain 100% record since we started the initiative. So are we going to keep that 100% record still today? We'll find out shortly. But click on the buy the coffee thing and go wild in your generosity in donating to the platform. So do that. And then, of course, the hyperlink that says StreamYard, click on that as well. Let me repost it. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard and join us on the studio to engage in conversations around the talking points. Everybody that you see on screen, they've only been on screen because they clicked on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. If you do the same, then there's no preferential treatment. You get equal access to the space. So click on that and come join us in conversation. So that's the hyperlink to the StreamYard again. Click on that and come join us in conversation. So all of that. So as you set about those tasks, let me provide you with a little bit of a musical backdrop. We're staying in the East and listening to a Sunday. And there it is. You almost feel like you are swaying along to that song. It's an old classic. That's one of my favorite songs. Along with There's one other song from the South. I love a lot of songs from the Southeast. They have a peculiar way with music that is very particular to them. I thoroughly like that song. So yes. So welcome one and all, dear friends. Good to have you. Of course, always a delight in your company. The assumption is never that you'll be here, and of course, having you here always a privilege. So from that privilege to this. Wike unveils new faction in PDP, reveals next line of action. So there it is right there. It was headed in this direction and it looks as though it has landed in this direction. 5 governors elected on the platform of the People's Democratic Party PDP and some aggrieved party leaders on Sunday announced the formation of the Integrity Group, saying it will soon take a position on the crisis rocking the party. The G5 governors and some party leaders are currently having a strategic meeting in Lagos. Addressing newsmen before going into a closed-door meeting, Governor Seyi Makinde of Oyo State said the Integrity Group is the face behind the struggle within the PDP. Makinde said, "We are here this morning to hold a meeting of the Integrity Group within our party, the PDP. You have been of the G. I don't know what it quite means. It says you have been of the G5. That is the 5 governors. So that should have been you have heard of the G5. That is the 5 governors. So let me take it that paragraph again. Makinde said, "We are here this morning to hold a meeting of the Integrity Group within our party, the PDP. You have heard, that should say, of the G5, that is the 5 PDP governors. The G5 is all about the Integrity Group. You can see us, 5 serving governors, as the face of the struggle, but the leaders and elders, if the party that you see here are the people behind those faces." So I'm reading it verbatim, by the way. I'm not misreading it, but that's how it has been written. Well, I think we get the gist of where that is headed. We are this morning in the Southwest to review the situation within our party, to review where we are, and also look at what is going to happen in the coming election. At the end of our deliberation, you will be fully briefed on where we stand on those burning issues. On behalf of our leaders and elders in the Southwest, I want to welcome members of the Integrity Group and wish us. So that should be wish us well. Those present at the meeting include Governor Yemson Wike, River State, Samuel Otom Benue, Makinde Oyo, Agwayi of Enugu, and Governor Akpeazu of Abia. So those are the sitting governors. So curious then who else was at that meeting, because make no equivocation, have no doubts in your mind. This is a breakaway faction that will, in fact, you don't even need me to tell you now. This patent, they've even told you that they are tagging themselves the Integrity Group, which is no different from the new PDP that we saw the last time. So who else was there? Others at the meeting are former governor of Oyo State, Dr. Olusegun Mimiko, former Ekiti State Governor, Mr. Ayo Fayose, former Cross Rivers State Governor Donald Duke, former Plateau State Governor Jonah Jang, and former Deputy National Chairman of the PDP, Chief Bode George. Also present at the former Attorney General and Minister of Justice, Mr. Bello Adeko. I thought he was wanted by the EFCC. I thought he was on the run abroad, actually. Deputy National Chairman of the PDP. Oh, right. I'm not quite sure if this is a current deputy chairman or an ex-deputy chairman, but it says Deputy National Chairman of the PDP, Mr. Tufak Arapaja, Senator Nasif Suleiman, Mr. Nena Ukeje, Senator S.O. Ono, and Senator Moa Ohabanwa. So there it is right there. These are heavyweight names. So Seyi Makinde, of course, the G5 governors, we already know their stance. But now the people that they are forming with, they're strategic. So Mimiko, of course, a solid player, maybe not a heavyweight. Certainly, Ayo Fayose is there for the noise. But Donald Duke is a strategian. is a strategian. He's a man of strategy and a man of thinking. So if he aligns with that space, he doesn't often get it wrong. And then Jonah Jang, of course, maybe traditional, and Bode George, he's always been of the thought that power should transit to the south. So quite a few heavyweights then in this now what are clearly, patently is a breakaway faction then of the PDP. Tension in Anambra as Soludo issues fresh threat to Peter Obi, gives him ultimatum. So now what now? As though he hasn't flogged them enough, Chukwuma Soludo, the governor of Anambra State, has threatened Peter Obi, the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, that his posters and billboards in the state will be defaced if he failed to clear the debt on them. According to correspondents, other candidates and political parties were also threatened to pay up debts too or face the same action. A statement by Anambra State Signage and Advertising Agency said. So let's see. Tony Ujobono, who signed the statement on Sunday, November the 20th, warned that the government would embark on defacing billboards and posters of political parties and candidates who failed to pay the agency. According to the agency, the enforcement of the order would commence from November the 5th, 2022. The statement reads, some political party candidates are erecting billboards on their own ignorantly. The agency wants to state that this is not only wrong but illegal, and any such billboard will be brought down without notice, the structure seized permanently and auctioned. Recall that the Anambra governor recently issued Obi supporters recall that the Anambra governor recently accused Obi supporters of posting posters and erecting billboards in the state without government approval. Hold on. All right. So I was just looking at this follow-on headline. So let me just bring you it anyway, just to fulfill all righteousness. 3 steps Soludo wants Ohaneze Indigo to start taking rather than supporting Peter Obi. Correspondents earlier reported that Charles Soludo, the governor of Anambra State, has told the Igbo highest social political group, Ohaneze Indigo, to negotiate the Igbo interest with Bola Tinubu of the APC and Atiku Abubakar of the PDP. The governor reveals that the Igbo leaders should start revisiting the agreement the federal government made with the Southeast region after the Civil War for development. The economist maintained that though emotions may say it is Igbo's turn to be president, it requires cold calculation, negotiation, and building alliances for the region to succeed in its quest for power. So there it is right there. I'm rather glad that I read that one because this speaks to a lot of the things that we were saying. So there are 2 strands of positions now within the Southeast. There are 2 strands of positions and opinions in the Southeast. So there is the strand that straddles the Peter Obi narrative, insistent that Peter Obi is going to be the president, but there's the more cold, more calculating, and more cerebral sort of stance that has been adopted by Charles Soludo, who is saying, let's just forget 2023 because there is no window for us there, but let us from now start to calibrate as we try to integrate ourselves fully into the Nigerian space. And then through that integration and negotiation, we can then permutate towards the presidency. So that's a different strand. That's a totally different strand. So those are 2 strands of arguments. And what Soludo is inviting is that the Ohaneze space, they should start opening that window of negotiation with the 2 front runners, so that they have a strong position with them and whichever of them becomes president, they can then leverage that position to build the Southeast narrative to one that can seize charge of governance in Nigeria. So that's a totally more intellectual and more calculating stance adopted by Charles Soludo. So those are two strands. So what we are seeing evolving out of the Southeast now are two ideological positions, are diametrically opposed, of course, but nevertheless, one has. Let me just put my cards on the table. I am more of the thought alongside Soludo that they have to strategize. Look at, okay, let's take Tinubu for instance, who a good chance he may not be president, maybe he will not even make it to the elections, the way he's debilitating so much in public. But let's take him as an example. What has placed Tinubu in the position that he is today? Tinubu got to that position not because of the Emilokon that he did in Abeokuta, no. It is because of all of the politics that he has been paid since 1999. It's because of the politics that he played in 2014. It's because of the politics that he played in 2019, and all of that. And it's because of the blind support that he has shown the Buhari administration, who has been a categorical failure, killing and looting all over the place, not one critical word against them. So it's the culmination of all of that that has landed Tinubu in the position that he is today. So that is how the Nigerian space has to be negotiated. How did Buhari get to where he is today? It is from him forming an alliance with Tinubu. It is from him cycling around the Nigerian presidency for 20 odd years, failing and losing, falling in public and picking himself up again, and then negotiating himself to a strong position in order then to fulfill that ambition. So that is that known way that to become president in Nigeria. It's not just some fly-by-night flash pan sort of thing. So it's not a fly-by-night flash pan sort of thing. It's hard graft, and it is that hard graft that Soludo is inviting. So two diametrically opposed positions in the Southeast as to how to tackle then that thrust towards the presidency. But which of those do you concur with? Are you for the Soludo panacea, or are you still with the Obi, whatever it is that they're doing in that space? Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, come in the studio and come engage me in a conversation around that. So let's leave that and go on to the next. I'll take a sip of water first. Buhari to officiate first oil drill in northern Nigeria. So there it is right there, and there it is right there. So Nigeria is, let's just start it from this space. Nigeria is one of the wealthiest, actually, let me give you the readout first. President Muhammad Buhari will, on Tuesday, supervise the first oil drill in oil fields located in Bauchi and Gombe states. The groundbreaking ceremony of the Kolmani Oil Prospecting Lease, OPL 809 and 8110 in Kolmani field will be the first oil drilling in northern Nigeria. Oil was discovered in commercial volume in the region about 2 years ago. While Nigeria is already exploring crude oil in southern Niger Delta, this exploration up north will be the first after an attempt in Borno region was halted by insecurity. NNPC since 2016 launched a search for oil in some northern states, which led to the discovery of oil in commercial quantity in Bauchi, Gombe, Borno, and Niger states. According to officials at NNPC Limited, the oil field in Bauchi and Gombe axis will be developed by Sterling Global Oil, New Nigeria Development Commission, and NNPC Limited. So you can, no prices for guessing who will be behind Sterling Global Oil or New Nigeria Development Commission. It will be some malam from the north. The ceremony will be held on Tuesday, November the 22nd and will be attended by Mr. President himself, together with most of his cabinet members, including the Minister of State for Petroleum, Timipre Silva, and official told correspondents. NNPC Limited has continually spent on frontier exploration as captured in its FAAC report. With the new Petroleum Industry Act, funding for frontier exploration has risen to 30%, which means the reformer NNPC Limited will have more funds to develop oil fields in Nigeria. At the moment, the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission said crude oil reserve is at 37 billion barrels. Reports said Kolmani Fields holds over a billion barrels of crude reserves, which could significantly raise Nigeria's oil reserves that has not grown in 10 years. The oil discovery in the north is coming at a time when crude oil production in the south has dropped to about 1.2 million barrels per day, mainly due to oil theft and vandalism. Oil production in the north could be a backup to shore up revenue for Nigeria as it witnesses huge budget deficit so far, experts say. So there it is right there, and there it is right there. So what does this even mean? Already, the anticipation then that this may well lead to hopefully this may well satiate the demand then for the breakup of Nigeria. If these people were only really fixated on the oil in the Delta regions, well, they have their own oil now. So thank you for the memories and goodbye. So that's one stance. The other stance is that these people are going nowhere. They hold on to their oil and still take yours and continue to dominate you. So that's another stance. Equally, with this now new oil discovery, will the quota go up with OPEC? That's the question. Because Nigeria has a ceiling of 2 million barrels, I don't know, is it per day? So Nigeria has a ceiling of 2 million barrels per day. And as you can see from the state of the economy, that is hardly sufficient enough to satiate 200 million people. So quite a lot to discuss there. If you want to have conversations around that, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Come join me in the studio. So click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Come join me in the studio. So from that, back to politics. Presidency, real reason I promised to support Peter Obi. So this is Wike back in contention. Governor Yemisi Wike of Rivers State has reiterated his resolve to support the Labour Party LP presidential candidate Peter Obi with logistics support. Wike explained that Obi was a former governor, hence the need to support him with logistics during his presidential campaign in Rivers. On Friday, Wike pledged to support Obi's presidential campaign with logistics. The governor disclosed this whilst Obi was commissioning a flyover in Port Harcourt, the state capital. However, Wike warned Obi that Labour Party would not win any political position in the state. Speaking yesterday in Port Harcourt, Wike said PDP is the only party existing in Rivers State. He said, "I have no regret saying I will support Obi with logistics. He is a former governor, and if he's coming to campaign here, I will give him logistics support. I will give him vehicles and security. I must give him logistics support." And I told him yesterday that his party will not even get one position in Rivers, not House of Assembly. There is no other party in Rivers. The only party we have here is PDP, Rivers State Chapter. So there it is right there, PDP, and then it tails it off with Rivers State Chapter. So there it is right there, because I was going to then to the obvious question, which PDP then are we talking about? But then, of course, we know now that there are countless PDPs now, but we know there are two factions now. It's beyond it is beyond equivocation that there are several PDPs now. So several PDPs now. So let's go on to the next. Ohaneze endorses Peter Obi for 2023 presidency, says Afenifere faction supporting Tinubu represents darkness, bleak future. The Apex Igbo Social-Cultural Organization Ohaneze Indigo Worldwide was officially, and the Apex Igbo Social-Cultural Organization Ohaneze Indigo Worldwide has officially endorsed the candidacy of the Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi for the 2023 election. Giving reasons for the endorsement, the body said Obi represents the Nigerian conscience, moral probity, general hope, redemption, epiphany, amongst others, adding that the Labour Party presidential candidate has filled what could have been a very sad gap if the poll was left for the All Progressive Congress APC and the PDP. Ohaneze made his position known on Sunday in a statement titled 2023 on SMBLF position we stand, signed by its National Publicity Secretary, Dr. Alex Ogbonia. It maintained that its resolve for the 2023 general election is constant, consistent, and very clear, without any form of equivocation whatsoever, it said. In the first place, going by the principles of zoning and rotation of power in Nigeria, which has been in existence since 1999, it is the turn of the southeast of Nigeria to produce the president in 2023. Second, Ohaneze Indigo has canvassed to various eminent persons in Nigeria, seeking their support for the presidency to the southeast come 2023. We are delighted by the response from various groups and highly placed patriotic Nigerians. Third, Ohaneze works in collaboration with the Southern and Middle Belt Leader Forum, comprising Afenifere Pandef, Middle Belt leaders, and Ohaneze, led by an elder statesman, Chief E.K. Clark. The group, in its quest for Nigerian unity, peace, and sustainability and sustainable national development, has endorsed Mr. Obi as their candidate for the 2023 general elections. It added, therefore, on the SMBLF endorsement we stand, most irrevocably. On the other hand, Ohaneze took a commodity to the market, and the world is clamoring for it. We are rather very excited and happy and fulfilled that Nigeria is now in full possession of the commodity. 4. The President General Ohaneze Indigo Worldwide Ambassador George Obiozor explained that Obi has filled what could have been a very sad gap. Therefore, Obi represents to the Nigerian conscience, moral probity, general hope, redemption, epiphany, above all, the Igbo collective unconscious. Ohaneze unequivocally stated that it endorsed Peter Obi not only based on equity and justice, but also on merit, competence, track record of accomplishments, and the veritable ideas that Obi espouses for a better Nigeria. It explains that the philosophy of Ohaneze Indigo Worldwide finds a cogent expression in the symbol of Nigerian unity and a beacon of hope epitomized by Mr. Obi. The Apex Igbo body noted that despite the thwarting and concerns that Labour Party has no structure, however, the obedient movement is a massive destructive reaction against the deplorable Nigerian pathology. So it goes on a long-winded thing, but essentially a total reversal from what we had yesterday, that there was no equivocation there. So it's still somewhat confusing. I'm not 100% that but we have to go with that. But I'm not quite sure that endorsement is ringing enough. But that is an endorsement of some sort. But where does Afenifere come in? Okay, so I'm going to skim through quite a lot of reasons that they are stated, only to come to the seventh one. 7. On the double endorsement by Afenifere, one faction to Obi, the other to Tinubu, evidently history repeats itself on a daily basis. Even in the kingdom of God, there is a faction. One represents light, truth, equity, justice, reasonableness, and a bright future, whilst the other represents the very opposite. But surely history will always vindicate the just. So which faction? Yeah, it is left to you then to unpick then who represents light or darkness. So is it our faction that represents light or darkness, or is it our Adebanjo that represent light or darkness according to the Ohanese? So this one now breaking news: Nigeria's First Lady Aisha Buhari rushed to hospital. So I wonder if they give a reason. Nigeria's First Lady Aisha Buhari has been rushed to an undisclosed hospital in Abuja after suffering a leg fracture at the weekend. It was gathered that Mrs. Buhari suffered a nasty fall, leading to a bone fracture. According to correspondence, she was scheduled to host a wedding reception in honor of Bilikisu Rimi, the daughter of Nigerian ambassador to the United Arab Emirates, Mohammed Rimi, on Sunday night at the presidential villa. So it doesn't look as though it was, I'm not quite sure if there's anything there. Muslim ticket, APC Tinubu Group hails Christian Association of Nigeria. A pro-Bola Tinubu political support group under the aegis of City Progressives Group has applauded the Christian Association of Nigeria for reconsidering its decision not to accommodate him over the controversial Muslim ticket. This is even as the leadership of the ruling All Progressive Congress disclosed that the apex Christian body showed maturity by making a U-turn over its earlier stance. The development is coming 5 days after the APC presidential candidate Asiwaju Bola Tinubu met with the leadership of the Christian Association of Nigeria. At the political roundtable, the former Lagos State governor had reassured the apex religious body that he will not run his administration on the basis of religion if elected as president. Reacting to Wednesday's meeting between the two parties, the Abuja coordinator of City Boy Progressive Group, Pastor Olanrewaju Omolayo, hailed the religious organization over its renewed position. Omolayo disclosed that it signified that leadership has shifted from their previous stance of not wanting anything to do with the same faith tickets. He said, I want to seize this opportunity to appreciate the Christian Association of Nigeria for their new position concerning the political atmosphere of this country. They had a meeting with the presidential candidate some days ago and presented him with some demands of issues to tackle. It is a sign that they have shifted from their previous stance that they won't assent to the contentious Muslim ticket. I appreciate and encourage them. I am a pastor too, to the glory of God. And I assure you that Asiwaju, we all know, is not a religious bigot. What Nigeria needs now is who can fix the country. Asiwaju fixed Lagos. I came to Lagos in 1971 and left the state in 1994. I know what it was then and what it has become now. I want to encourage Nigerians to look beyond religion in choosing our leaders. I want to praise the Christian Association again for taking a new position to give all the presidential candidates running for the 2023 elections a level playing field. Omalayo's assessment of the situation was equally shared by the APC Publicity Director Bala Ibrahim, who also applauded the Christian Association of Nigeria for showing maturity in accommodating the party's candidate. I'm not going to give you the fullness. Okay, let me just give you what he said. He stated that only an unreasonable person will consider Tinubu a religious bigot when virtually his entire household practice the Christian faith. Those who are agitating against the Muslim ticket are wrongly directing their anger at Tinubu. He is one person who is indiscriminate when it comes to religious standing. If he is a conservative or an extremist, he would not allow himself to stay under the same roof with a woman of a different faith. So there it is, right there. So there was always going to be that they would spin the they would spin the meeting with the Christian Association of Nigeria as an endorsement. So that comes as no surprise, of course. That was always the anticipation. Uh, uh, so that was always the anticipation. That was always the anticipation. So that was always the anticipation. So let's go on to this. UK explains reasons for surge in visa applications by Nigerians. The British High Commission to Nigeria, Catherine Liang, has explained why there has been a surge in the number of Nigerians applying for visa to the United Kingdom in recent times. The United Kingdom envoy has had attributed the increase to the fact that the UK, which likes to welcome talent, had become an attractive destination for Nigerians, especially students, to study and work. This was made known on Sunday by Liang, whilst appearing at a news agency of Nigeria Forum in Abuja. Liang said there are people of Nigerian origin in the UK, and as such, people would like to go where they have family and friends, adding that the English language makes it a lot easier. Increase in visa application. Liang also revealed that the increase in application for student visas by Nigerians was due to the change in policy, which now allows masters or PhD up to a minimum of 2 years to work in the United Kingdom upon completion of their programs. She, however, in her speech, noted that the United Kingdom government was mindful of the situation and was in talks with the Nigerian government to avoid causing a brain drain, especially in the health sector. You know, there are obviously people of Nigerian origin in the UK. So people like to go where they have family and where they have friends. Secondly, the English language obviously makes it a lot easier. The third is education, and people who have studied will want to return. And I think, you know, we are a welcoming country, and we want to welcome talent, whether it is people coming to study or people coming to work. So a lot of Nigerians will be tuned to the UK, and we have seen actually a very big increase in requests for Nigerian student visas. This is partly because we have changed our policy. So it is now easier for Nigerian students to remain after their studies. They can stay, I think, up to 2 years if you have done a master's or PhD, which will enable people to look for work after they have studied. We have a labor shortage in the UK at the moment. We have to balance that because we do not want to be responsible for massive let me reread that. We have a labor shortage in the UK at the moment, but we have to balance that because we do not also want to be responsible for a massive brain drain from Nigeria because you also need talented people. So the health sector is an example where there are a lot of Nigerian medics, both nurses and doctors, in the National Health Service. So I'm not quite sure why they are saying they are not wanting to be responsible for a brain drain when they've been busting them out. So the last headline is Wike Otom Bode George Orders Meet in Lagos, but I think that's already been captured by a previous readout. So let's just get straight into it. So Thomas, we see you. Ajale Koko, we see you. And Charles, we see you. So let's kick it off with Ajale Koko. Ajale Koko, are you ready to go?
Yes, one man. How are you?
Oh, all right, brilliant. Ajale Koko, did you look in the private chat?
What's going on?
All right. Have a look in have a look in a moment. But let me take you.
Oh yeah.
All right.
Oh yeah. Okay.
All right. Let me take you to it. Wike unveils new faction in PDP, reveals next line of action. So what are you making of that?
Well, thank you, one man. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Please click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. Wike and his group are still playing psychological warfare against PDP. The meeting they held today is to further show to their supporters around the country, particularly in the South, that they are still committed to their demand that Ayo must leave. And I think that they are serious about it. It looks like they are not backing down. So it's as well a meeting to to send a message to PDP leadership, Atiku Abubakar and the rest, that look at the oneness here. Look at our strength. Look at who we are. We are not playing. So I believe on the other side, on the Atiku side as well, they'll be watching this, they'll be looking at this, and some of their leadership there will be talking to some power that be that, look, let us settle this thing amicably with these people. I believe there'll be some pressure over there as well, that let us listen to these people so that we can form a united front and go frontally against APC. Because with the Wike group, outside that party, it is not, this election is not going to be good for Atiku. It's Atiku Abubakar that is losing at all front, whether we like it or not. Obi's presidential campaign is a minus for Wike. He has taken for Atiku, he has taken the entire East away from him. Wike, on the other side, and his group, they have taken some strength away from PDP. And the Kwankwaso as well has taken some strength away from PDP. On how many fronts can PDP fight now to win?
Do you not feel a sense of deja vu, Ajan Lekoko? We were here in 2014. Were we not here in 2014 when Sule Lamido and the rest of them, they were doing the same thing to Goodluck Jonathan, and then suddenly we had new PDP.
Yeah. So it's a situation of what goes around comes around that we are witnessing now. So on how many fronts can they fight and win? PDP cannot win. It is clear. All these breakaway faction from PDP. Look at all the three of them.
Did you hear the list of names?
Yes, I heard the list of names of those people that attended the meeting.
That's the heart of the party right there, the heart of it.
So, but when you see look at the Obi, Kwankwaso, and the Wike group. All of them were used to be in PDP. And all of them are not with PDP right now. And you have APC intact. You have them dominating the National Assembly, both the Senate and federal rep. You have them having majority governor in the federation. They're controlling about maybe 22 or 23 governors. They are currently in power. They have the control of the military, the control of the security, all the security apparatuses. They have even the INEC is under them. You have the central bank. You see, all the resources are in the hand of PDP. I mean, in the hand of APC, and they can use it effectively to win, or in support of Tinubu to win, and retain the leadership of the country in 2023. So it's not going good for PDP, and I believe on what they call him, Atiku Abubakar's side, I believe some pressure will be. I believe that some pressure being mounted on some power that be, and I still have that strong belief that it's going to get to a point. Some power that be in that party, we said, you must leave. We cannot risk this. They will sit Atiku Abubakar down and they will say, yes, something must be done to bring these people back. Yes.
Ajale Koko, we're we're 90-something days from the elections. Would that not be too late, really? I think their fate is sealed. I think their fate is sealed.
No, it's not too late. It's not too late. If Atiku Abubakar and the power that be in PDP leadership believe in settlement, in bringing them together or bringing them into the fold, yes, they can still do it. They just need that, Abubakar just need that strong political will to effect this. It's still, because Wike said in his statement.
Baba.
Yeah.
Baba. Good evening. One man. Good evening.
Good evening, Thomas.
Yes, yeah. Ajale Koko, don't you think Peter Obi come along Mobile? Because I don't Mobile. You understand what I mean, Baba? Because you understand what I mean? Because
I understand. Yes.
Yeah, I don't want to. You don't understand what I mean?
Yes.
Because the indication of Atiku being the president, I think the hope is really dash, even from the obedient side before the IU issue came on. I don't know. It's very dangerous politics going.
Yes.
Right
I think I want to agree with Thomas that Obi need to have a strong security around him now, because whether we like it.
Sorry, take me to there, because I'm not sure I understand. Take me.
Yeah,
to where
because let me tell you this.
Right.
Obi is a threat to some political power that be in that country today. And if they look at Wike and his group, making move to align with Obi, I think Obi should not I think Obi should take his security very, very serious. He should have a strong security personnel around him for his protection all the time. Because let me tell you, when you attain such political leadership in Nigeria, you have to be very, very mindful. I mean, you have to be very, very cautious, and you don't joke with your security. Anything can be done to take you down if you look as a threat to some power that be in Nigeria. Nigerian politicians are very, very dangerous people. They are very, very dangerous when it comes to power. Power game. They don't play. We saw what happened in Lagos against what do you call this guy, Funshaw Williams. Is it not the wrestle for political power in Lagos that were responsible for that?
Well, the attribution, some certain actuality was given the credit for that.
Yeah, we saw what happened at Bola Ige as well. It's a struggle for political power that caused the death of Bola Ige too. So Obi people, if they are listening to him now, he has to have a strong security people around him 24/7.
Ajali Coco, let me
Somebody,
okay, come in. Yeah,
yeah.
no,
let
come in.
me
Yeah,
the
good to have you
the
there. Yeah.
yeah. It's been a while.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out like what would you think that would happen if, God forbid, something happens to Peter? Because if all this political whatever, if they're smart, they wouldn't even tamper with Obi, because anything that happens to Obi is gonna cause the highest revolution Nigeria can ever even think of, can't even think of. There is gonna cost a lot. So I don't think they're even gonna want to threaten or kill or want to do that kind of stuff to him, because
I'll be surprised if he doesn't have the DSS protection. I'm pretty certain he would do, because they are
yeah,
aware
he
that
will.
it's a VVIP. You know, it's a very important man, Peter Obi.
An
Ajali Coco, do you
ex-governor
think
as well.
what
An
what what would
ex-governor
you
as well
think
who
that
have
would happen,
permanent
Ajali Coco?
security.
Hold on, Thomas. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, repeat that there.
Ajali Coco, what do you think that would happen if something happens to Obi? I just wanted to ask you that question.
Definitely, there's going to be crisis in the country. The Igbos across the country will, the Igbo across the country will accuse the present administration. They will accuse the Fulanis. They will accuse Bola Tinubu as responsible for this. And that will send us into a very serious political problem. A political problem that...
Why would they accuse Tinubu? Why not Atiku?
I've said so. I said they will accuse.
Oh, okay.
I've said so. A lot of people will be accused as responsible for this. And that will set us backward politically in that crisis, in that country. We're going to find ourselves more disintegrated politically. And to bring us back together again, particularly for the Easterners, to get integrated into the national politics in Nigeria, they will have to be compensated one way or the other, because it's going to be a very serious problem.
It's gonna be war. Is this kind of act that
it's going to. But let me tell you this: Nigerian political leaders doesn't care. All they care for is power. They will feel, let us do it. When we do it, there's going to be problem, and then we will send military out to crush them. Everything will calm down, and then we go from there. They are very...
Ajali Coco, I think our politics has passed that stage now. I want to give our politics credit. The only time those kind of things happened early in Obasanjo's administration, but since then, I've not heard of any kind of politically motivated killing in a long, long time. So I think we've gone past that now. I think our politics is
I don't see it either, Kulata. I don't see it.
I don't see it.
Kulata, someone just died. I think they were basically accusing Tinubu because of the drug, whatever. I don't know. I think I heard
those are like flimsy. Back in Bolagi days, that was assassination. Funshaw Williams was assassination. True. My friend's in-law, and what's it called? Dipo Dina. That was assassination. So those days are way past us. I think the last I heard about that was like 2006. Since then, we've not really had any of such issues. I think Jonathan did us a lot of favor by handing over peacefully, and nothing happened. So I think we've passed that now. People know how to swallow the losses. Take the L's. They know how to take the L's.
Are you trying to tell us that Nigerians politicians are politically matured more than they were in 1999?
Yeah, I think so.
I think so too. I think so too.
No, let me tell you this. They are not. they are worse than before. And that is why you see the desperation in them when they are contesting for election. That's why you see them
But
spending.
you can't you can't
Hold
attribute
on now.
any shenanigans recently for over a decade.
The fact that it has not happened does not mean that it cannot happen again. So that is why you see desperation in them when they are pursuing their ambition. They do everything to make sure that they get that position. They will send talks. Why do you think that they send talks to their opponent to kill and to maim their opponent sometimes? Why do you think they do so? They don't care. Look, their dog was almost killed in Lagos recently.
Oh yeah, I heard about that.
That guy was almost killed in Lagos recently. There are some other incidences too. There's another one too that was almost killed. Was it not in? I think was it not in somewhere in the north? I can't remember. Maybe in I can't remember that state. What of the Kogi? Do you know that lady that is contesting for senator? Do you know how much they are threatening her?
Natasha something.
Natasha Shaw.
I interviewed her last week.
Yeah, I saw you on Rudolph's. Yeah. But you were doing fine, boy. You were doing fun, boy.
I was tough for now.
You were too intimidated by her beauty. I saw you fumbling at the
Look, there are incidences like that across the country where they sell thugs and some bad guys to go after their political opponent. The fact that it's not being reported doesn't mean that it's not happening, and it doesn't mean that it cannot still happen. So Peter Obi must take his own security very, very serious now. His team must know that he is the head of the party and is a threat, whether we like it or not. We some of us doesn't believe that he can win election, but it's a threat to the power that be. It's a threat to them, and politicians can do anything to crush their opponent, including maiming. So what Thomas said is, I think I agree with Thomas that this man.
I never gave it any consideration, and I am still not giving it any. I think it's too. I think I'm more with Kulaka that we're too advanced now.
We are not advanced in anything. We are worse off than before. We are very, very worse. Look, let me tell you.
That's not objective. Now, do you remember Obasanjo's first time compared to now? We're way mature in this now. Try to remember what was going on then. Now the president will remove governor. President will do this. They will kill this one.
One is a different level. That one let me tell you this. For you to know that Nigerian politicians are not matured, they are worst, and they are ready to kill their political opponent. There is no single politician or in any elective office, right from the councillorship upward, that can move alone by itself, that can walk alone, that can drive alone, that will not have team of thugs or some sort of security around him. That is to tell you that they are after each other. I am telling you, go and investigate this from the office, from the councillorship.
Ajanle Koko, the fallout the fallout, if anything happens to Peter Obi, is too big for anybody to attempt to do it.
Oh,
Can you imagine what will happen?
oh,
And I think that only applies to Peter Obi. By the way, if anything happens to Tinubu, I don't think people will care too much. If anything happens to Atiku, nobody will care too much, or even Kwakwaso. But if anything happens to Obi, I cannot imagine what will happen in that country.
well, yes, I agree with you. It's going to set us, set us backward politically. There's going to be crisis in the
I
country,
mean, you can
violence
imagine.
and crisis all over, and that will set us backward seriously, politically, economically. It's going to bring a lot of
You can
crisis.
imagine. You
Yeah.
can imagine that when people just say something bad about Peter, you see the attack on the internet. Not to talk of when he's been eliminated. Oh my God.
All right.
Guys, it's not, guys, it's never gonna happen. Never.
Yes,
Not
yes.
at that level.
Let's
No.
pray.
It's never
Let's
gonna
pray.
happen.
Let's
All
pray
right.
that it
I
doesn't happen. But I know for sure that Nigerian politicians, they are desperate and they don't mind doing anything to crush their enemy physically in order for them to have their way to power. So I know that for sure. And,
All right. Let's hear from Alexander. You know he will run away in a minute. So Alexander, good to have
okay.
you. One of your
Yeah,
cameo appearances.
yeah. Thomas gave me a palpitation when he said that in Yoruba. I thought about the consequence of that action. We should, if that happens, and God forbid, we can all kiss Nigeria bye bye, because the aftermath of that would be catastrophic. I don't think you should poo-poo that the reaction of the people if that happens, and there's every likelihood that it can happen. I mean, don't rule anything out. Nigerians are funny people. I was having a personal conversation with Thomas today, and I was telling him he had reservations about one or two things, and he called me, and I said, look, we're funny people. The kind of things that we can't do does not exist. So it can happen, but if it does happen, Chineke, the consequences will be dire, and I pray that nobody even nurtures that. He's a threat, like I just said, but essentially to Atiku. And if anything like that would happen, they shouldn't point accusing fingers at Tinubu. In my opinion, I think that would be coming from.
Hold on, Alexander, because I was just going to go to that space. If it happens by persons unknown, do you not think they will automatically just leap to Tinubu that he did it? If it
No.
happens,
The accusing
you
finger
don't.
will go to. No, the accuse, because I've said it on this platform. One-on-one, Atiku v Tinubu. Tinubu cannot beat Atiku. He doesn't have what it takes to beat one-on-one. But with this man in the equation, that's why his base has been decimated. Consequently, he's a major threat. He is a major spoiler, according to Momoni, and that's very true, to Atiku, not Tinubu. If that happens, people should look the other way, not the APC way. They should look the other way. That's my opinion on that.
All right. Thank you, Thomas, for taking us in that direction. It never crossed my mind at all. I never. Why would it even cross my mind? There's no.
Then Thomas, when Thomas says things, I've noticed. I've heard him say 1, 2, 3 things that has come to pass. So please revoke it, Thomas. Pico Aburo. Revoke it. Yeah,
Look at
please.
this guy.
But ó fèrè ní ti Ọ̀ṣínbàjò yẹn náà.
They know now well.
Èmi ò gbọ́ ti Ọ̀ṣínbàjò, but mo ti gbọ́ 1 or 2 things. Desmond, sorry, I'm speaking my language. I've heard him say 1 or 2 things that actually came out exactly the way he said it. So, Thomas, please revoke that. Take it back. So, all right, guys.
All right. Thank you, Alexander. So, Go back to the politics of it. We were speculating as to now this deja vu breakaway faction, and I am even now. Is this now an election between Tinubu and Peter Obi? Should we just discount Atiku as of now? Is this now an election between Tinubu and Peter Obi with what's going on?
No, we cannot discount Atiku. PDP is still a very strong party in Nigeria. They still, when we talk of structure around the country, they are still very strong. But it is not time yet to start looking at PDP as a failure, because there are still time ahead for them to settle what is going on beyond them. Between them and Wike Group. Wike himself, some weeks ago in Benue, that he said that all doors are not open. That what they want in terms of equity, justice, and fair play should be effected. That is what they are requesting for. And they are not requesting for too much. They said Atiku is not the problem. They have accepted him as the presidential candidate. But the restructuring of the leadership of the party is what they want, that the party belongs to all of them, and the party leadership must not be constituted by one side of the country, by people from one side of the country. That is what they're saying. So I don't think it's too much. So they still have time. They can still settle it. I believe it will get. I'm still saying it. It will get to a point. Some leadership from the other side will say, "We can't take this shit. We can't take this risk. This guy, you must go," and that is what it's going to happen. And we on the other side.
Do you think the IU is the only demand? Because that's the public demand. What about the demand that we don't know about? I don't think it's just IU.
Because as well as IU going, they are also insistent on the new chairman coming from the south, and he will have to be their pick. So they are essentially asking him to lose the election.
They're asking who to lose the election?
No, they are apart from IU stepping down, they are also asking that the chairman of the party has to be from the south, and that person will be of their picking. Now, they don't want Atiku to win the election anyway. So if Atiku then has a chairman who is a pick of Yemsen Wike, then essentially it can just go back to Dubai.
I don't want to agree that because they are demanding for the chairmanship position, and if it's given for them, that they don't want to work for the party to win. No, they still be comfortable for their president to be in Aso Rock. They want their president to be there, but it's the leadership of the party, because they know that the party structure, the leadership structure of the party now does not favor the South, and they want it not as taking the presidency. They must take the chairmanship, and some other position must be restructured so as to have a balance between the two regions of the country, and for them to have, to operate as one family. Because look, Wike has invested more than any other party, any other person in that PDP since
Ajale Koko, it's not as easy as you're describing it. The deputy chairman is from the north. If Ayut steps down, the deputy should take over. For Wike to be able to do what he wishes, they need a new convention to pick a new chairman. No, they can't go through the route.
They can have a special arrangement. Can they not have a special arrangement?
No, I don't. According to their constitution, the deputy takes over, and that deputy is a northerner.
The constitution, didn't they jettison the constitution during the presidential
that's the process. That's the process right now. If IU steps down, the deputy takes over. The deputy is a northerner.
Look,
so if you need a southerner,
then he will
You
have
need
to
a,
step
you need
aside
a,
too. Sorry,
you need a
Kulaka.
special convention. I said you need a special convention. Except I don't know if there's wuru to the answer. I don't know.
Yeah, but Kulata, if Ayo steps down, whoever the northern deputy is, he will have to step aside too, because
Mm-hmm.
Ayo is only stepping down
Mm-hmm.
for Southerner to
Uh,
take the
then you have
position.
to then you elect a new one. Then that's the
Yes.
convention that I'm talking about. You have to elect a new one, so they need a new convention.
Look. If the party leadership
Ajale Koko,
across,
can I
yes,
interject 1 30 seconds?
okay,
Yeah, Baba, which kind of politics this week is playing? I think is I will call it Amulu Malaism politics. What is that
Mommy.
man up to? Because you will see him playing with Peter Obi, romancing Atiku, romancing Sanwo-Olu, saying I don't understand that man. I think that man is the man of the moment for now. Can you just who is Wike for now? Because
yeah.
I don't understand that man. I
Look,
don't
okay.
understand.
Yes, let me add on to that. What Thomas is saying is something that puzzles also. What hold, we can't just say it's money. What hold do you think Wiki has on this group that is that is leading?
Look, Wike is playing a kind of political game. Wike and his group, they are playing a kind of political game which has not been played in Nigeria before. And the psychological aspect of it against PDP, I mean, to demoralize PDP, to make PDP look very bad to Nigerian people is so obvious. And he's playing the game, he's leading that group, playing the game well, and making PDP look bad every day in and out. Every day that we wake up, PDP continue to look bad to everybody. Because there's no day that Wike is not in the news saying one thing or the other against PDP. He will sing song, as they sweet us, it they pain them. Another day he will say we go show them pepper. I they wait for them, make they come sack me. I go show them pepper. And look, and this guy continue to commission project after project every day. Every day. And he's inviting people from different parts of the country, irrespective of the party they belong. Look, PDP is looking bad every day. Continue not to negotiate with Wike. Continue not to negotiate with Wike. Continue not to talk with Wike, and sit them down and work things out. They continue to look bad. They continue to lose value. PDP continue to lose value every day. The other day, PDP in the whole of Kaduna State collapsed to PDP. Which state do we know next?
No, they collapsed to what? To APC, you mean?
To APC. Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
to
yeah.
APC. So which state next? Look, PDP is like a party now that is not in the game at all. Wike is the one who's in the game. Wike as the group are the one that are dominating the game and dominating the news in the name of 5 group in PDP.
Sorry, Ajale Koko, you say PDP are not in the game now, and I was only really waiting to ask you. So you're already there. Are PDP in the game is what I'm asking. We're not really seeing any campaigning with the level of aggression that we're seeing from Peter Obi and Tinubu in the same way. All we see are images of Atiku in some foreign country eating unhealthy pastries and whatnot. Are they campaigning even? I'm not seeing him all over the place.
One man, I think there's the money. The reason I feel PDP is not in the game is nobody is putting down money for them, and follow the money in politics. If nobody is funding the campaign, then PDP is not in the game because I don't think Atiku is willing to risk all his personal money. So the only possibility of money they may have has to come from this Okowa guy. So they're not spending money. That's why I really think PDP is gone.
I also think maybe PDP gone because PDP shouldn't pick a no. They made a mistake by doing that. That's when they
No, they made a mistake picking, and I'm glad it's happening this way because that's what they did as the primaries. It needs to be corrected.
Oh, yes, I agree with you, one man, too. I'm on the same side with you. Look, particularly if we look at the way Atiku and his gang up against Jonathan, though what we are fighting for then was right, Jonathan, too, was very heady instead of Jonathan conceding that ticket to the Northern, and then he didn't want to. He manipulated everything, and he now, went for the election, and they felt cheated that it should be the turn for the North. In protest to that, they now left for APC to form APC with Tinubu and others around the country. So the same thing that is playing out against them, they are playing these the game that Jonathan played then is what they are playing against Wike Group now. So if Wike Group don't fight now and fight it all the way down, these group of people within the party from the North will think, oh, we can have that. I mean, Wike Group, the Southerner, have sacrificed too much for them to allow that rotational presidency to be jettisoned and allow it open. I mean, that's enough. The Southerner have been so fair to the North. I hope you get me. For them to say, okay, let's leave it open for everybody to go to the field, and whoever emerges, we all support that person. Southerner have shown maturity, and they allow a level playing field, and they didn't stick to that rotational that no, it's either rotation or not. They allow it. Now they are asking for another thing for the structuring of leadership. You are saying is too much. No, they have to fight it all the way. They have to fight it all the way down. So
no, they have to fight it because it needs to be correct. The idea that you can just dominate the South.
Yes.
If they get away with it, that subordinates the South in perpetuity.
Yes. Yes. So they have Wike is playing the best game that never been played in Nigerian politics, and he's playing it well. That guy is a smart politician I've ever seen. Is the smartest in Nigeria I've ever seen in the recent time. When Wike mount podium and speak, he speaks with authority. Is with
hold on, Des. Sorry, Des. I muted you only because I want to hear from Oba Chicago, who I think wants to say something, and he's a new voice. So, Oba Chicago, good to have you. What did you want to contribute?
Yeah, good evening, concerned Nigerians.
Good evening.
Yeah, I'm always following your program, and then today I have the opportunity to be at home. So I said, let me try to contribute, because we are Nigerians, we want the best for our country. In my own idea, I believe PDP need Wike Group, that Wike Group need PDP. If this issue continues, I don't think PDP is going to be any power against Tinubu. It's only Obi. If you check, PDP controls Amen State, but now almost half of the state now are no longer supporting their presidential ambition. And there's no way they will want PDP to win in their state to prove a point to them. That's what you should know. Those 5 states has gone. They must like to prove a point that I stand alone and I delivered, because of their political future. Because if like now, Wike now still stand, if he like now he stand as he is, and tomorrow PDP wins River State, that means he has told Wike, without you, Wike has no future again in politics. So Wike must get it done. Likewise, every other person, not allowed it. And the problem that now, let's be honest to ourselves, the only people I think now is between Tinubu and Obi. PDP all the time is based on southeast. They already give 100% block boss to PDP. Go to history and check. Now with the Obi coming out, I mean, I don't think any 5 states of Eastern region, Eastern state, will go any other route than Obi. That's what you should understand. And then going to south, Obi will still have effort there. Go to middle belt, Obi will still have effort there. Where is PDP going to hold? Say this is our own. Southwest is Tinubu, we all know that. And north is for APC. Most northwest is APC.
You know, I agree with that.
If you do the permutation, you see that PDP is losing the grip. That's why if you see today, they run to Jonathan. To call Wike group in order. Because they know without them, they're going nowhere. And again, what you should understand again, Wike group know what they are holding. And Wike group them. Finally, if this is lingered.
Sorry, about Chicago. Let me just tell you what PDP are, what the Wike group are holding. What Wike group are holding is really Oyo State and River State, because I'm just looking through the voting right there. So in Abia State, it is about 250,000 votes, which is significant. But in River State, it's around about 1 million, and in Oyo State, it's just short of 1 million. So, and of course, if you combine all 5, then they're losing what, about 3 million, approximately above that in votes.
Woman, listen, you are talking about last time, but this time, I told you how many people that.
No, I'm just going with the data we have at the moment. Yeah.
This is a new revelation coming up. It's not going to be an arm. Use an arm. Nigeria cannot do what Libya them did, or not all this Arab nation did. We are going to do our own. In this way, we are doing it. A lot of youth are not coming out. That time you're talking about, a lot of youth are not going to vote. Did not vote. That the people they don't vote. Now, if you watch every loot and corner, talk about we are going to vote. We are going to get a PVC. Don't be surprised the result you'll be getting next time. Because this is different. Let's not forget about the permutation of the last election.
No, hold on about Chicago. We have to go with the permutations of the last elections until we have something new. Okay, because that's the only data that we have that is known.
Last elections, we are going to go to last election. One, all the Eastern region, 5 states is PDP state.
No. We're not going with that. We're just going with the number. So, from
like
what
you said, I said PDP these 5 governors that are not with Atiku, they're going to work against Atiku in their state. Like Rivers, Atiku will lose River.
Yes, but who gains it though? Who gains it? Who gains Rivers?
I think what the Wike is giving one leg to Obi already. You know what happened? Wike knows the Obi has more population in the Rivers. For Wike, it will difficult for Wike to go against Obi. Likewise, it's difficult for.
Can I ask you a question?
Oh, hold on. So sorry, go to our feedback. But let Oba land that point. Land that point.
What Wike them are demanding is totally going to be like impossible in the political calendar now. PDP mishandled that issue. That's why it lingered this way. PDP, they will manage it immediately after the convention. They will manage that situation.
Yes.
But they didn't know it's going to be like this. Now it's difficult. You can't tell Ayo to go out now. And with Ayo being there, that means he has won PDP. Listen, if we get them go into negotiation now, first thing on table, Ayo should step down, should go off. But if Ayo do not go there and we come back, that means they are won them. Their primary purpose is Ayo should step down and let there be a Southern. And in their constitution, it does not allow that until if there is a convention, which they will have handled immediately after that, based on put an emergency, based on something, we have to convert. They put it again at any stage of the situation. I handle that matter. Which Atiku already promised Mike. Don't know it's not good. But I know Ayo is playing a very smart game because one, how are you sure that Atiku will win? If Atiku does not win, the South somebody will be there. But if he's not playing a game that what if Atiku did not win? You see that thing? We are telling if Atiku will win, the president comes to there, then the chairman of this comes. But Atiku is not the president yet. He might lose. So in that situation, whoever been the chairman of the
all right, thank you.
I wanted to ask Ajaliko a question because he was saying Wike is very smart, and I was like, what if it was a case that in the primaries that Wike won the primaries and Peter Obi's factor is not in? What would you think would have been? Would you think Wike would have won Tinubu if it's just Wike and Tinubu? Well, I mean, I was thinking about that. I'm like, because Wike is like a powerful guy that I think would probably win Tinubu if that was the case.
You mean if Wike was PDP, Tinubu APC, but we don't have Peter Obi?
We don't have Peter Obi, yes.
Yeah, if Wike were to be the presidential candidate, I believe some Easterner they will still have confidence in him that voting for him can still take care of their interests. Some Easterner will not go to the extreme as they are today in support of Obi. Some Easterner will still Wike as part of them. Is an Igbo man too. And they will
I'm saying if the Obi factor is not there, Ajaliko,
if Obi factor is not there. If Obi factor, then we will have seen the whole southeast supporting Wike, the whole south supporting Wike, and a lot of the middle belt supporting Wike, and even some the northern part of Nigeria, because Wike was the strongest financier of the party since after the Jonathan left, since 2009. When was Jonathan left? 2015. 2015. Wike had been financing the party. Even many states in the north that they don't have governors. CK was the one, according to information, financing them to remain organized and funding them at every election cycle to continue to compete against APC. So there would have been Wike would have been accept. I mean, a lot of northerners too. It would have been a very strong contest between him and Tinubu because PDP will not be in this situation. This fragmented party.
Do you think Wike can defeat Tinubu one-on-one?
It's going to be very, very tough game because Wike have the money too.
Tinubu will slaughter him.
Yes, I agree.
Tinubu will slaughter him. Do you know why? The whole of the north will go for Tinubu and the southwest. It will
that is not true.
That
is not true.
If Wike is going to be strong-head, from past antecedents, we know what Tinubu will do last.
Tinubu will slaughter
him. I think no, one man. No. Because if you watch, if Wike was in the game with Tinubu, if you watch the whole what's it called, the whole project he's been doing, he's gonna use it and campaign. And this is the right. It's
doing
like
where? Doing where? Where's he doing the project?
Like in Rivers now, he's gonna use it to campaign, and everybody's saying it. Do you get?
Tinubu has all the.
Tinubu, no, understand me.
He has all the examples from Lagos State.
Understand me. Tinubu has like a pass. We're talking about what people are seeing now. And you get Nigeria.
They're not seeing Lagos
Nigeria understand what people are seeing now. They're gonna like.
No. Hold on, Des. Tinubu will slaughter him because. Okay, let me ask you this, Des. Between Yemsen, Wike, and Tinubu, who do you think the North will gravitate towards?
I mean, depending on the ticket, that's what you have to know.
What are you talking about?
Depending, we have to watch this. Depending on who Wike chooses as his vice, that's what we have to be talking about.
Vice. Whoever considered the vice, what are you talking about?
Yes, it's not even about that. Is that even if Wike is forming too much stronghead, and Tinubu reaches the point where it feels like this guy has a chance, even a sliver.
Okay. Let me put it like this.
Tinubu might assassinate that guy.
No, he won't assassinate him. No. He won't do that. All right. So yeah, Ajahn Lekoko.
What if we have Wike on the ticket and was able to negotiate with Kwankwaso to be his vice president?
That gives him a fighting chance.
Yes. And you cannot say that it could happen. That will have been because Kwankwaso is a strong figure too from the north, and it's a Talakawa leaders. So Kwankwaso is going to bring in to that ticket those people, the Talakawas in the north that believe in Buhari back then, might see Kwankwaso as another person representing their interests on the ticket of it's going to be on the ticket of Wike. It's going to be a very serious, tough battle.
If that was the case,
Ajalikoko, one at a time, yeah.
Ajalikoko, if that was the case, the game is over. If it's Wike and Kwankwaso, the game will be over for anybody. Even if it's P2B that is soft and Kwankwaso, I would be sleeping by now. I wouldn't even be talking all this shit. Kwankwaso I'm telling you the truth. It's just depending on the ticket. That's just the fact.
Yes, if it was to be Wike and Kwankwaso on that ticket, because Kwankwaso is a strong politician, man. It's going to be a very tough fight, and they will be more energized. A lot of their people, Kwankwaso people and others, they'll be more energized in the north to go all the way out against APC. Because there are a lot of things they can use to campaign against APC in the north. So, I won't say that Tinubu we just slaughter him like that. It depends on who Wike have on the ticket, and if Kwankwaso is the one, it's going to be very, very, very tough for APC. APC will be in they'll be begging everywhere now for vote.
All right, thank you, Ajahn Lekoko. So Ajahn Lekoko, stay there. So Ajahn Lekoko, do you know that when I started this, I'm not quite sure if you know my history within the YouTube space, but what I used to do then was I used to just use an audio recorder.
Audio, yes.
Yes, that's what I used to do. And then I told you how I ended up live streaming, that my wife wanted to get me out of her way. Say, okay, go and be making you. I used to talk politics to her. And then she got fed up. I said, why don't you go on YouTube and start
women, Nigerian women don't like they don't want to listen, man.
Yeah, so she chased me to the live streaming. And I want to show you something which led me to doing this, and I have permission to do this. So let me show you something. This just off the back of the live streaming. Let me show you this. This is something that it really gladdens me. But watch this. So that's Jewel of Nashville, right there with the cap on. Now, of course, that's a soul in the middle. I'm not quite sure if that lady is a Joe's partner. So there they are meeting together, forming relationships in Holland.
And smoking
So
Igbo.
yeah, and smoking Igbo together. So and that happened just because we're here making noise all the time.
Oh, God is great.
Is that is
God
that
is
is, is
great.
that is that not
Solely,
charming? Is that not charming?
solely. Yeah, wonderful.
No,
I
no,
mean,
it makes me
Wow, wow.
it pleases me. It pleases me. I
yeah.
mean, I'm not taking any credit, but this picture would not have taken place without us streaming. It
Look,
would not.
this platform is uniting us, and we have to see ourselves as brothers. And we can belong to different political camps, but let us see ourselves as brothers and see how we can establish, a good relationship and strengthen it. Who knows where some of us going to be tomorrow? Maybe Kulata is going to be the the minister for Bureau for Statistics
And of course, when I came to America,
National Bureau for Statistics, and one man will be the presidential spokesperson. Who knows where
yes,
some of us going to be in the future? So
wait,
let us keep the relationship
If
on and
if one
see
man
ourselves as
enter
brothers.
politics, I will fight him to the core. Hey,
no, you'll be my campaign
I
manager
will
now. You'll
fight
be my
you to the
campaign
core.
manager. You'll be my campaign manager. But just to add, and when I was just recently in America, you bought presents for my children at Janle Coco.
Thank God. Yeah.
Yeah. So
We are
that's
family.
just it. All off the back of this noise we make every night.
Yes.
Every night,
Yes.
it's unbelievable. It pleases me when I saw that picture. It really, it made me. But let's get back to kicking our politicians. So let's get back to giving the politicians a good kicking. And let's take it to the Anambra space. So Soludo now, he's tearing down all the Peter Obi posters all over Anambra, constituting a nuisance to time and space. But then it's the second stanza of it. Let me just, from memory, 3 steps Soludo wants Ohaneze Indigo to start taking rather than supporting Peter Obi, and why. Earlier, correspondents reported that Charles Soludo, the governor of Anambra State, has told the Igbo highest socio-political organization, Ohaneze Indigo, to negotiate Igbo interest with Bola Tinubu of APC and Atiku Abubakar of PDP. The governor reveals that the Igbo leaders should start revisiting the agreements the federal government made with the Southeast region after the Civil War for development. The economist maintained that though emotions may say it is Igbo's turn to be president, it requires cold calculation, negotiation, building alliances for the region to succeed in its quest for power. So what I am noticing is an ideological chasm. An ideological chasm, imagine out of the Southeast. So, of course, the Peter Obi narrative, we all know the trajectory of that. But I see the Peter Obi narrative as somewhat opportunistic because it was never a window even 6 months ago. But even 6 years ago, Tinubu was a window because of the building blocks that he was putting in place. So Tinubu did not land with the APC ticket because anybody liked him. It's because he worked over 2 decades to put himself there now where he is now. But the Peter Obi thing, it was just opportunistic. There was an echoing of our Southeast turn, and he just chanced his hand. But what Soludo is inviting is that really the route to power is to follow that negotiating with ethnic nations within Nigeria to form that relationship to evolve. So that's Tinubu pathway. So that's the ideological chasm that is evolving after the Southeast. But where do you weigh in that divide, Ajan Lekoko?
One man. Look, as good as what Soludo is saying, as good as it sounds, it's not achievable right now. The political reality in Southeast is as past what Soludo is recommending. And what I mean is this. In politics, you don't negotiate when you are not involved. You don't negotiate when you don't deliver. You have to be involved and you have to deliver votes to that will contribute to the victory. Is it possible for Southeast to deliver votes that will contribute to Tinubu's victory if eventually Tinubu is going to win? No. Is it possible that they will contribute votes to the victory of Atiku now from the Southeast? No, it's not going to be possible. Look, Obi phenomenon in the East is stronger than anything now. People in the East are looking at Obi as their son. I'm not talking about the political leaders now. I'm talking about the ordinary folk that we fought on election day. They don't understand all this strategy, all this write-up of this Soludo guy, a professor that doesn't understand politics. What he's recommending is purely medicine after death. Look, it cannot work. What is recommended now cannot work because we are past that stage. People are strongly committed to Obi and nothing can take them back. They want to vote for one of their sons, whether it's going to win or not. It is going to be difficult to now tell people, oh, look, because we want to, we can get some position at the federal level. Where would they go? He's saying that they have to go and talk to two of them. This guy doesn't understand politics. You can't talk to two of them. You have to commit to one side and deliver. That is the way it works. It is why you deliver your geopolitical group to the victory of a particular candidate, that you leaders can sit down. This is what we want. This is what we want before and after victory. Before victory, you sit down and talk, and after victory, then you consolidate on that agreement. That is the way it works. It cannot work anymore now. They have allowed this obese this thing to get out of hand. If we are to be at the early stage that they call Obi, all of them gather together, including this Soludo, that is talking as if as if what he's saying it could make sense to people that are political novice that doesn't know how the practicality of politics work. It could make sense to them, but to me it doesn't make sense. It's medicine after death. If we are to be before Obi phenomenon, you know, blew out of proportion, yes. They will have said, okay, don't go. They will have called maybe Atiku, okay, look, we are together. Let us sit down. Let us do this thing. What are you going to give us? Are you ready to compensate this guy with the vice president so that we can go along? We know you have taken the ticket, but what do you really want to do? Maybe they would have stricken a deal and Obi will have still remained a man of the people, will have still be in PDP today. And the East will have loved, will have still given their, but they allow this thing they allow Obi to run his own thing. This man is strongly committed. The youth are behind him, and and the election look very tribal now. It look very, very tribal. People in Yoruba land, a majority of Yoruba people will vote for Tinubu. So where do you want Igbo people to deliver their vote?
No, Ajale Koko, I think what Soludo is suggesting is not suggesting that they try and gravitate votes towards either Tinubu or Atiku. But what he's saying is that they should not be too frontal in their support of Peter Obi. so that when the winners emerge in 2023, either Atiku or Tinubu, that they already have an established relationship so that their region is not abandoned. And then through that relationship, they can build structures around somewhat creating a viable pathway to the presidency. So he's just inviting them to dump Obi and start to negotiate now for Igbo interest.
But I
What?
think that can be hard. The way I say that, because Nigeria still don't trust the Igbo, so what's to do the same not gonna work. He knows that. He knows the truth.
Nigeria do not distrust the Igbo, so I'm not sure you should. Did you not just see the picture that I showed with Nigerians don't distrust the Igbos now?
No. I mean political. No, I don't mean like. I mean political.
No, we are Nigeria now. You and I, we are Nigeria.
Man, to me, I if I want to make my own suggestion, I think Nigeria is at the point, I'll call it a joke, in the sense that all this Igbo stone. After Igbo, what about Delta people stone? I don't get why we are still Nigeria, to be honest. I think they should have this kind of system that everybody, if they want to do it, okay, Nigeria, let everybody have their own thought. Whether Fulani, Yoruba, whichever tribe, if not for 4 years, may everybody they go. Because all this thing, because one day now, if you're circulating this power between Igbo, Hausa, and Yoruba, all this smaller tribe is gonna come. Wait a minute, what about my turn? Am I not part of Nigeria? Do you get? I don't see how Nigeria is even. I think we should just, everybody should just go their way and let's have a peaceful. If the Southeast wants to, form Biafra, fine and good. Then now rotate powers towards, Delta, Igbo, all these, rotate powers in their own way. But all these outside Yoruba and Igbo as major, we got the battle. It doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't really make sense, because one day Nigeria will definitely come to that level that all these small tribes are gonna be like, wait a minute, what about me? They're gonna come to that time. I can guarantee you this. So I don't know what we're still doing. I really don't.
All right, thank you. So Ajale Koko, round up that space, but stay with us. Then I want to take the conversation on to Kulata, and I want to put him in a position, but round up that space. So Ludo, yanking down posters. So I think there's personal animosity. I'm not quite sure if it's in both directions. But I think there's somewhat animosity. In fact, it is quite clear that there's animosity there between Soludo and Peter Obi.
Oh yes, I will agree with you. There's animosity, and everything is writing is just expressing his naivety in politics, in the way politics works. You don't negotiate when you don't.
Sorry, Thomas. Let Ajale Koko run through. Just so
no worries. No worries. Yeah.
Just so it's not too staggered all the time. Yeah, Ajale Koko, go on.
You cannot negotiate effectively when you are not involved. It's impossible. It's impossible. You can't negotiate effectively when you are not involved. You don't negotiate effectively when you don't deliver. That is the way politics works. You have to convince me that you contribute to my success before I listen to you and give you what you deserve. You see, we have some Igbo in APC. Those Igbo in APC, like Hope Uzodinma, precisely, I think, is the leader of APC in the East, because he's the one coordinating the East for Asiwaju. It looked like Abiyaju has recognized him as his top notcher in the East. So those are the one, and some others, that will bring something home for Igbo land if Tinubu wins. Other leaders whatsoever, maybe Indigo, after Tinubu wins, if he wins, they can connect with Hope Uzodinma and others in APC to, maybe to pressure them, to put pressure on Tinubu to bring something home to the East. That is but to say, oh, you have to be talking to the two sides, and And in the recess of it, you see, when Buhari mentioned that thing, that I will not give the part, one region in Nigeria, one geopolitical group in Nigeria that contributed 5% to my victory, I will not give them more than those that contributed 50%. That is the reality of politics. Though he's not supposed to say that as the president of Nigeria, but that is the way it works. Those that contributed more have bargaining power to get more position, because for re-election, for another terms in office, you need their vote. You have to give them something substantial to give them confidence that yes, to give them confidence and that commitment to your presidency. So those that deliver more, they get more than the person, than the group that deliver less. That is the way it works in politics. So if the Northeast doesn't contribute anything to the success of anything, I mean, to any one of these this thing, they will get less. But PDP might bring better significance, might have significant recognition in article government than that of APC, because PDP is their traditional party. They've been coming a long way with PDP. It's just that Obi just suddenly left PDP to party, and people that have been yearning for Igbo presidency sees that as opportunity for them to show their own and support their own this time around, because they see what PDP did to jettison the rotational presidency as a slap on the South, and particularly Southeast. So PDP is the one that could consider them better than APC. But will the people go and vote? People will not go and vote for PDP. But if PDP win, I believe that PDP, Atiku Abubakar particularly, have an established relationship, long-time relationship with the leadership of leadership of political leadership in the Southeast. They can still get, more position or more appointment better than they will get in APC. But vote for them, I don't see this time around. It's very, 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 very tough. It's very tough.
Adale Koko, do you want to see the most ridiculous comments that you ever see this year? Do you want to see it? This is from PlayStation. This is from PlayStation. It says even Bode George that chaired the meeting is sponsored by Tinubu. Bode George is sponsored by Tinubu.
How can somebody talk like that, for God's sake?
George. I don't think he knows who Bode George is. Bode George is sponsored by Tinubu.
One, you're putting me out of context. That's not what I said.
But it's on the screen now. It's on the screen.
No. I was responding to what somebody said, that the G5 governors are being sponsored by Tinubu. So I now asked, told the person, so do you mean, do you mean that even Bode George?
Okay.
I was about to mock you.
Please, don't Tinubu me.
I was about to mock you. I was about to banish him from because if I are serious, look at this guy.
Bode George, Bode George said that if Tinubu wins, he will leave Nigeria to Ghana or somewhere. Where did he say he's going?
Ghana, he said he wants to go to Ghana.
He said we go.
Did Boy George or is it what was it called? Charlie Boy, did he not say that as well? That if somebody wins, he will leave the country.
I'm not sure of Charlie Boy, but right. I know that of I remember that of Bode George vividly. He said he will leave Nigeria to Ghana.
All right. So, there's still a few talking points I want to put to you, Ajan Lekoko, but as Saki Father recommended yesterday, I want to vary it just so everybody gets equimix. So stay with us just for as long as you can. But before I go on to Kulata, let me acknowledge the super chats that have been coming in. Of course, Alexander Gomez. It says those Thomas observations always come to pass. So Thomas, the soothsayer, Wodi Thomas. So still Alexander Gomez, Kwakwanso does not suffer fools gladly. So the prospects of Kwakwanso subordinating himself to Yemsen Wike, Alexander Gomez finds somewhat ludicrous. And this is not a super chat, a super sticker from Emeka Anthony. So thank you, Emekus. So I was saying just when I was opening that we've maintained 100% so far on the buy the coffee thing. And I was speculating if we might miss the 100 mark, but it looks as though that 100% record has been maintained. Kicked off, of course, I wouldn't say, yes, kicked off this time, I would say, by Thomas all the way in Nigeria. I wonder why it's super chat, why it's, I thought you needed every dollar to be in Nigeria, but there is Thomas still having the billionaire, otherwise known as Thomas. So he kicked that off. Akim, Taiwo joined him, and as ever, Ayo, of course, who routinely does that. So thank you to the three of them, but of course not limited to those three. I am insatiable, so just continue at your will. But thank you everyone to the super chatters and the coffee buyers. To the super chatters.
Oh man, do you have a cash app? Because the coffee something is not my thing.
No, it's fine. I don't have those, but don't worry. If in spirit you are buying the coffee, if not in fact. So if you are buying it in spirit, then that's good enough. All right. Thank you. So let's move the conversation on to Kulata. And Kulata, this is somewhat a curiosity. I'm surprised it took so long for them to find it, but they have now found oil in the north. So when they were searching about this, they took $1 billion from the, and I'm talking dollars, not silly money. They took $1 billion from the Nigerian treasuries to say that they were going to search for oil in the north. And I thought that was just the standard looting, but it looks as though they have discovered oil in at least 3-4 states. But now they have started in commercial quantity as well. Now they have started to process it. So what does this mean? Does this mean then this is our escape route to get the Yoruba nation that every true-born Yoruba man wants? So because they always say that these people are after the oil and nothing else. So now that they get their own oil, so does this mean that this is our escape route from them? That's one. Or are they going to double down? Because it's my personal view that these people are on a conquest mission. Is that oil going to be part of the Commonwealth, or is it going to be kept within their region? And does this also mean that we get now ratcheting up in quota allocations from OPEC? So all of that, you are the economist. Talk us through that, Kulata.
Well, it's good news, whether we like it or not, that they're gonna go drill. I mean, since I was a kid, I've been hearing about the possibilities of hydrocarbon because somehow we're like, is it Libya or Niger, one way or the other? No, initially it was like we were like Libya. Then they now discovered oil in Niger. They now said, of course, most likely we're gonna have oil in the north. So this is not the end, though. There's still Benue Trough, there's still Gongola Basin to be drilled that they've discovered oil, all in the northeast. So what this will do is almost immediately, Bauchi and Gombe will start getting their 13% derivation, like Lagos. So I think it's not immediately going to change much. I think we're still going to start sharing it. But I feel the conversation around restructuring may be a bit more palatable now. People may be more willing to listen to the pros and cons of restructuring, because now oil was what was sticking the country together. Now you have it all over the northeast. And if they drill, I mean, there's that reserve. I think it has proven reserves of 1 billion, 1 billion barrels or something like that.
Yes.
So while that's a lot, at least it will, till oil is relevant, it should be able to do something. So I think in the near term, the only thing that's going to happen is those states will start getting the 13% derivation, additional 13% derivation. But I don't see an immediate push to anything drastic. But I see the North at least starting to soften their stance on the federalism. That's how I see it. But there's going to be some challenges because they need to figure out like transportation of the crude from that place to the port. So I mean, some infrastructures will have to come out of this, and I hope they find gas there too. Because if they find gas there, where there's oil, most likely there'll be gas. So if they find gas there too, nothing is stopping us from being a major energy hub to Europe. So this is more incentive to build those pipelines. And to
you mean the Morocco line, the Morocco?
Yeah, the Morocco gas line. Because if there's oil there, most likely there should be gas. And like I said, there's still everything is in the northeast. By the way, there's still Gongola Basin, there's still Benue, Upper Benue Trough that they can still go drill from. So I think isn't this the Gongola Basin? Wait, Gongola.
I think so.
I think this is Gongola Basin. Yeah.
It was found in Niger, in Gombe, and in Bauchi. So I would say that's the Gongola Basin. Yeah.
Yeah. So this is the Gongola Basin one. There's still the Upper Benue one, and then I think there's some in Kogi area too. But I think Kogi and Anambra, they're disputing it. But anyway, it's good news, but very late news. Because imagine if we've had this since the 80s.
You mean oil is being phased out? Is that what you mean by late?
Yeah, oil is being phased out now. So maybe more useful life, another 10 to 15 years before things kind of go. But it's not like Africa is going to move immediately from oil. We can't afford to do that. But for us to be able to get a solid international market, it would have been good if we had this in the 80s or even as late as the early 90s. We will have been. I think we'll have made some progress, but well, it's not too late. At least it's something.
The North is almost now imagined as actually the wealthiest region because they have vast reserves of gold and they have emerald as well. Zinc, of course, they have there. Now oil. It's turning out to be perhaps, we all thought we were dependent on the Niger Delta. But it looks as though we might well be depending on the North. That is if they're willing to share the oil with Nigeria. Do you anticipate that they will share it with Nigeria?
So the North has most of our mineral resources, especially the North Central. A lot of our mineral resources. The core North also has a lot of pressure. There's a lot of precious stones. There's lithium. There's gold. There's so many things in there. And then
is it not lithium that Elon Musk is chasing Nigeria for?
Yeah, that is lithium that Elon Musk is chasing us for. And also there's in the middle belt, the steel. So when you look at the North, in the Jos area is temperate. You can grow strawberries, you can grow roses, you can grow all sorts of things. Kenya makes billions of dollars just growing flowers and roses that they export. We could be doing that in Jos. You grow apples, you grow strawberries, you grow all that stuff in Jos. So there's a lot of potential there in just Plateau State. Then you look at Bauchi. Bauchi tourism, massive tourism can be done in Bauchi, a lot. And then you now have all these natural mineral resources scattered all over the place. So the North is very, very blessed. The North also had hydropower, like all our dams, they're in the North. All of them are in the North. So the potential in the North is massive. The potential wealth in the North is massive. That's why you need someone that can help re-engineer the culture there from backward looking. Not backward looking. Let me put it, conservative Islam to something that the Saudis and the UAEs are now adopting. some sort of modern Islam. If they can do that, Nigeria will fire up. Our GDP will be not. I mean, our GDP will be 1.5 trillion or something if we can get everybody productive. So there's potential in Nigeria. We just need the good hands. We need someone that can help transform the country.
Who do you think is best placed to harness all of this? Who do you think is best placed to harness it in the field at the moment?
If it comes to the north, it's Kwakwanso. If it comes to the north, because Kwakwanso can impact the culture. Buhari wasted the opportunity. Buhari could have impacted the northern culture.
Did, even more so than Kwakwanso. Yeah.
He wasted it. He actually made it worse. I think it was scared of rocking the boat. It was scared of affecting his people. Maybe he was trying to protect them, and that's why he allowed them to be running crazy. And look at where it got us. So, but Kwakwanso is the one that I think can significantly impact their lives. The more, I mean, that will be lasting, I think. From the normal candidates, yeah, if Obi carries off with the farming he wants to do, he just needs a lot of allies in the north, so it doesn't become another Jonathan. Obi will be able to do something. Tinubu too will be able to do something. He has the necessary friends. But the problem with the Tinubu one is, Lagos Tinubu, the people that are going to work for him. I mean, all the Edun, all the Oshibaju and co. But in an heterogeneous Nigeria, where he has to kind of like reach out to Ganduje, send me your person, El Rufai, send me your person. Will he still be able to kind of like assemble a solid team and run the engine? He can assemble a solid team, no doubt. But can he run the engine the way they used to run it in Lagos, where they will be sharing ideas? So those are kind of like...
It depends on who his SGF is. If we are looking at Buhari as a template, for instance, as an example... Sorry. Is that you? All right. Sorry. If we're looking at Buhari as a template, for example, Buhari, everybody knows he's not running his administration. There's a cabal around him. And at the epicenter of that cabal is the secretary to the government. The role that Gambari occupies now, the role that Abba Kyari occupied before he died. So whoever occupies that role essentially will run that government. So
chief of staff, you mean?
Like chief of staff. Yes, so they call it the SGF, don't they, in Nigeria? So if fashion...
No, that's a different office. SGF is Boss Mustafa.
All right.
Yeah.
No, which role does Gambari occupy?
That's the chief of staff.
All right, so that's the role I was saying. So if Fashola occupies that role, because we know that Tinubu, he doesn't have the energy to run the country, but if Fashola occupies that role, then because he can run it in the spirit of, and it will run effectively. So do you subscribe to that, or am I just talking nonsense?
Yeah, no, you're not talking nonsense. I said it on this platform before, and I said it on my Facebook like a long time ago. I said after the president, the most powerful office after that of the president is chief of staff. And the reason being, everything that goes to the president has to go through the chief of staff. So the chief of staff determines the president's priorities. So if you have a capable chief of staff like Fashola, for example, then Tinubu's government will be successful. But if
Kulata, do you know the chief of staff now, Gambari, is actually very capable if you check his resume. Working with you, working with these missions and everything.
No, he's not capable. He made a mess in Myanmar.
Professor Gambari? No, no, I'm not talking about what his performance under Buhari. On his own. Normally, you would think that he would do well.
No, I wouldn't. I'm talking about his performance as a special envoy to Myanmar, which was formerly Cambodia. He nearly ruined that country. The Americans sacked him. It's not effective.
I think, Playtown, I think you're confusing.
And is demonstrating in here, in his present position as the chief of staff. There are a lot of abnormalities still going on in this administration, which shouldn't be. I mean, because
You see,
like Kulata said,
everybody
I mean,
blamed
chief
the
of
former
staff.
one. This one came the same thing.
No,
Yes. If it, so what?
I think it's
If they
just
are
they're
not
just.
good enough, they are not good enough. You know.
I think Buhari is just a.
no, I think it is Buhari's leadership style that's the problem. But also, this Gambari guy, let's not confuse long experience with effectiveness. I think this guy just has a long resume that looks good on paper, but I'm not so sure he's capable of good judgment and sound judgment. Then we also need to remember that Buhari surrounds himself with, like, Buhari is very insular. He surrounds himself with some cabal-like figures, like that's his
With
nephew. What's the name of
allies.
his allies? What's the name of that? His nephew again.
Friends
Those
of
ones
30,
even
40 years.
they pushed his wife away. Then you have one young Tunde guy from Katsina. That's kind of like is almost like is almost like the default chief of staff. So I don't even think Gambari has that much control over Buhari's affairs. But if Tinubu has his friends that they work together, they understand their own rhythm, like Fashola, then I mean it will do amazing. But now the problem is Fashola too is also Muslim. So are you going to have a president Muslim, a vice president Muslim, and chief of staff Muslim?
No. What of Gambari? Is Gambari not a Muslim? Even the one that was there before
but there's
Gambari,
I think
the
there's
president have
Osibanjo
the
now.
right.
But there's Oshibanjo there now. But there's
No.
Oshibanjo there. There's a Christian.
No. It doesn't matter.
A potential.
No.
Look, Ajane Goko, a potential Tinubu presidency.
Hold on, Kulata. Look, it's the right of the president to choose whoever he likes as his chief of staff. They don't consider whether a Muslim or Christian. So that doesn't come into consideration at all. And Fashola, we know Tinubu, Fashola, all these people, they are not religious brigade. They are not ethnic brigade. Nobody going to raise any eyebrow on that. So that is non-issue at all. Where religion of whoever that becomes the vice, the chief of staff, it doesn't come to play at all. So,
but Ajali Coco, what about we getting El Rufai chief of staff? I can't imagine it, but
no, he's somewhat of a really. It's an ethnic jingoist. El Rufai. It's an ethnic jingoist.
I can't even imagine it, but it could happen.
And I want us to know that Fashola was the chief of staff of Tinubu when he was governor. So if it's having him again as the chief of staff, I think everybody will applaud it, because as a chief of staff to Tinubu, it was the strength of Tinubu too. That time when Tinubu was governor, because he was the one doing most of the work, coordinating and making sure that the government was running effectively. And that is why Tinubu fell in love with him. That look, this guy is a workaholic. He works 24 hours. I will want him to be the governor of Lagos State after me. So everybody will applaud it if he becomes the chief of staff to Tinubu presidency. So
people will grumble, Ajane Goko, because even though
tell me on what basis?
Hey, religion, no, now we know it is not material, but they will still say, oh, the president Muslim, the vice president Muslim, the chief of staff Muslim. Then they will now put SGF. I mean, they have to make SGF Christian, otherwise all bets are off. So they will make the SGF Christian. Then who knows who's gonna be the Senate president? If they better pick a Christian. But the people are still going to grumble. People will grumble. I think it's going to be effective. But the people will get over it. Grumbling is not going to be forever. They'll get over it as long as they can deliver. But that's how I see it,
yeah. Some people, but that grumble. I mean, how do I describe it? That grumble will not be. I mean, from where will it come from? Will it from the south? From the east?
From the east. People will grumble from the east.
No, Easterners love Fashola now. They love it. They love it.
I think they'll grumble.
The chief of staff positions, they are not really ones that the people don't really pay attention to the positions of chief of staff mostly. What will happen is that that's why because for a fact if Tinubu wins that election, this is not a matter of equivocation. I want everybody to quote me now on this platform today. That will be the chief of staff. That is the next chief of staff.
It's the obvious choice. It's the obvious choice because a chief of staff, you have to be an enforcer.
Enigmatic, why do you say people don't pay attention? Because Abba Kyari was the chief of staff, and all we heard when Abba Kyari was alive was cabal, Abba Kyari, cabal.
Because this is quite deep because you know Abba Kyari, he was operating, from the fold of that cabal group. He was the face of the cabal in the administration. Abba Kyari,
and the Funtua, and the Buhari nephew, Mama Ndara.
Mama Ndara. So in Tinubu's cabinet, right, it is a given if you are close, because even when you look at if you look at what he's doing now in the campaign, he's the director of the election monitoring and planning. So is more or less, quote and unquote, the director general of the campaign secretariat now.
Yeah, the engine room. The engine room.
So it's the engine room. He directs everything that goes around Tinubu now in the campaign. So by default, and with people who are very close, right? If you are very close to the ground, you know there's no gain. It's a no-brainer. Fashola will be the chief of staff. With Fashola being the Tinubu's chief of staff, I can bet you know Fashola very well now. First of all, you are dealing with a genius. You cannot play around him. And then what are you talking about? And then what's his name? Buhari's administration could have been a very fantastic administration if he had actually played, to the rule that was charted for him from day one. But immediately when he got the government, they hijacked.
They discarded that immediately they got into office. That's why I think a potential Tinubu administration can never be like a Buhari administration. Never. Because I think they operate differently. The mentality is
already
different.
Working with some diaspora groups now that are those in tech that I know. There are some things we cannot say on the platform, but I can assure you that even make I just throw small jabs to my Igbo friends. Don't be
don't.
You can't help it, can you?
Please don't jab.
Don't be surprised if they extend an olive branch to Peter Obi to work with the administration. This is what I want to tell you. Yes.
That would be fantastic, though. That would be fantastic. If Tinubu wins and it brings Peter Obi in, that would be fantastic.
And he has said this categorically that the next Senate president, they want if he wins, he wants the next Senate president to come from Southeast, and that's why they are trying to canvass for.
I think it's obvious.
For Orji Uzor or Shimaroke, there's every possibility that
if
they do not vote for Orji Uzor by politics of APC, if they vote for Shimaroke.
Who is drinking tea? Who is drinking tea? And can I have some?
No, you can't.
Shimaroke will possibly. There's every possibility that he will have to decamp so they can make him. But they want the Senate president to come from the Southeast for a fact, because Bajabi Amila definitely is not going to be speaker again. The speaker is going to be Ado Doguwa. Go and put it down. Ado Doguwa from Kano State. That's probably going to be the next speaker of the House. Then Senate president. All things being equal, if the Southeast play their game very well, they will definitely have Orji Uzor or Shimaroke Namani. And then the SGF is probably going to be from the North Central. Mainly, maybe the current Director General of the campaign, Bakola Long. Then that one will see this is senatorial.
So no, what about Northwest? What do they get? Northwest.
That's
Speaker.
Speaker will come from there now.
That's Tashere now. Speaker is small.
But
No,
apart
it's
from
Speaker
other
is
things that
small.
will come, apart from other things that will come, at least in Kano State will have in Northwest they'll probably have maybe the Minister of Defense, maybe of course the FCT Minister, which is like a governor already. So they will balance this thing very well. So all I want now is, and that's why they are actually, first of all, we understand the fact that Tinubu is not an ethnic jingoist, it's not nepotistic, and that he will go for the right guys. But when it comes to making appointments, and that's why you see people gravitating towards him. As I'm talking to you now, Baba, there are over 6,000, over 6,000 or almost 6,000 portfolios in several parastatals that are not filled up. So Tinubu wouldn't let that happen. That's why he says they will reward everybody that works for the campaign.
Max,
for now.
you realize in APC, in APC, the Southeast didn't get a lot of things in APC. So it's better for Igbo, better for Atiku to be president for the Igbo, so you will get something. But Tinubu, I'm not Igbo get anything because APC. The reason I'm saying this.
Sorry, why would the Eagles not get anything on that Tinubu Charlie boy?
No, because APC, the APC, like when Biles president, he didn't like the Igbo, the APC. So I think for the Igbo,
That's Buhari personally.
What's
not
that Buhari now?
That's not.
You cannot compare Buhari with Tinubu now. That's where you guys are. I can look. Let me tell you one thing. If Peter Obi does not become the president, the best game that the Southeast can have is through Asiwaju, because first of all, each state, like Anambra, will have a minister now. Each of the states in the federation, by the provisions of the constitution, we have a minister. Then it becomes who is the minister I want to choose from certain states. In the Southeast, for instance, he's already telling everybody who is very close to ground that he wants the Senate president to come from the Southeast. And that's why they are telling them now, do not overplay your politics, not to vote for your sons. Some people
But enigmatic, they hate Tinubu now from the South.
It doesn't matter whether
it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter at this point. They hate him or not. He has won the election. He has to work with
Southeast. In Anambra, Ben Akabuize is always going to get something from Tinubu.
So Ben Akabuize will be in the cabinet for sure. He may not be a substantive minister, but it's probably going to be SSA on economic. The same thing he's been doing, on the national level.
But in my opinion, I think if Tinubu wins, could be a crisis in the country. I just see that happening. It could be a crisis. People can be angry. Now, not me. Just
no. Why would that? Sorry, Charles. Why would there be a crisis? Because the political landscape already indicates that he has a good chance of winning. So if he does win, nobody can claim that they were surprised that he has won. But if he loses, I don't think but if he wins, nobody can say that they were surprised or anything that he has won.
Roman, there are two people that I know that I trust Wike for a fact that if Wike now, let's assume Wike is in this race, Wike will do a very solid job, uniting the country, spreading things around. You cannot compare Buhari and Tinubu when you look at even Tinubu's antecedents, and that's why I say, do you guys actually know Tinubu? Do you actually know this guy? If you look at him very well, number one, the kind of Islam he practices is not one of those extremists, right? And then he's been working across the board. All he wants from you is, are you a talent? Come on, shut up.
Don't tell her. Don't do that. You are a bully on the screen. You are a bully everywhere.
I think Tinubu will probably focus. I think Tinubu will probably focus more on Southwest when he's elected.
No. As you know, we love children here. We like to hear children in the background.
One man, do you think Tinubu will probably focus on Southwest when he wins? I feel like he's going to focus more on Southwest.
No, I don't think he's going to focus. I think he's going to give them somewhat preferential treatment. But I don't think he's going to do like Buhari, that is going to be saying, I think he's going to try and develop the country as best as he can. I think he will.
But let me tell you.
Enigmatic. Hold on.
Okay.
So his manifesto already stated that for each region, it's going to take two major cities in each region and build them up. And then he's laid out the industries he's targeting. In the southeast and the south, he's targeting manufacturing, labor-intensive manufacturing. In the southwest, he's targeting glass making because we have some sort of special clay or sand. Then in Kano, in the northwest, we all know it's going to be Kano and Kaduna, textile industry. And then in the northeast, I can't remember the northeast, but the north central is mineral. So he's laid out all those plans if you read his manifesto. But there's no government that will come in that can afford not to favor the southwest because the economic power of the country is in the southwest. So if you ignore the southwest, your economy will shrink. That's the advantage the southwest has over other regions.
And the advantage that the southwest does have is Lagos. So it's really Lagos, isn't it?
Yeah. It's Lagos. It's all Lagos now. Lagos and Ogun.
But he will give Lagos that special status that they've been clamoring for a long time.
But they have special status under Buhari too, because one of the first things that Buhari said was that Lagos gets special status.
But he will develop Southeast though. I know.
So he will develop Southeast. And there's this, I don't know why people think they're not trying to develop the port. They're trying to develop the port actively. So One is the fastest growing port in the country right now. I mean, I just checked it again. But the problem now is that southwest. I mean, what's the name of that road? Is it southwest? Why am I calling it southwest road? Is it east-west road or something? That road is a problematic road. They need to do something about that road. And then the rail, they need to put a rail there quickly. But I think he will be able to develop that if things pan out. And I think Wale Edun will also have a lot to do in his administration if he does become the president.
All right, take us back to the oil space and
So the oil now. If there's oil there, they start digging. You see now, one of the reasons why where they have this rail to this Niger that all of us are kind of like complaining about. There's refinery in Niger. If they find oil there, it's easy for them to go and refine it in Niger. So I think it's one of those plans that they've had all along, because I think they always knew they were going to drill for oil in the north. They abandoned it because of Boko Haram at some point. Because I forgot, there's also one in the Chad area. That Chad area, there's also oil there. So it's one of the reasons why you have the rail infrastructure and all those things. So when they start drilling for oil, they'll be able to transport it and refine it there and sell it across the border over there. So from a strategic perspective, if everybody keeps their emotions in check, there's nothing wrong for us to make the oil, refine it there, and then sell it upwards. I mean, it's a market. There's a massive market there. You push it Niger and above, Niger, Chad, Mali, push it there. And then if you can get gas, pipe the gas through that Morocco line. And again, we need to project soft power. It's not everything is green. Nigeria is the giant of Africa. Then we need soft power. How do you do soft power? You make some strategic investment in your neighboring countries, and you are able to influence our politics, influence different things. And then when you need them for things like this, they will be able to give their land to you to let you pass your pipeline or let you take your oil to refine. So it's good news. It's a win-win in my opinion. I hope we don't F it up.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to another talking point, Kulata. Let me take you to the southeast. So I identify somewhat of an ideological chasm in that space. I do, Kulata, because the narrative, the pathway that Soludo is crafting and discussing with the public, with his own people, but really in the public space, the pathway that he is crafting is at odds with the present status quo. What I understand of what Soludo is suggesting to the Southeast space, and is pointing this latest comment to Ohaneze Ndigbo. What I feel he's suggesting is for them to jettison 2023, use this space to negotiate with political blocs, and start to build a negotiated route to the presidency, which he feels is a more assured and a tried and trusted pathway, as at odds with, of course, what is going on now. So do you identify that in his language, one? And if you do identify that in his language, do you concur?
I identify it in his language. What he's saying is right, is legitimate. You should not strategically put all your all your eggs in one basket. It doesn't make any sense from a group from a region. You can emotionally support Obi, you can put all your support for Obi, but Ohaneze needs to sit down and negotiate with APC and PDP, even though they made, I mean, the best people that did this thing is the Arewa. They're way more mature than us. They let each candidate know their interest. So it's clear. So what Soludo is saying is valid. Indeed, I expect Ohaneze to sit with all the candidates the same way I expected Afenifere to sit with the candidates to let you know that this is Igbo interest, this is Yoruba interest, so they're not mistaken whenever they get in office. Now, they can go support whoever they want. But now, the twist to this is Soludo saying that as a valid point, or is coming from a point of self-interest? Because from a self-interest perspective, it pays him, if he has presidential ambition, for Atiku to win, even though we all know Atiku is not winning nothing by now. But it does pay him for Atiku to win. So if he's pushing this narrative and then further saying vote for APC or vote for PDP, then that is wrong. I will feel like, yes, negotiate with these people, but still vote for Peter Obi, because like Peter Obi is your guy. So I don't know if Soludo has ulterior motives.
But Kulata, if he's inviting that they negotiate with the two other parties, and yes, they can still support Peter Obi, but they cannot support him as vociferously as they would have to do or is required of them. So they can't go all wild and all out, but they can support him somewhat, that is our son and we want him to be president, but they can't go through full frontal if they are also in the dark of night speaking to Tinubu and Atiku.
Yeah, but Ohaneze Igbo does not control Southeast votes. It's just a symbolic gesture to say that to say that they endorse Obi or whatever. The people are the ones going to vote, and the people will vote whoever they're going to vote. But Ohaneze being the social cultural group, the default leadership that represent the people, should negotiate. They can give a tepid endorsement to Obi. They know how their people are going to vote anyway. So they can kind of like do the Arewa style, like, I hear you guys out. Whoever follows our policy is who we're going to support. And you may just keep it at that level and tactically don't say much. But at least they know where you stand, and you know where your people stand. You know your people will go and vote for their son. And I mean, the article and Tinubu will not be mistaken that somehow, if they talk to Ohaneze, then Ohaneze will be able to influence Igbo voters to vote for Obi. That's not going to happen. But from a leadership angle, leadership should always be for the selfish interest of the group they represent. And I think that's why that Afenifere conversation went south quickly, because of how I feel about it. I feel Ohaneze should protect Igbo's interest, and they should protect it by talking to all the potential candidates, talking to them, negotiating with them, list priority development items you need for the Southeast. Like, if it's the real, if they're laser focused that you need real, I mean, why can't we have real going from Aba to Onitsha to Owerri to what's it called, to Enugu? Why not? And then to Port Harcourt. So why can't they make that, like, if there's anything you want to do, just do this one thing. Just give us real that'll go from Port Harcourt, maybe on airport, from Port Harcourt to Imo State to Owerri to Onitsha. And if you get that, you know how massive that will change the space of the Southeast. You don't even need government presence. You just need that rail line coming from the port. And then, since on airport is working, just put more influence on governments to negotiate more with the international, with the maritime, whatever that thing is called, so they can direct more ships to an airport. And Southeast starts to bubble economically. It will start doing very, very well. It's a simple thing. But don't now put all your eggs in one basket and then Obi doesn't get there. Then you didn't negotiate anything. Then you now start crying. That was silly.
As I was asking Adanlekoko, same to you. Do you think there's some sort of personal animosity between those two gentlemen, Obi and Soludo?
Adanlekoko, don't go.
No. That was to you.
You mean? Yeah.
As I put to Adanlekoko, now I'm putting it to you.
Sorry, I wasn't.
Yeah.
There's rivalry. There's rivalry. It's not. I mean, there's rivalry. I probably will not call it personal animosity. I just think it's good old rivalry because Obi beat Soludo in the past when Soludo was in PDP. Obi was in APGA, and Obi beat him. And again, when Soludo was contesting this time around, Obi had his own candidate. So there's strong rivalry because they're both in the same age group. They are both limited with timing because if Obi gets in, Soludo is done. Soludo will not. I mean, the only time. I mean, look at if you were Soludo and your ambition is to govern Nigeria. Realistically, you have 8 years left. 8 years. So, in your interest, you don't want Obi to get in. You're praying for Atiku to get in, for you to have a chance. Doesn't mean you still have a chance, though. But at least, I mean, it doesn't mean you're guaranteed a chance. I'm sorry, but at least you have a shot. If Atiku governs for 4 years or 8 years, you could come in under whatever magic. The more I think about it, Soludo cannot be president. It's not even possible. But that's Soludo's game. I don't think there's any animosity. I don't think there's any sort of like.
I feel there's somewhat of a snobbery going on there.
Yeah.
I feel that and this is just my own personal instinct. I feel that Soludo, it feels that because he's achieved so much.
It looks down. It looks down. It does look down a little bit.
Container economic guy be straddling above me where people should be worshiping me. I think he somewhat looks down on Obi.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. There's this uppity feeling, like looking at this trader that everybody now thinks is an economic genius, and perhaps it listens to some of what Obi says, and it's probably pulling the air in his bald head, like, what the hell is this guy saying?
I think is the problem. I think because of whatever he's doing in Anambra State, they're gonna still hold Peter Obi's record over him, and he's still under the shadow of Peter Obi
exactly
now in Anambra. So he's trying to I would say it's envy and
you're
jealousy.
correct.
Yeah,
you're correct.
That is making
there's a legacy clash there.
Is it envy or is more like annoyance?
Yeah, it's very annoying it's very annoying where you feel you are more capable, but the moves you bring on the table, people are like, oh wow, that's a return of what Peter Obi did before. So it's very annoying.
It's annoying.
They hold me as a professor. I'm supposed to be over this guy, this ordinary trader guy. Why are they comparing me? Why are they using why is it like I'm his shadow? You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly. That's the word. That's the summary. Is in Obi's shadows, and he can't seem to get out of Obi's shadows. Maybe this move that I pulled is an attempt to like differentiate himself, like get out of Obi's shadows. But even though it's backfiring on him. But yeah, you guys are right. You guys are right.
Yeah, Kulata, if you watch that interview that started this whole trouble, it was the question Sheun asked. He asked him that Peter Obi, he said something about Peter Obi's style, you understand what I'm saying, of this and this. So because from what Soludo said, it looked like he was rehashing Peter Obi's style of governance. So Sheun had to pick that up and say from what you are saying, are you meaning you are going to go with P2B style and all of that? So that was like,
that's annoying. That would be annoying.
And by the way, Sheon did that deliberately. Or he knew that would get at him. You know, he did that. It was just, you know, a little.
Sheon knew what he did. Sheon knew what he did.
You know,
so the guy was so pissed off at that.
Yes.
Like, what the fuck? Like, why are you gonna like? You have to add him, like, he doesn't know what you're talking. I don't know what you're talking about.
You could see his face. You could see.
Yeah, he was so annoyed.
He was just annoyed. It was just
so
his countenance changed. You know, in Yoruba land, we call that jale, jale. You know, it's like a pinch, just pinch them.
Like pinching.
Yes. You know,
yeah, so Sheon used P2B's template. That's what he said.
Yeah.
He just knows Sheon. I don't know what you're talking about P2B's templates. What I know is those templates.
Yeah, I remember. You see exactly how he's trying to differentiate himself, but he can't get outside of Obi's shadows. So Prof is very pissed.
do you have some empathy for that sentiment that he has, that we're assuming he has? Do you have some empathy for it?
Do I have empathy? No, I don't have empathy. I don't have empathy over that sentiment, because look, you asked for a shot. You got a shot. You are now governing. You now need to make sure you do everything possible to knock Obi's record, or don't even perform so brilliantly that people just say from Soludo on. Because right now Anambra is now from Obi's period, something changed. You need to kind of like knock it out of the park, that everybody forgets that there was an Obi period. The Obi period was short-lived. Make it from Soludo going forward. So put your blueprint over Anambra. But it's still 6 months in the government, so it still has some time to do it. Because if it doesn't perform spectacularly well, they're always going to draw the line that starting from Obi, that is when the fortunes of Anambra change. So he has to knock it out of the park. And that's a difficult thing to do in this economy.
All right. I have to say, so if I was Soludo, I would be irritated for anybody to be, because he has achieved so much. I would be irritated for somebody to be trying to even bracket me with somebody like Peter Obi. Never mind asking me, but it would irritate me. It would irritate me,
and one man, Peter Obi understands that space. That is why he gave that kind of response. He understands what's going on.
That was to dig at him, Abi.
Yes. He said he had to reduce himself to the barest minimum of trader.
Yes.
That was a good dig. That was a very, very good dig. I enjoyed. I liked Obi for saying that thing. Like, me, he said it in his Igbo style accent. Me, trader. I'm just a trader.
Did you think he overemphasized the accent? I am just a trader. He overemphasized. God, fun and games. But
I think.
Go on.
I think, in my view, Soludo should just keep quiet. The more he talks right now, the more people get much at him. I saw a video where some Anambralians were talking down much on him now. I saw someone who was like trying to even compare Soludo's performance as a governor of Central.
Zagi Father, how is your health? Are you all right?
Not too all right now.
Yeah, get well soon. Yeah.
Yeah, so I saw a video where someone was like even trying to tell Soludo that when he was central bank governor, that he never attracted any investment to Anambra State, even in the monetary sector.
But that's not his job, though. That's not part of his job.
No,
but that's the expectation, though. That's the expectation.
When Dorakwene was NAFDAC director, at least Dorakwene made sure that what do we call it? NAFDAC office was built in Anambra State. So didn't attract any investment in Anambra. So this person now made a video and was like saying, Soludo, when you were even the central bank governor, Anambra State didn't benefit even one thing from you. And then he now went ahead and said, the same Peter, who is a common trader, when he became governor of Anambra State, he attracted stock exchange in Anambra State. stock exchange, which is even in the monetary, in the financial sector.
How do you mean
That
stock
even
exchange?
Soludo has.
Sorry.
It's a capital market. It's a capital market. It's under the capital market, but it's part
Yeah,
of.
but I thought that was based
like
in
Nigeria
Lagos.
Stock Exchange complex. He built it, and he brought that
Yes, yes,
No,
yes.
I thought the Nigerian Stock Exchange was in Lagos.
Yeah, they have
No,
Nigerian Stock
they
Exchange in
have one in
Lagos.
Anambra.
Yes, but they
You
have
mean
one
like
in
an
Lagos.
office, like an administrative office? Because the
Yeah,
stock exchange
yeah.
cannot be all over the place. It only has to be in one place.
But
No,
I
we
know
have one in Anambra.
The one they have in Anambra that P2B brought. The trading is going there. I think the stock exchange is like the way we have central
You
bank
mean
in
like a
Abuja.
satellite
We have,
office, like a satellite office?
I think
Um,
like each state in Nigeria they still have central bank branches.
Yes,
So
but
I
there's
think
only
that is
one
the way.
central bank. So
Yeah,
there's
there is only one central bank, but it has
yes.
branches all over the state.
All right.
So I think that
Saki,
is.
I think he used this. When did he serve at Securities and Exchange Commission? When?
SEC chairman from 2015. I mean,
Okay,
under
after he left
Jonathan to
here.
under Buhari, because
Okay.
he did it under Buhari too.
Yeah,
Okay.
but that stock exchange was during
He
his
built that
time as governor.
during his time as governor. I know when he was
So
building it. No.
people are now telling Sulu that he didn't even attract anything at all when he was CBN governor, and he's here claiming he's a professor. So I think he should just keep quiet and stop talking too much on this issue, and allow the sleeping
He
dog.
has no intentions of keeping quiet at Saki Fada. He's tearing down Peter Obi's posters in Anambra as we speak.
One
Tearing
month.
them down.
One
Tearing it
month.
down.
One month. There's an interview. Maybe you have to check. The APGA ex-chairman of APGA granted an interview on AIT, where he was complaining bitterly of how much Soludo is tearing down APGA in the last 6 months that he became governor. That he doesn't know how long APGA is going to last because of his poor leadership and poor emotional intelligence.
Who is
And
that, Victor Ome?
and
Is
then
that Victor Ome?
he cited even the write-up he made about Obi because the man was condemning what he said, and he said that how can somebody that his party is producing a president come out and make a jest and say that it's only two people that is running for election and every other person is fleeting frenzy, including his own candidates, just because he want to undermine Obi, and then you're undermining your own party too. And then the man cited something again. He said that this attack is causing problem in APGA for APGA senatorial and representative House of Rep candidates because what they were doing was that they were trying to collaborate with Obi, where they are trying to get Obi supporters to say, okay, you know what, retain us in the states as APGA House of Reps and senators, and you can go for Obi on the presidency. But with this now, people are revolting in the wards and saying, you know what, looks like we're going to go Labour Party all the way. So he's saying that Soludo's actions and lack of emotional intelligence is just scattering things for them in the past. So currently there's problem in APGA and Anambra, courtesy of Soludo. That's what the man was saying in the IT.
I agree with you. I mean, this is what I have. This is what I said here, that his attack on Obi will invite serious consequences on APGA, and it might even destroy APGA if it's not careful in Anambra State. People might switch to Labour completely, even in the next governorship race. If Obi remains there in Labour, people might switch and destroy this APGA. So this Soludo guy, I think, is just seeking for attention. He's not a political. He doesn't have that that political expertise, that political ingenuity in him to lead a political party. He's forgotten that he is the leader of APGA nationwide now, because that is the only, Anambra State is the only state they have governor. So he by that means assumed the leadership of APGA nationwide. So you are political leader of APGA and you are in the head of the government in Anambra State and you don't know how to manage political space well. It's just It's just a failure. And this thing is saying today.
But you can't actually conclude that he doesn't know how to manage a political. You are basically relying on a statement you just heard from someone now. And
No, you can just confirm now. There's problem in
I'm saying my own position. No, hold on. No, hold on. Let
Somebody
me
still went. I saw a video.
Hold on. Let me finish. Enigmatic. Let me run my own. So this is what I have said. Look, for what he's saying today now, it just shows again that he's politically naive. What he's saying in the public, he can discuss it with the Ohaneze behind closed door. We don't need to know. You are suggesting what you have the capacity to discuss with the leadership of Ohaneze. Why are you saying it in the public? Why do we need to know? He's just inviting more problem to himself and just trying to destroy his political future. He doesn't know that when people are strongly committed to a particular candidate on a tribal basis, because people in the East supporting Obi is on the tribal basis. They are supporting Obi.
They said it's not tribal now.
Don't leave them. That's one a lie that they talk. They are strongly committed to him. That lie, that one. Not forget. Don't leave them.
Now we understand it's an Igbo project.
Don't mind them. That lie that they talk. People in the East committed to Obi is on the tribal basis that this is our son and this look very good for us now. We are having our son on the presidential ticket and we are going to support him to the end. So you can't fight your people. Obi is the interest of the East now, particularly in the East. People in the East that reside in the East, they are not voting for any presidential candidate. Some will vote, we still vote for Atiku and this, but absolute majority of them, on the basis of tribe, they will want to vote for Obi. And you standing in their way, say, no, you cannot do that. They will crush him.
Yeah, Ajanku, you know what?
They will crush him.
Ajanku,
he's not smart politically at all. It's just a shame that this guy, one of the brightest in the East, just want to destroy his political future from now. And it just shows that he's a heady guy. I don't believe he listening to political advisor. And with this report, this guy is telling us that in Abga, they are saying this, that they are not going to. He has just brought calamity on Abga in that state because they will sweep Abga off from Anambra State, and the Labour Party will take over. It's just a matter of time.
So what then?
No, I think he's banking on the fact that he's not running for election, but he's forgetting that the House of Rep members and senators are running. That's selfish. You're putting them at stake because you know your own is not at stake.
So you shouldn't have an opinion now because they have an able president.
No, you're a party leader. This is not opinion. You're no more CBN governor. You're a leader. You're a political leader.
So what he said about Obi now, that is why you guys because I saw Kenneth Okonkwo twice now.
Enigmatic.
He stated some stuff on channel. Then he came another. He was calling
enigmatic.
Scrambling from the excreta or whatever.
Enigmatic. Does Tinubu talk like that? Enigmatic. Does Tinubu talk like that?
You cannot compare Tinubu's
No. Hold on. I am letting you know a political leader doesn't talk. You have to come. You have to watch the space, and you will do.
But they judge this statement. Nobody is killing him.
No. But they judge is not people. No. Hold on, Enigmatic. I think Ajanle Koko may be right. There's an element of naivety to what Soludo did. There's an element of naivety. It knows the political climate at the moment. It knows that Obi is pushing really hard, and it knows that he stands an outsider's chance. So for him to have done that, that's political naivety. I think he may have rather let that rivalry that he feels exists between them. I think that rushed to his head. And there is no way not to see it as politically naive. when all of
No,
the people are behind him and you are trying to stab him in the back?
he
So
allowed
why
his
you why
emotion
you
to
all
take.
concluding
He
that he's
allowed his
jealous?
emotion to take
Why you all
over
concluding that
his.
he's jealous of Obi? Why is everybody concluding easily
Be-
that
Okay,
because
enigmatic,
Obi is jealous of him?
enigmatic. This is not about me. Now, let me tell you another interview. And one man, please go to AIT. This interview was yesterday. You know the leader of PDP now in the southeast,
Daniel Lassie.
Saki. I don't know what's his name. I'm trying to remember his name. The leader of this, the guy that spoke about Obi
Dan
sometime.
Olas.
Dan Olase
I
conducted
saw
an
the
interview.
interview this morning.
Oh,
Yeah,
you
I
saw
saw
the
it.
interview. You saw what he
Yeah,
said
yeah.
about what Soludo did. Even though
Yeah,
he's the
I saw it.
PDP leader, he
Of course.
condemned it. He said that Soludo brought himself down to a market woman. That Soludo sent him that write-up on WhatsApp in the night. And then he read it and was like, what kind of, I mean, he couldn't believe Soludo that would write that. And then he tried to respond to Soludo that he should not publish this kind of thing. But then the stubborn Soludo can never listen to advice.
So
And if you
what
listen,
does that tell you?
You see, Mike, you understand?
no, that tells us that he's naive. That's what
No, that tells us
me.
that
George Obi also said that, as George Obi also, the PDP guy said that, I mean, what you are doing now, the time has passed. So it's naivety because it's not going to change. Even though him is an Atiku supporter, but even him cannot do that kind of thing. Even though he knows he's an Atiku, so he's the one in control in PDP in the southeast. You get what I'm saying? So it's not going to change
Now,
anything.
will you now conclude? Will you now
Mike,
conclude like one man actually said that this is now an Igbo project? Because even Obi of Onisha now, if he says something wrong now about Obi's presidency now, probably they will go and stone him tomorrow morning. So we should conclude now that
No. You cannot.
See, the PDP guy did not
interpret
even
it
say
like
he's
that.
supporting Obi. He's only saying that the move is naive politically. Even him too has spoken against what Obi is doing because he's supporting Atiku. He feels we should go Atiku way, but he's saying that the move Soludo took was just too politically naive. He even used the phrase "market woman." He used it on AIT. It's not something you expect from a professional.
Ajalekoko, do you think Soludo can recover? Can he redeem himself from this, or is this a fatal blow that he has inflicted on himself? Self-harm?
No, you see, what is going to happen, it's going to depend on the outcome of the election. If Obi loses, people will see Soludo as one of those that contributed to his failure. People, look, the way Nigerian reason when it comes to tribal interests is different. That their tribal interest is just, they don't want to look at any reason whatsoever.
Babaja is going to lose. We know he's going to lose already. We
No,
know.
but hold on. Whether it's going to lose, but what they are saying, the way they're going to look at it is that his voice carry weight. His voice carry weight. He's the leader of ABGA, political leader, and in government as well. And is one of Nigerians that when he speak, everybody will listen. So when you in that position now speak against one of your own in the public, when you know your region are all, majority of your people are all committed to this man. No, you are just, I mean, politician doesn't do that.
I think if he comes out and apologize, all will be forgiven. I really think so.
He will never do that.
Soludo will never do that. He's too heavy for that.
Yes. If he comes out and apologizes and said, look, people, I made mistake, I think we have to support one of our own. It will end there.
Soludo does not have that kind of emotional intelligence.
But he just need to bury his
ego is too much.
And all this nonsense that is. You just need to bury it.
If you
apologize when? Is it now or after the election?
Now.
You can't do it now.
No.
Apologize
You
now.
just have to look, Kulota. You want to die as a man, you die but once. So let him do it now. And, air will
he's
blow
castrated himself.
And he will come to the same level with the people.
No, that will be castrating himself now.
I think people will respect him more if he comes out and apologizes. I really think
people will
Ludo will
respect
never
him more.
apologize.
Apologize for
People
what?
love him.
Apologize for
Better.
what?
People
See,
love him.
I think if he apologized, they're gonna
People
see.
love him from the east. The
Hold on, let us
entire
tell the
people in the east
If you
love him.
listen to a lot of commentators, Aja, if you listen to a
He
lot of
hasn't done
commentators
anything
in the
wrong,
past
Joe.
few days
So,
about this,
one voice at a time, gentlemen. Go on now, uptown. Yeah,
okay,
let's hear from
okay.
here.
If you listen to a lot of commentators, including the PDP guy, including Professor Dinkalo in Arise, everybody was applauding Obi's response. Even Reno had to applaud Obi's response with Omokri. So a lot of people were like, wow, that Obi just showed that he's a leader once again. So it's almost like
that
Obi is
more
not the one
mature than
scoring
him.
the advantage out of Soludo has given Obi another advantage to prove that he's probably a more matured leader. You get what I'm saying? And that's not cool.
Mm-hmm.
Can I say something?
That's not cool for him.
Let's hear from Charlie Boy, who's trying to get his voice in. So, Charles, yes, let's hear from you.
The reason why that you people don't like that, you people don't like people like Sudo who tries to try. You people don't like that. That's why you people don't like that. You people don't like that. That's the culture of evil people. They don't like criminals to despite the tribe. They don't like that. Their pride in the tribe. That's what you people are trying not to do. You don't like that. That's how you people act.
No, I don't think it's about tribe, Charles. I think it's about loyalty. I think it's about loyalty. There's an element of treachery because there's an unspoken understanding that the clan has to allow Peter Obi to have this opportunity. And even people that don't like him, they either stay quiet or say something complimentary. And if they cannot say something complimentary, you've not heard from Rotas Okorocha now on all of these type of people. Because they cannot countenance Peter Obi, but they are not certainly going to go against the
Thank you, one man. Thank you, one man. And those one, they have more political standing in the East than him. They are strong politicians there, and you never see them. Any one of them, like Okorocha that you mentioned, for once, say anything against Obi. You think it's stupid?
Because he understands the clan wants this. Yes.
I think it's a matter of wisdom. It's more of wisdom than loyalty. Because someone says they don't teach. Someone says they don't teach wisdom in the classroom.
It doesn't apply. It doesn't apply that.
I'm someone. Even though I enjoyed the piece that he wrote, and a lot of it, if not all of it, factual, I'm disappointed at the naivety of it. Disappointed. I love the guy. Everybody knows I'm a
no, it's
man.
your man now.
Yes,
politics is not played like that. You have to watch your people, where your people stand, and if you disagree with where they stand, keep your mouth shut. That is the way you work as a political leader, or you destroy yourself. You destroy yourself. That is the way it works. So, Tinubu, he said it. He said, "I'm not the one behind what do you call it? Ambody." He said it's the people, it's the APC people in Lagos State. They are the ones that came to me that, Baba, we don't want this guy again. And all of them stand firm that he cannot be our governor again. And when he saw that is what people want, he have to align with them. You think he's stupid? He is the one behind it, but look at the way he played the game. And you see everybody, the resentment against what do you call this guy? Ambody then, by all Tinubu people in Lagos State. But Tinubu claimed that it is the people, but not me. But they cannot say this is what they want to do across the state. And I said, I don't want them to do it. So Ludo, looking at the people, and Igbo people are different from Yoruba. The way they do their own things is different. Once they are committed to something, you see them, they go en masse for it. They are not like Yoruba that we can This one can be saying his own, another we tolerate each other like that. But when people are committed to a particular cause, you see they go en masse and they are going, no going back. That's the way they are just going straight to eat.
Zombie, Avi.
Not zombie.
No, it's not zombie.
When they are committed to a cause, they fight it all the way.
It's passion. It's passion. It's passion.
Yes,
Igbos are very emotional. They're very emotional. Let's not lie.
When it comes to their own interest, what they are coming, what matter to them? Oh no! They don't want to hear any of that thing.
They don't want.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, Thomas. And they also have common cause more than more than maybe only the Fulani.
More than Yoruba.
Yoruba were very treacherous.
Exactly, Father. Let me make this comment, please.
Yes, sir.
Exactly, Father. 1 sec, please. But emotion that you say, emotion doesn't work in politics. You know that.
But it's not there. Even if it doesn't work, but it's there. You have to acknowledge it.
But it's never paid off for them now. What is
but whether it pays off or not, there's the solidarity action in Igbo land. But that's the nature. It's different. Everybody has different. It works well in business. It works well in business. It may not work in politics.
Yes.
Kulata.
Sir.
Yeah, I wanted to say, and that's why they take care of their women very well.
Yes, you're right. They take care of their women. That's Yoruba men with our treachery. Let me not talk.
Who takes care of
No. Not that we are no. We're not that.
We're treacherous. We're very treacherous.
We are not treacherous. What we do is that we have diverse position on issue, and we tolerate it.
Well, we tolerate different views.
Yeah, we tolerate it. That is who we are. There's nothing we can do about it. And Igbo, when it comes to Igbo Kwenu,
yes, you have to fall in line. You have to fall in line.
Own. Igbo Kwenu style, and that is it. Nothing anybody can do. And you, Soludo, you know your people that Igbo Kwenu is Igbo Kwenu, and they are standing in their way. They will crush you now.
It's true.
Yeah, so it's naive. So back to you, Kulata. So interesting time, but in the divide, in the divide, where would you weigh your support in the divide? So Ludo, Peter Obi.
Right now, let me not lie. Obi is winning now. Obi is winning. And right now, based on the way they played the game, because Soludo came out and overreacted. Let's just say the truth. That long write-up, even though I too enjoyed reading it, I chuckled a bit. But that was an overreaction. And the way Obi it laid up for Obi, and Obi dunked on him. He dunked on him big time. So Ludo now cannot write parts 2. And this talk is talking about Ohaneze is just overreach. So right now, it's more like Obi 2, Soludo 1. Because Soludo hurt Obi 2 because he damaged some of Obi's reputation. A lot of obfuscation Obi does is put some clarity into it that you can go and second guess this guy's results. That's what Soludo did to destroy Obi. But right now, I give Obi the upper hand. Soludo cannot get out of Obi's shadows.
Yes, it must be frustrating, because you see. I instinctually gravitate towards somebody like Soludo because I like that sort of presentation more than I like the sort of presentation of people like Peter Obi. So it rankles me somewhat that somebody like Peter Obi will overshadow somebody like Soludo. It's the world turned upside down. But Kulaka, I want to sample your opinion on the Yemsin Wike's latest move. But I'd like you to hold station just for as long as you can spare us the time. I want to go to Thomas, who is in Nigeria, and I know that he's pressed to, data, sleep, etc. So let's just start because when people make the effort to join us from Nigeria, and by the way, Benga, your thing is not connecting properly. So maybe come out. I'm going to kick you out now, but reconnect again, Benga. But to you, Thomas. So to you, Thomas, go to the Ohanese space, Thomas. and tell us what your reading is of that space. Thomas, are you enjoying Nigeria?
One man, let me go first of all comment Nigerian first before we go to one man. Sanwo-Olu is working, man.
Sorry, Thomas. By the way, enigmatic. There's a guy on Facebook that is after your neck so aggressively. You know, it's as I'm talking now, it's just a relentless abuse. But Thomas, so what your word? So he's after you. But Thomas, back to you.
Sanwo-Olu is working, man. I don't know. Lagosian cannot afford not to have Sanwo-Olu second term. The projects are enormous. The bridges, the infrastructure is crazy. I give it to APC in Lagos State.
Thomas, please, Thomas, please, 1 second. One man, tell the guy that is worried about the wrong thing.
All right.
Yeah. So
I will block him in a minute if he carries on. Akachi, settle down. Otherwise, I don't want to have to ban you. But I carry on, Thomas.
Yeah. So Lagos is working, one man. I give it to Sanwo-Olu. Lagosian, please vote APC so that all this infrastructure can be completed. I know they normally said government is continual, but please vote APC. I'm not APC man, but what I saw in Lagos State right now is very commendable. It's very welcoming. Lagos is going to be like maybe New York.
Thomas, is it not what most governors do? What most governors do, the first tenor they use it and tell you they're trying to do something. The second tenor they just loot. Is it not what most of them do?
No, don't dampen it now. Thomas, give us an example of what you have seen that especially impressed.
Yes, the infrastructure, the road connects they are trying very, very well. For now, because of election time now, I think the project went down a little bit. They are still doing it, but not enormous. But I know if Sanwo-Olu came back, they will kickstart it. Now, when election comes, all the infrastructures and the project will go down because of election. They need money for election. We can't doubt that. So they will spend more on election. Then when they come back the second time, then they will start. At least where I'm living, we are having 12 hours lights, 24 hours in a day, which is still good. I run on generator another 12 hours, which is still good. The roads are bad. They are fixing it, which is still good. And the projects are there. Just give it to Sanwo-Olu. Sanwo-Olu is still the best. He's even doing more than Fashola for now.
Thomas, do you live in Lekki? Thomas, are you in Lekki?
Forget about where I'm living. I drive everywhere.
No, I wanted to know what the road is
forget
around,
about where I'm living.
I'm trying to ask a question.
He wants to ask you a question. Let him ask. Ask here.
Because I have a house around the Admiralty Way, so I'm trying to know if they've built that road. That's why I'm asking.
Yes, as I was in Nigeria today. They are doing the roads. The roads are they improving. Everything is improving.
Like Chevron.
Yes. It was very good. Even in the mainland, the roads they are doing very fantastic. Sanwo-Olu is doing very fantastic. Let's just give it to APC in Lagos State. Yeah, that is just my observation.
Have you seen any? Sorry, Thomas. Have you seen any signs of those metro lines that we talk about all the time? All this blue line, red line. Have you seen any signs of it?
Yes, I'm going. I want to go and witness it. I'll get my camera. I will show it to you. I'm doing some documentary about Lagos now. Even I have my dash cam on my car, recording everything. It's just let's to document something in Lagos. So I'm driving there tomorrow to see what they are doing on that rail light. They said you started.
Yeah, send me a clip on Instagram if you can. When you say you are driving, are you driving yourself?
Yes, I'm driving myself.
You're on the streets of Lagos?
Yes.
Really?
It's very interesting, but it's very depressing.
When was the last time you did that?
5 years ago.
Oh, wow. I wouldn't dare do that. I
No,
wouldn't dare.
you can't even try it. Don't try it, please. I'm rugged, and driving is my hobby. Driving is my best hobby. I don't trust anybody driving me unless I'm on the wheel. My junior brother is there. He wanted to drive, but I just want to feel Lagos, just to feel what is going on. So it's very interesting, one man.
Do you feel safe there?
Very safe, very safe. I came in 11:30 yesterday night. Lagos is safe. Just wind up your cars, put on your AC. I saw all those area boys knocking at the window. Just ignore them. Don't care. Just focus on your driving. It's for now. It's for me. I'm still safe. That's why I stay in Lagos. So for now, I don't know where I'm going. I'm still in Lagos. Guys, I know Lagos is safe for now. I feel safe, one man. Just roll up your gas, put on your AC. That's good.
Have you had an encounter with the police waiting your carry, open your boot?
Yes, I haven't had one. They were on the road. When I got to Nigeria, they said you can drive on your international driver's license. But when I drove to the road safety said, police will harass you. Just renew your existing international passport driver's license that is expired. So, and I renewed that 20,000 naira. Instantly, I got the driver's license temporarily. Then I've been driving on my temporary driver's license. They have never harassed me, never stopped me. And they changed their uniform again. The police changed their uniform. Maybe that's changed their brain as well. I don't know. They've changed their uniform from that useless black color
Is the
to like
answers the answers?
Oh yes. So they never harass me. They just look at you, just let go. Just don't look so flashy. That is just it.
Just give them
It's good,
money.
woman.
Just give them
Hold
money.
on,
Give
Des
them
now.
1K. Finish.
Hold on. You are not in Nigeria. Let's have a feel of the experience because some of us are having considerations. And Gbenga, by the way, your thing is still not connecting, or it says device not connected. But Thomas, you say if you are happy to let us know whereabouts in Lagos are you?
Ikeja.
Ikeja. Okay, you're not far from my home. I live in Oregon.
I drove past your Oregon. I remember you told
right.
me you live in Oregon.
I live in Oregon. All right. And you feel safe there. You said you were driving at 11 o'clock.
Yes, 11:30. I came on 11:30 yesterday.
And you were at the wheels doing the driving.
Yes. I was on the wheel. The area boys are there. They will knock at your window. Don't just ignore them. Roll up your glass, AC full. It's safe, one man. I'm even happy I came. I am even pretend to maybe I will extend my holiday, but I can't do that because of work. So no, I'm enjoying Lagos, one man. Just try. Maybe you will yes. Lagos is enjoying. I love it. I'm going for Amala Sport tomorrow and Begiri, and just to feel Lagos.
Do you think your stomach can handle that?
Of course, I eat that in Australia. So that mama put, you have to go to that mama put.
Is it that one that you will be using one hand to chase away flies and using the other one to?
No. There are sophisticated one now. But one man, the life here is very expensive. Anybody living in Nigeria, just respect them. They are trying. Oh my!
Is it more expensive than? Is your spend in Nigeria more expensive than your average spend in Australia?
No, never. Australia is expensive, but because you make that money easily, you can spend it anyhow. It's just one man. Things are expensive here. One man. I'm not boasting. My smartphone that I'm using, I check in the shop price. Ask me how much. 1.2 million naira. 1.
That's about $2,000. Is it thereabout?
Yes. 1.2
what did
million
you say?
naira.
What is 1.2 million?
My phone that I'm using in Australia, using here now, 1.2 million naira.
I don't know Nigeria.
Which one is that? 13? 14?
No, Ultra, Samsung Ultra
okay.
22, the latest one.
Wait,
It's
1.2 million naira for cell phone.
1.2 million naira
Who
at
affords that?
Samsung shop.
Who affords that? They tell us that everybody's on Gary.
But
Is that not what we hear? That people.
That's the real price, though. One man.
Yes,
Yeah,
but
that's the real price.
you know the real price here is a heavily marked up price. Usually, when you go to third world countries, because the prices of all of these things, they are not the price of production; they are marked up prices to what the economy can afford. Who can pay 1 point? I thought they were all starving on the streets. Who can afford 1 point something million to buy phone?
Woman, I feel
It's
like
only
dropping
people
my
like
phone.
like
I
uptown
feel
that
like
can.
dropping my phone and they just count 1.2 million naira for me. Because
Mm.
I buy it a platter of gold in Australia. I don't even feel it that I bought phone. But I was just imagining, how is people coping? One man, I turned to a snail. 2005, 3,000 again, just one. How is people? Everywhere is just it's not I'm spending, I don't feel it because I can afford it. I'm just being how people coping. It's too hard, one man. It's too hard. I don't know how people are coping. It's too hard, man. It's too hard, man. It's too hard.
What has been your experience with people? Are they coming to you with stories to attack your wallet? Are they trying to attack I don't want to say sub stories, but is there a lot of fine bara going on? Are people?
Exactly. If you are from, they will see the physique and what you are wearing, not too flamboyant, but they know. So you just know if you buy something, just tip them 500 naira. If they go to store, just tip them 1K. Just you just have to help people, one man. If you come to Nigeria, you will feel like helping people. People are suffering here. People are suffering here. It's just.
If you are brave enough to take it on, Thomas, maybe go to a ghettoized space or place. Go to a ghettoized place and do just a recording to let us see what the really downtrodden are facing in Lagos.
Thomas, anytime you enter Ireland, you can hit up. We can go to Morocco, make some video,
Oh,
or
yes,
go to see the train station.
All right. Yeah, you can exchange numbers.
Yes, yeah, yes.
Are
Of
you happy
course,
for
why
me
not?
to? Are
Why
you
not? Yeah.
happy for me to send Thomas your number, Playboy or Playtown?
Sure.
All right. All right. Okay, yeah. Hook up and then do. Here is Playtown and Thomas reporting from
Mona,
one
wait
man
for
went
me.
to
Oh.
Mo.
Mona, wait for me.
Look at that.
Mona, wait for me.
Wait for this. So he's coming with a truck full of dollars.
You don't the jealous this.
Mona, wait
You
for
don't the
me.
jealous now.
And you have the right man to line babes up for you because Uptown is the king of girls in
Yeah,
Lagos. So.
Uptown,
No,
I'm hoping
my
that
wife,
you on
my
that.
wife is, my wife is here. Oh no, no, my wife
No.
is here.
No. Sorry, by that I mean a church boy. That's what I meant when I said that. It's a church. It's a choir boy. A choir boy. All
Wow,
right.
man.
It's a choir
One man,
boy.
people are suffering here. Oh. People are suffering
Yes.
here. No, but the
For real.
sufferness is too. You can see it in people's face, and those people that are rich, you can see they are rich. I see people spending lavishly in what they call it in shop, right? I said these people are rich, but those that are wretched, they are really wretched. They are really wretched. They are really wretched. But I hope Nigeria will
So, well, who
be
are
good
those
for
people
them.
on social media that'll be eating snail, eating shrimp with like very rich looking food? Who are those people?
That's what I told you. That rich people, as we are there in ShopRite, people are buying those 1.5 million phone, 1.2 million. People are buying it. People are
The
buying
gap
it.
is too much. The social gap
The
is
gap
too
is
much.
too much.
Yes.
Yeah.
Too much.
That's where it wasn't not the other day we were talking about the it was Babangida that destroyed the middle class in Nigeria and if you don't have a middle class, you don't have a country. If you do, and that chasm between the rich and the poor, and it's just those two chasms. So that's the divide in Nigeria. You're either rich, which is to say, let's say, if you said you commanded 750K per month, Uptown, you can tell us this. If you command 750K per month, what bracket would you fall? How much is a comfortable living in Nigeria per month? on a wage uptown?
1 month, a professor, a university professor does not earns right about 750, 700K. A professor in the university. So that gives you an idea.
And what does that afford you? Can you buy that snail that Thomas was talking about on that salary?
1 month is difficult. Nigeria is terrible right now. It's terrible. It's terrible.
It's I don't know, man.
The people occupying the rich space is less than 5% of the country. Trust me, that gap is too much. I mean, a new statistics was pulled out by the MBS recently. I don't know if you saw it, that 130 something million Nigerians are in poverty. 130 something. So that means that we have moved.
That's more than our population now. That's more than our population now. We're not 120
our population is 215.
And you have 133.
And we have 130 something in poverty. That's like 60%.
They said 91% of the
people. No. What did you say? In Sokoto, Sokoto 91. That means 91% of Sokoto state is poor. That's terrible.
Ondo came last in the.
Yeah. Ondo came least.
But yeah.
What constitutes poverty? How is that measured?
The new statistics is a multi-dimensional statistics. So they consider not just the money in the pockets of these families, but also their access to education, to basic health, and so many other things. So it's a multi-dimensional statistics. So
it's not being able to feed.
No, that's part of it. But this is like there's a wider net of it that captures more. You understand what I'm saying? So that's even a more comprehensive it's one thing to maybe you don't have money, but you have access to health. But it's another thing if you don't have money and you don't even have access to health either.
Okay. It says abject poverty, not just poverty. I'm not quite sure. Yes, but I would not want to imagine that Nigerians cannot afford at least a meal a day. It's not something I would like to imagine. I don't want to. Hopefully, that's not the case.
That 1,000, that statistic, I believe it. You will see people. If you see people, you will see abject poverty in their face. Nobody will tell you that this.
Thomas, what does that mean?
1 man.
1 man.
I know what I'm saying. 1 man.
You will know that they are hungry.
You will know that people
are not happy people on the street.
1 man. I'm not boasting. No, I went to
Nigeria is not the way it used to be. 1 man. It's not the way it used to be.
Oh my God! I went to the Domino's to buy pizza.
They're hungry and they
Ajali Coco, let me just say this. I went to the Domino's to go and buy pizza, and the security lady, immediately we are leaving, you will see how he rushed to me, collect the what they call it, all the pack, took it to the. I said, don't worry. He said, no, I'm not used to that where I'm coming from. I said, no, don't worry. He said, no, don't worry. She took it for me, trying to open the car door for me. I said, no, don't do that. You don't have to do that. So you can see the.
Just for that 500 naira, big for
yes,
that,
yes, I have to open her wallet, give her something. She ran to the road, stopped all the car. All this. I was almost crying.
What car do you drive in Nigeria? What is it? Some 4x4? What are you driving?
Yeah, 4x4. Yes, 4x4. Yes, yeah. 4x4 because of the roads, because I'll be traveling to my mom's place, because just to feel more safe. Yeah. 1 man.
Thomas, before now, have you been into how long have you been to Nigeria? Like before now?
5 years ago. 5 years ago.
Oh, okay.
5 years
because
ago.
I went like I think 6 months ago. That's why I feel like you're surprised. This thing is like
no. 1 man.
If you go to the airport, it's like everybody's begging you money. I mean, it's crazy.
Oh my God.
See, 1 month. In addition, as at yesterday, a statistics was being released that the new cars that are being bought by Nigerians has gone up to almost 1%, and then even the Tokumbo cars has reduced by 60%. So that means that almost 60% of Tokumbo car importers are abandoning their cars in the wharf because they can't clear
no,
it.
no, no.
They
It's
can't
not
pick it
even the
up.
Tokumbo.
So
What that tells us is that there's a real squeeze on the
yeah, that's what I'm
economy.
saying. That
Yeah,
nobody
yeah.
can afford to buy a Tokumbo car. So that means that everybody is now either not buying car or just buying Nigeria used cars that are just reshuffling it among themselves. That's the situation in the country.
So that one
Yeah,
point
it's
something
very
million,
true.
they can't buy land anymore in Lagos.
No. That space is left for only the super rich to be exploring.
One
My
point
goodness.
something million to buy land in Lagos, one man.
Wait
What
till
are
you
you
want to
saying?
buy
When
that.
I
If
last
you want
bought,
to buy chicken,
What do you want to buy?
when I last bought, when I last bought,
Even
when I,
the one that
no,
Adiola did some sort of advert for that I wanted to buy. That was almost, how much was it? Almost 10 million or something.
is that
That
for
far,
land? Is that for
yeah,
land?
on land. Yeah, 10 million for how
You know,
many
people are
square
going
feet
to
or whatever.
Ibeju Lekki now. I think that's where people are going to now.
That
Ibeju
is where
Lekki.
I think that's where the Adiola thing is. That
Yeah.
down there and
Yeah.
all that, somewhere at the swampy areas and whatever. But see, one man, the money you call the 1 point something million can only get you a one room self con for 1 year.
Cell phone. That Thomas have said it.
Cell phone.
You know why I said that? The last time I bought land in Lagos, I paid 750K.
one man,
But
now
that was
night
about
wait you
10
did
years.
like that
No,
last
no,
time.
that was about 10 years. No, actually, I just sent the money, but that was about it would have been 10 years ago, or something, and I lost the land eventually. But that's Lagos for you. Unbelievable.
Back to the politics, one man.
Yeah, back to
Yeah.
the. Thank you for
Take me
that.
to, yeah.
Yeah,
No,
yeah,
that's all right. Yeah.
yeah.
Take me. What do you want me to speak about?
No, I was inviting you to, let me take you to the Yemsin Wike space and the latest development there. And that's where I was going to take Kulata to as well. So Kulata, gather your thoughts on that space. But to the Yemsin Wike space and the latest development there. So in 2014, we had the new PDP that marked the beginning of the end for Goodluck Jonathan. And that same party now, what they are now having is what they are calling the Integrity Group. And some of the names there, it is the heart of that party that has been ripped out. Because if you look at the names that converged in Lagos around this Integrity Group, if you remove those names from our PDP, there is nothing left there. It's only Atiku that is left there. It's only a shell left there because I'm not. Tambuwal is already fed. No, Tambuwal is Bala Mohammed is already fed up. So what are you making then of this move, which is essentially a splinter group within the PDP? Should Atiku just pack up and go back to Abu Dhabi?
Thank you, one man. That is why I asked Ojale Koko earlier on that what is weakest politics? What can we call the weakest politics? One man, it's better you put your house in order when it's best important to do it. When it's split away from the cup, just forget it. For now, in my opinion, there is nothing that can be done in that space anymore. If Atiku can let this crisis linger to this point, I think it's done. Now, these people are conjuring themselves now as new PDP, the integrity governor, and you can see there's problem in PDP, mama. And I will say this. You say I normally say this. I think they will just land the Ashiwaju in the Aso Rock with what is going on. If Atiku can put his house in order, one man with how Buhari has ruined this country, I wouldn't mind PDP presidency. Even though I wouldn't like Atiku there as a northerner, but I just want change of government, just to change this government totally. Peter Obi could have been my preferential, my what would I take, but the party he associated himself with cannot win election because it still boils down to the APC government. Why can't Atiku make this house in order? talk to Wike. I heard you guys saying if what they call it, are you step down? The deputy is still from the north. That one can resign as well. One man, Yoruba said, Oyinbo to ṣe pencil lo ṣe reza. I will translate it in English. The same white men that produce a pencil, they are the same person that produce the eraser to erase things. They can compromise. They don't have to go to convention before they have a chairman. If they can jettison their zoning, why can't they just do something? If Ayu resign, the other deputy chairman can step down and they can have like a mini convention with people that is important in the party, and they can have a southerner so that they can pacify the G5. So I don't know. One man, I'm enjoying Wiki for now. Anytime he come out, I'm enjoying him. Sometimes I don't like him before, but now since I know that Atiku is not trying to put the house in order, I'm 100% with Wiki. Let it just continue doing it. What he's doing now, that man, it's just fighting for justice and fairness. Presidential candidate can be from the north. The chairman can be from the north. Deputy chairman can be from the north. Is PDP now northern party? No. If you are weak, you will act in the same manner. No, we know they can't do that. PDP can't do that. They should solve this problem so that they can fight. Woman, right now there is no opposition. There is no opposition against this APC government. There is none. Peter Obi is there.
Do you think the only person that can stop Tinubu is Tinubu himself now? The way it looks at the moment, is it the case that the only person that can stop Tinubu is Tinubu?
That is it. There is no equivocation, one man. It's only Tinubu that can stop himself. There is no opposition now. One man, everybody listening to me, mention one opposition now that can fight these people APC, that they have all the might. There is none. So it's very sad. It's very sad. Forget about it. Tinubu, just go and mention your inauguration agbada or anything you want to wear come 2023. It's done. The election is done and dusted. In my opinion, some people may say there is opposition. There is no opposition for now. In my opinion, there is none. So Wike should continue to do what he's doing. He will just line at Tinubu in the president. That is my submission, one.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Thomas. And Thomas, there's this the British High Commissioner to Nigeria, Ambassador. She's come out now to speak on the surge in and I'd like your commentary on this as well. Uptown, the UK Ambassador to Nigeria has come out to speak on the surge in visa applications by Nigerians. It looks as though they've opened up a portal for Nigerians to come to the UK, especially if they are coming to do either a master's or a PhD. So they've opened that portal for them to stream in. And then if they come in, then they facilitate for 2 years for them to work as well. So with that, a lot of Nigerians are just streaming to the British Embassy. And the Britain, of course, they know they already have a large number of Nigerians. So are you seeing any signs of that there? That's Japa thing. That seems, it was always a thing, but it seems to have racketed up quite significantly in the last few months. So are you seeing any signs of that there? So first to you, Thomas, and I'd like Uptown's input on that as well.
Yes, one man, it's very welcoming. People need to leave this country if it's not working for them. Jack Martin, I'm okay with that. As before I left Australia, Australia issued almost 30,000 visas for expatriates, for anybody that is willing to come to that country. They need more hands in every for starters. So if UK is doing same thing, it's very welcoming. We are too much in Nigeria. So if people want to jackpot, I 100% agree with them. It's very good, but it doesn't set a good precedent on the country because one man, I listened to some white people. They said, "How will I leave this my country? What? Where am I going? Where am I going to?" Some people did their holiday in same country. They don't even want to spend their money outside the country because they believe in their country. They believe in what their country is giving them. They believe in everything there. So if people want to japa, I 100% agree with that. People should go. Some people will come back. Some people will go. Some people will come back. It's good welcoming. And I give it to the UK. And I saw many people online, but people should be careful because now people, no Nigerians, we people will jump on this and start duping people. We know ourselves. Don't let us deceive ourselves. Because I've been seeing people online now talking about this visa. Don't worry, I will help you to process it. You don't need to go to any intermediary to process this visa they are talking about. You can go there by yourself if you are computer illiterate. You can go there, apply for this visa, and it will be issued to you. So it's a good development, woman. I love it. Yeah.
All right. I want to hear from Uptown as well, if it's available. Uptown, are you there? Because of course there's always been this jackpot thing, but from
woman, before you go,
I'm still with you. I'm still with you.
Yeah, that's all right. Yeah.
Okay. I just want to hear because he's at the heart of it. Uptown.
All right.
Yes. And also, why have you not done that? I know you're a big boy, but why have you not jackpot?
I mean, I schooled outside, and if I wanted to jump, I would just stay back. I wouldn't have come back.
Did you school here in London?
No, I schooled in Canada.
Oh, all right. Yes, I'm not surprised. I can hear an undertone in your but this jackpot thing. Yeah.
Okay. Maybe let me start from my home. Our last born, Kosi, my young brother, he left last month. He relocated to Canada permanently. My eldest sister just went through a divorce. She's relocating to the UK by January permanently. Her husband's business crashed, and then marital issues came in, and whatever it is, battery or what have you. And so the situation in the country now is Japa is. Let me tell you. A lot of people that I know, the only thing they are holding on to. That is why when you see this Peter Obi space, you are wondering what is making these people to sound like mad people. A lot of them, they are just holding on to this 2023 election, and they're just holding on to Peter Obi. Peter Obi is the only thing holding them to this country. That's the only final hope. That's why you see them sounding insane online. It's almost like the only hope they have in this country. Once that hope is shattered, the kind of japa that will happen even after 2023, if it goes to maybe a Tinubu or whoever they don't like, is going to be unprecedented in the history of this country. But then right now, almost everybody that I know are doing something about visa. Almost everybody, both in the studio, when you go for shows, you're talking to people behind stage. Everybody has something story to tell about visa. Either they have applied or they are yet to apply or they are looking for. Japa is like it's unprecedented, one man. It's terrible. Everybody wants.
It's quite alarming, actually.
It's alarming.
Yeah.
All the doctors are going.
Yeah.
It's like when you're done with medical school here, like it's now like the feeling when you're done graduating, the next thing in your mind is NYSC. You get that's normal feeling. But now the new feeling is now immediately you're graduating, you're already in a WhatsApp group that's where you're filling in your name for Japa.
You mean in the medical space?
Yeah, even in school, yeah. As you are graduating, you're already joining WhatsApp group of people that is processing Japa. You know what I'm saying? So, hey, my elder brother is a medical doctor, and he Japan as well. So, the people he works like people, the students in his school where he schooled, he said almost 70% of the doctors to 80%, they are like that. They're not like let's come out and then try to give it a shot in Nigeria. No, they've cancelled that. There's nothing like that. So it's automatic from medical school to Japa. So I'm wondering. I don't know. I really don't know the fate of this country next year. I don't know. With the rate, it's too much.
It's unbelievable. It's just so depressing, It's just depressing to hear. But thank you. Now, Thomas, back to you. Sum up your thoughts on that Wiki space, and then for time, I want to go on from you to enigmatic. So Thomas, back to you.
I'm really done on that part. I just want to tell you, one man, people are complaining about network in Nigeria. If you go for right network, your network is good. My network is excellent. I don't know why people complain about network. Maybe because of the affordability. Actually, now I'm having mobile Wi-Fi in your pocket. You can just put it in your
Which
pocket.
network are you using?
MTN mobile Wi-Fi.
Yeah, MTN is a very good this thing. Those are number one this thing now. Those are the number one network in Nigeria now.
It's excellent. Excellent.
Not everybody can afford MTN now. Not everybody. I mean, you just
Thomas, you are a big boy now.
You are spending and you are saying MTN is expensive.
And moreover, you can't compare using a Wi-Fi compared to your same network. It's quite different. Wi-Fi will be stronger. Yes. That's why they advise you to get a Wi-Fi. That's what everybody does. Yeah.
Oh, one man.
So is that what you got? Is that what you got, a Wi-Fi?
Yes. Yeah, Wi-Fi, mobile Wi-Fi. Just put it in your pocket. I connected all this laptop, everything now is excellent, one man. Nigeria is. I'm enjoying Nigeria.
Did you buy a device? Did you buy a device for that?
Yes, just a modem, like a phone size. You just put it in your pocket.
And how much does that cost?
8,000 naira to buy
8,000. Wow.
8,000 naira to buy it. Then I load 5,000 naira 20 gig. So I've been using that since Friday, and it's still there.
Thomas, Nigeria is some kind of place that if you go, you have to have like 3 phones, or probably a China phone that uses like 2 SIM and another small phone. Because now you can go to this remote place, you won't see MTN, or what you see is Airtel. Like if you go to my village now,
I will never go to a remote place. That is it.
Like, if I go to Nigeria, in Lagos. I have like 3 phones, because I know if I go to my village, it's like I think it's Glow. MTN is not functioning there. Nigerian network is just crazy. I don't know why it's like that. I mean, I don't think it's just Nigeria. Even in America here, there are some places AT&T doesn't work that very good. That's just it.
It boils down to coverage, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's coverage. No, but don't complain about Nigeria.
In America, Verizon is the best. If you go to remote area, rural area, Verizon will work. Some others might not work. They have a better coverage than other carrier in remote area. They work better. They work in the town as good as they will work in remote. In the remote area, I mean, in the rural area rather, they are the best all over America. If you carry Verizon, they work the best everywhere. So
yeah, I don't think I've had
they are expensive. They are not cheap.
I've had T-Mobile and AT&T, and they all fluctuate. Go here, it's not here. It's just
now go and get. I mean, you're a billionaire now. Go and get Verizon. Why are you using AT&T? You're using cheap this thing. Look at this guy.
It's not cheap. What are you talking about? Wait. What are you talking about? I pay almost $300 for my ordinary, just one phone, one SIM card. It's cheap.
You pay $300.
How can you be paying $300? What are you talking about?
I'm telling you. Let me show you my.
No, they are throwing your money in the garbage. If you go to Verizon, you won't pay that much. What are you saying?
But now it's like they have a coverage for what's it called? HBO Max. You don't have to pay for it, and also they give me like I think 70 gig of hotspots you know, offshore Wi-Fi, whatever.
Okay, it's the
So
package that you got.
yeah, it's a package.
All right, but even here, I don't think you pay £50 for even the best package. Or I'm not sure. Yeah, but
Oh, thank you,
unbelievable.
one man. Yeah,
Yeah.
thank you so much. Yeah.
Before you go, Thomas, will you be going to Ibadan? And if you go to Ibadan, will you be driving?
Yes, I'm driving. I will not be driving. My junior brother is here in Lagos, so he's going to drive me there. So just to feel the atmosphere. But I'm totally driving. One man, it's interesting. You have to feel Lagos. It's crazy, but the Olokadas, there no trafficator, no yes, it's just crazy. But because I'm driving is my hobby, so I just follow the trend. Yeah, so it's very good, one man. Lagos is good. Yeah, it's
All
enjoying.
right. If you do go to Ibadan, can you just give us a progress report on the state of that Lagos to Ibadan Express Road, which they are telling us is nearly completed, but
I've already done that. I've already get dash cam. I will video from Lagos to Ibadan. I will document everything for you.
Well done.
Yes,
So that's Thomas. Stay safe. I know you say Lagos is safe, but don't be driving at night. Stay safe. Stay safe.
But Ikeja is safe. Ikeja is safe now. Ikeja just from outing, you get to your hotel. You just that is it. So Ikeja is safe. Yeah.
So you've been on the mainland all through, yeah?
Oh yes, mainland. Yeah, all true. Yeah. Okay. Just stay in one hotel. Just cool your head there. Yeah.
Why not get Airbnb, Thomas?
What?
Sorry?
Airbnb, is it not cheaper?
No. That one there is no electricity 24 hours. You have to stay in where there's electricity 24 hours. So that is it, yeah.
You've not got to Lagos to suffer. You've not got
Why we go to Lagos to suffer? And then in enjoyment you can't do for a year now. And come and see the family. Yes. I go do one man. If you have money, Lagos is sweet. One man. Lagos is sweet. Lagos is sweet. Forget.
Did you go by yourself? That's all I'm asking. Did you go by yourself?
My wife is here. The family is here. Everyone is here. One man. If there is money, you enjoy Lagos. Forget about Lagos is not sweet. If you have money, you enjoy Lagos. You enjoy Lagos. Lagos is sweet. Yeah.
All right. Maybe you can get to
Lagos is crazy. I mean, the last time there's something I noticed that I can't believe it. And I noticed that almost immediately when I wanted to travel back. I went to have a massage. I think probably Playtime might know what I'm talking about.
I think we all do. We all know what you're talking about.
I'm like,
how am I going to know what
it was so cheap. You know when you want to have a massage in America or whatever, it might cost you like 110, 150 or that ish. But in Nigeria, let's say 30, 40K. You're getting that massage, you're getting that stuff at the end again. I'm like, what is going on here?
One man.
They call it a happy ending.
Wait, you say you're getting what at the end?
Look at that. After hours on one man went to move.
Oh my God.
Yes. You better go and settle down. All this playboy life that you are living all over the place.
Calm down.
One man, let me just say this before I go. That is why people that are rich, they don't really want to get out of Nigeria. Lagos is a place you can enjoy your money. We are not enjoying in the abroad, though. We are just deceiving ourselves in abroad. My worst life is in abroad. When I get to Lagos now, no, it's you can enjoy yourself. You can go anywhere.
The life abroad can be quite depressing because it's so monotonous. Especially in Europe, you spend half the year shielding from the cold, and then the taxman is on your neck all the time. Everybody's just you don't see anybody smile. Nobody's
one man. Let me tell you my routine in abroad: work, church, home, grocery, church.
And
that's year in, year out.
That's everybody. That's everybody in abroad.
Yes, because I don't drink. I don't do anything. There's nothing else. I can't go to club. No, nothing. Just church, home, work, grocery.
What are you doing
in Nigeria now?
What of one man went to more? You didn't add that now.
Yes, yeah, that's me. That's right.
Yes, and
That's
one
there as
man,
well.
This
Yeah, 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 yeah,
is
yeah. That is another my world. Without one man, no, it will be very boring abroad.
It's
Very
funny
boring.
that you say what you said, Thomas, because sometimes I reflect that and that life that you've just described is not what you do on Monday and Tuesday. That's every day, weekend, month, year, another year goes, and then it's like a ferret in a wheel. Just you loop around, and then the
One
years
man,
count, and then the
there's
years
no
count.
even friends you can go and visit. Nobody.
Nobody visits friends. I'm
Nobody.
not aware that anybody visits friends.
Nobody.
Who
It's
visits
just
friends?
church, home, work, grocery, swimming. That is it. Nothing.
And
There's no life.
do you find? Tell me if it's different in Australia, but certainly here in England and maybe even in Europe, do you find that some of your conversations they are somewhat repetitive? That the conversations that you have with the same people that you because your life is a routine, isn't it? Maybe you're one of those you leave home. If you are a stop at Starbucks sort of person, you stop there. The girl at the counter, she'll make the same joke she made yesterday. You make the same silly laugh you did the previous day. And then you get to work, you try and avoid
No,
Michael
no.
Elizabeth. Is
One
it not
man.
just
There is not. No, there's no difference. If Nigeria is safe, I'll be coming every year just to change my brain. No, one man is very depressing.
But Thomas,
Thank God you have your family.
why not like because what I see is that Nigeria is more fun, yeah, no doubt about it. But there's still some stuff in abroad, like go to cruise, go to another, like go to Mexico, go to
Yes,
Bahamas,
no, 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 no.
do all those things that are.
We are far. We are
no?
far down. So
You can do that from Nigeria as well if you have the money.
if you
Yeah.
have the
I
money,
I think
why not?
rich people in Nigeria prefer living in Nigeria and then just making those short trips to for those cruise and all those things you're talking about, but then live in Nigeria.
Yeah,
It's the
that
best
is it.
life if you
It is
have
the best
money.
life.
Yeah, you
No,
There
just
are rich
travel to like
folks. There are rich folks in
Santorini and all
Lagos.
those
There are
places.
rich
Then
folks
you
in
go return
Lagos.
back to Nigeria and be the
Yeah,
king because you
there,
have money. You can control the police. You have everything at your disposal because you'll be connected anyway because you have
there's
the
no law
cash.
and order self.
Exactly.
So
So you
I
enjoy. You
mean,
can easily break the
you can
law. You
easily
can
enjoy
follow
yourself.
one way and all that. So, like I always say, a lot of people. I have a lot of friends that has mobile. They have police escorts, army escort that goes around with them every time they go about. So they are on
But
top of
I
the
wanted
world.
to ask this question. Do
Yeah.
you think if Nigeria had this system that there's law and order, do you think it's gonna be fun anymore? To me, I
No,
don't think
I think
so.
it's going to be more
It's
fun.
it,
I
it's
think it's
not
going
going
to be
no,
more
it's not going
fun.
to be more fun, but
It's
it's
not
going to
gonna be
develop.
more fun.
It's going to develop, but it's not going to be
Yeah,
more
it's
fun.
gonna develop. It's not gonna be more fun. It
Oh,
might
you think
actually
it's
turn to
better that it's
worse.
wild and crazy?
Yeah,
I mean,
wow, that Banana Republic feel of
yeah,
Wild and Crazy is fun, but I mean,
it is
in the
fun.
expense of people's
So
People's
if
lives and all
pockets.
that.
the legality has fun to you, what are you talking about? This.
No, I mean,
No.
like when you're driving or you're driving in high speed, I'm not worrying about a cop trying to pull you over and tell you, "Oh, yeah, ticket," or you get
Oh no, that
all
one
this
is
kind of
fine. But
stuff.
I'm talking in terms of safety and fair justice. You know, the idea
Yeah.
of
But you are
using the
looking at how it's fun, but the disadvantage is even more than the advantages. It's
True.
like that.
One man, sometimes I feel that the elites and the political class intentionally want this country to continue like this because this is where they are getting the best value for being rich folks. Because when they go outside, they don't get that the kind of value they get here for being rich. If you are rich here, people worship you like a god. Yeah, people don't get to do that where in a country that is developed. So they don't want this place to develop. They want to keep living like gods amongst men and keep wielding that unimaginable power of riches and power and wealth. So and the moment Nigeria develops, it's not going to be so fun to be a rich guy as much as it is now.
Yeah, nobody recognizes you in the East, in the West now. If I go to Nigeria, do you know the name they go just they hail me that kind name. You go they feel this
People
kind
can kiss your
entitlement,
feet.
that kind of stuff.
They call you Akaji Akuba, Akaji Akuman.
Oloye, you got the, it's kind of fun, but at the same time, it's just.
You know why it's not really fun abroad? It's because it's too structured. Nigeria is.
Yeah.
That's why when you see people like Nigerians who like migrate from like Mexico or those South America, they will go back there almost every time to go and relax. They will say if they don't want to go to Nigeria, they go to South America like Mexico or Jamaica and stuff like that. I have a couple of friends who they started their lives in the Caribbean, and then regardless of the fact that their citizens now here, they go back over there to just while away if they don't want to go to Nigeria. It has a semblance of Nigeria fun and vibe. Now, this place is too structured, very, very structured.
You know abroad. If you try all those things that they do in Nigeria, like wearing designer all the time, buying big car, it will look like you are trying too hard. Like I mean, maybe except if you live in London or you live in Houston, where there are many Nigerians, but the value system here is just different. So your idea of fun is, let me go to Cozumel, or let me go to Peru, let me go to Thailand, let me just go and experience different culture. So what we enjoy in Nigeria, shopping, doing this, oppressing people, is abroad is just misplaced. You look odd.
That
You buy clothes.
That's the most important. Oppressing people.
That's the most important in Nigeria.
So much fun.
But yeah, there's credit system here.
If God won't help you on quote and unquote, then be working remotely. Then that's when you
see all my jackets and everything since COVID now. I mean, now Mott could chop everything, because now who they top and they take work nowadays with executives who nobody cares anyway.
And look at people like all these name it. I've never seen Elon Musk in a suit or any of these. All these, they are all in t-shirt. Who's that guy that owns Amazon? I've never seen him in a suit. He'll just wear a black t-shirt, and that's okay. Tell him he's poverty stricken because he's wearing a black t-shirt. You don't have to. If you get money to.
I'm talking about Jeff Bezos. Do you know the funny thing? What you just said was right. Today, I saw an interview, because most of those guys I listen to them, like Gary V. Today was the first time I saw Jeff Bezos wearing a suit, because a lot of them are now trying to pray that it's going to be recession, that all business people should be careful of how they invest their money and what you buy and all those things, because there might be recession in the next few months and all that. And I was like, so this guy wears suits, It came to my mind to like, oh, Jeff Bezos wears suits. So you're actually right.
Well, why are you following Gary V? You're not a crypto man.
He doesn't talk about crypto alone. He talks about different things. I've been following him for many years now. I have a lot of business in Nigeria too, so I follow those people. He gives you some idea and all that, and they open your eyes to some things. Like now, I've just opened like about 5 outlets of betting shops in Nigeria.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. Look at this guy.
It's quite exhausting, but
look at how you said it so casually. Are you sure about that? It's a capital intensive anyway.
Of course, I'm sure of what I'm saying. I won't be saying what I'm not doing.
So do you have a franchise? Is that what you're saying? Is it a franchise?
Yeah, I have a franchise with Sure Bet. Yeah. So
all right.
Yeah.
There are big boys here.
There are. Well, who would? Anyway, I know where he lives, so I know he's a big boy. I know where DOG lives, so I know he's a big boy. Because if you don't have $20 million pounds in your pocket, don't even go in the neighborhood where he lives.
Yeah, I was going to say something when we are talking about oppression. What I realized with the people in the West is, even all the rich people are not looking to oppress you. They are just looking to enjoy their lives. Like now, I have several neighbors around me that if you see their garage, and sometimes you just see them jump on the bus. They just jump, and if you see them,
they will leave the Lambo.
They will leave their Ferraris. Most of them have boats and all those things. And you see them, they have horses.
You live on an island, don't you? Do you live on an island?
I live mainly, but I'm more on the mainland. But my family, everything, we've all relocated to the island.
No, I mean where you live in the UK.
Yeah. You know,
You see,
so
so that there you die. If you don't have 20 million pounds, you can't live where. And I'm saying that not even in jest, where DOG lives. But well, there it is. You know, I was going to ask you when you say you had a lot of business in Nigeria. I was going to ask you what sort of business, and you've already just given an example. Because when people say they have businesses in Nigeria, I always think, okay, they have a few houses and maybe they bought some land, and that's what springs to mind. But you know, well, there
And
it is.
someone basically, and like if someone have an experience on the poetry business, because that's just basically what I'm trying to get into right now. I don't really know anything about it, but I heard it gives a lot of money, and I
No,
don't know.
it's a highly lucrative, but yeah. Right from the eggs to the chicken is just a license to print money, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't know if anybody has any idea. I mean, he can just hit me up, and I don't know.
What business
for
is
what
that?
poultry business? Or what did you say?
In
Poetry,
Nigeria.
yeah, in Nigeria,
Poultry?
yeah,
Yeah,
poetry.
it has its pros and
Oh,
cons
well, you have to
because
be careful, bro.
I yeah,
You
it
have
has
to
its
be
pros and
careful.
cons because I actually had one, but I've just sold everything off because it's not worth the stress. Especially if you are not there and you don't have somebody trustworthy on ground, it's quite taxing because you have to. By the time you start selling the eggs, you need customer base, and most of them already have their people who supply them. So it takes a lot to 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 come out in shining colors when it comes to that. Especially when you are not on ground. Like I have friends that have luxury apartments in Lagos, but to me, I just feel I don't think they make that much money from it. Some of them are making a bit of money, but it's not as what they expect. So most of them are just banking. Okay, at least it's an asset, so it's just there for now. It's not like it's really making money week in, week out. I have somebody that has an hotel, and I told him when he was going to go build the hotel, like, you are just going to be feeding some because you are abroad. If you are not down on ground, it's hard because it has 25 rooms. So if they tell you 5 people lodge, how would you know? You say, oh, you have. I said they know how to go about these things in Nigeria. They will beat you to it. And he's already complaining to me about the hotel. I said, yeah, it's a good business, but you have to be there. If not, the people that is the manager and whoever is there will be the one enjoying it.
But
The only thing, yeah,
what's the point having businesses in Nigeria if you're gonna have to look over your shoulder every time if they're cheating you or
you
not?
get then the
I
hunger
mean,
and people are not that trustworthy, and it's really even dangerous because man, people are crazy in that country. People will do anything. People are killing each other. I have a friend that relocated last year, and he just started vomiting blood. Boxing Day last year, so he was poisoned in short. And there are a couple of stories like that. So we can't really pinpoint, okay, who has it done business? Maybe he has done business with some people. The way they just end themselves right now. I have a friend that just lost the brother. Same thing. I think he called the guy that will fill his gas. The guy didn't go the day he was meant to be there to fix to refill the gas. So obviously the guy just thought, he called him, he didn't pick up. And I said, maybe this bros is angry. Let me go and meet him at home. The guy got there, the door was open, he found him on his chair, he's dead. He just called his brother to say, oh, the brother is my friend. The brother just called me like a few weeks ago to tell me that this guy is dead, that they
You know,
poisoned him.
the human life has no value in Nigeria anymore. The
I tell
human
you.
life, it has
So,
no value. It's such a pity, man. It's such a pity. But there it is. Unbelievable. So thank you, Thomas. That's been so interesting. We have to get back to the body matters of politics. But never boring, of course, when you're hearing Enigmatic's views. So Enigmatic then take us to that space. Yemsen Wike and his new now breakaway version of the a faction of the PDP. So we had the new PDP, now the new PDP. What says you, Enigmatic?
Well, thank you, one man, and then thanks for having me today. And my regards to all the panelists and those listeners over here today. Yeah, I believe it is safe to basically say what Atiku is facing now is I can say is karma because it basically he was the architect and the uh, the commander-in-chief of those that worked against Jonathan then. So what Wike is doing now, though some people are actually attributing it within some certain quarters that like assassin. I don't like it's a spell now from certain quarters. That is because it seems to be making every wrong move. So it seems to be making every wrong move from day one, and we've been calling these wrong moves. We've been saying it from day one. If Okowa shouldn't have been his running mate, and that is actually coming to to a realistic to a reality now, as we have actually said it then. So my thing is, I don't know the contract or the agreement or the understanding he had or that is going on between him and then Ayu, that he just wants to ruin his his presidential run. Ayu is bringing nothing to the table on on a daily basis. You see these guys consolidating on the idea of messing you up in a big way. Derailing your presidential ambition, and then on that daily basis, you keep doing the wrong things. Now there's a solid base for these G5 groups now, and then in their meeting, was it today or yesterday? The Bode George, who was supposed to be one of the strongest member of the PDP, or he's supposed to be one of the strongest member of PDP in Southwest, is spearheading the attack from Southwest. You see all the big boys in PDP, Fayoshe, Bode George, Chief Bode George, Fayoshe, a whole lot of them. And then you are still, and you are supposed, yourself and your party, you guys are supposed to be the main opposition party that should be giving APC their biggest run, for their money. And that is actually to actually corroborate what Thomas said. There's no opposition in this election, and it's like they're just giving at Ashwaju and APC a very free ride to Asoro. As much as I believe that it should be a level playing field, it is too. Is the field is too. The field is too easy. The terrain is too easy. Seems too easy for Ashwaju and APC now because you are dealing with Peter Obi on one hand, then Kwakwanso on the other hand, and then you are having this internal situation with the G5. And to make matter worse for you, the G5 group, they are not they are hell bent on the fact that they are not leaving PDP. So they are trying to hit you. They are trying to cause damage to you from within. If they are leaving, at least you have to find a way to recalibrate and find a means to recapitalize that's your deficit. But that is not happening because they are sitting right there, and these are powerful blocks within PDP. They are state governors. They control structures in each of their states, so you cannot wish them away. And then, like Fayoshe said the other day, would you rather wish away these G5 governors and their entourage, or to sacrifice that political capital because of Ayu? Ayu is just one. Let's assume they want you to. They even tell you, okay, we don't want Ayu. We don't want like 3 different people, within that neck group. I would still wish them away for these governors, because the political capital these governors are bringing to the table, they are absolutely not, comparison in any way. You cannot compare to what the governors are bringing. They are holding the structures. They have the numbers. They have the wherewithal. They have the money. They have everything. So imagine if you have ordinary Wike behind Atiku now. And Atiku is very careful, is being careful, being cautious how he spends money. And now there's with what Wike said yesterday about the derivation fund that was released by the federal government to South State, including Delta State. Now, that must have opened another Pandora box, for Okowa now. So there are some problems that this will cause in the coming days for Okowa, because they'll be pulling Okowa in Delta State, especially from PDP. Bros, you never told us that you had this huge chunk of cash from federal government. You never told us this. So we're trying to balance that, regardless of the fact that he's still having issues, with some faction of PDP in Delta State. And then then you are going to have Atiku issue again. Atiku should have just made a very wrong. It would have been very okay for him to have made Wike. It would have been better for him to deal with Wike, when he wins, than having to deal with Wike now pre, the election. So because now, which one is better for him? And Wike at this point, we can be wishing that Wike will probably have to come to terms with Atiku. But from what I've seen in politics, Wike is not coming back. Wike has gone too far, and Wike, I believe, he would probably.
I agree with you there. By the way, sorry, enigmatic. I agree with you there. By the way, if there's no truth or anything to be done anymore, they've gone too far down that road for them to be. I think there's no truth. There's no reconciliation to be done in the PDP space anymore. Just too much has happened. They've spoken to too many people. They've struck too many deals. They've said too much publicly. It's just going to play out till February. So that's just it. Atiku has cost himself.
Yeah, to be cautious and to be conservative, we understand that 24 hours in politics, of course, is still a very long time. But when we are talking of politics too, right, there are windows that you don't miss. So the reconciliatory window that Atiku should have or could have actually leveraged on, he let that one pass. That reconciliatory window was the time that Ashwaju was moving around, to coalesce and to make everybody, come together. And then at least we will know at the end of the day, within that window, whoever is not coming on board, they will know how to take care of them, like Dogara and Lawal. Are you still hearing Dogara and Lawal now, one man? No, because
yeah, it's funny. It's funny actually. They've gone quiet. Yeah.
Because they've been able to put them where they belong. So you could have done that early enough, and then you went as far as going to London to promise Wike, and Wike is not the kind of person that you can play around politically. Somebody that we don't know how much Wike has in his kit in Rivers State, but Wike is one of the is blessed to be is blessed to have it to be a governor of a state in Nigeria, that's one of the richest states in Nigeria, if not the richest, right? And then he has all this political capital. Look at how it's like the chairman of the G5. It's like the chairman of his fellow governors. What does that tell you? It means he exerts a lot of power and then authority from these folks. And then they've gone, like I said, they've gone too far beyond going back to what Atiku would do. And then that trust is lost. They can't trust Atiku. They can't trust his judgment. And therefore, the fact that he can't really actually work within this window is going to. I respect Atiku. He's a veteran politician. He's seasoned in this game. He's been there for years. And that is what actually beats my imagination, that he could be making this kind of schoolboy errors. This amateurish game should be for fringe politicians like Shiwore, all these new folks. Even Kwakwanso will not make such a move, And then I don't know what will happen tomorrow, but nothing will come out of this. From what I've been able to see, this certain scenario happened at a time in those days when Agagu and Mimiko when their problem started. He was feeling too big at a point, but before he was able to come back to terms, it became a cancer that he couldn't cure, and eventually that Mimiko kicked him out of office, and Mimiko became his successor at the end of the day. So this is what's going to happen. Wike will deal with Atiku because of one person, because of the betrayal of one of his closest allies in the north, Tambuwa. That game alone, that game that he pulled during that night of that primary, if Wike has the intention of forgiving Atiku, he wouldn't forgive him because of Tambuwa, because Tambuwa is primed to be the next Senate president if Atiku becomes the president, and Wike wouldn't want to stand that. So Wike will go all out to deal with the two of them. So it's unfortunate. They are just making it easy for APC and Ashwaju, and there's nothing nobody can do.
But can we really say, or can you really say that they are making it easy for APC and Tinubu? Because the way Tinubu is physically debilitated before our very own eyes, that he cannot even utter words. And yes, we tackled that one yesterday, and that's fine. But even in the course of tackling that one, I noticed quite a couple of misspeaks, even in that course of when we were looking at that video yesterday. So the guy is not audible to say anything that is coherent, is not physically stable on his feet. Is Tinubu not ultimately going to even cost himself that election, and then the election ultimately defaults to Peter Obi? Because I can see that as a possibility. The more he carries the strain of the campaign, the more his health will debilitate, and just then to gift it to Peter Obi. Enigmatic.
Yeah, that is fair. That is fair to say, one man, right? That is very fair to say that the only you did say, right, the only human being alive, the only one who can stop Ashwaju from becoming the next president is Ashwaju himself. That's the honest truth. And then, when you are speaking to the optics of Nigeria politics, this guy, he has gone too far. Let Ashwaju come back tomorrow and be now at least he's saying something, he's able to move his tongue, right? Let him come tomorrow and be saying, not even making any sense at all again, right? They've gone too far. They've walked too far. And that is what I was saying yesterday, that when his opponents were supposed to be covering the ground, they were chasing irrelevancies, chasing shadows. And the only person who could have done a very perfect job to keep Ashwaju at bay now is Atiku, another political strategist, another political, octopus. But unfortunately, he couldn't get his house in order. So in the north, where they've been knocking the right doors, they've been meeting the right people, they've been doing the right thing, right? Today, Ashwaju he wasn't in Kano, his wife wasn't in Kano, his son Sheyi, he was in Kano. Check what they did in Kano today. And then you are dealing with the northerners, right? The elegant, sophisticated northern politics. They care less about all these optics you just mentioned. All they want is that agreement and that that understanding that they already have. Then they will work with that. So yes, it is safe to say his physical challenges may probably come to bite him,
and mental challenges too.
And mental challenges,
yeah.
But that is gone. That is, maybe that could have been 2 months ago, right? 2 months ago or 2 months ago, when it seems that Atiku was trying to play a very good game. Look at Peter Obi now. Let's assume Atiku is out of the race. Focus on Peter Obi and Ashwaju. Where is Peter Obi's manifesto? It's still not yet out. When you check his calendar.
I'm not sure that anybody cares about manifesto. I think it is personality politics that is being played.
Yes, but when you look at some areas that he was supposed to have covered for the past 2-3 weeks, when you check his calendar, when you check his schedule, he has missed almost 2 weeks or 3 weeks of all those, destinations he was supposed to have covered. So he could have filled in where Atiku is filling, right? But he couldn't do that, and that is where he's lacking. So let's assume PDP, they are actually not doing their job by virtue of the problem they are having now. Then we could be looking at Labour Party and Obi, but they did not have that, they did not have that political pragmatism to actually step into the arena as PDP could have. So now it's like an easy game for them. So the only person who could actually play the game again is probably Kwakwanso, but we know his capacity too, right? So to say they are making it easy for APC you know,
I would agree with you, but if it was a straight shootout between PDP and APC, then there's some cohesion, there's some coherence to that. But if you factor in Peter Obi and then you factor in Kwakwanso as well, there are two outliers within the electoral space that what their politics plays out as is not something that we can speculate until it actually plays out. I'm not sure if you're getting, but Kwakwanso, he's certainly going to have a say in the north, and Peter Obi is going to have a say in the south. So we are permutating that Peter Obi will take from Atiku, etc. But then Kwakwanso will also certainly, like Kano State, for instance, where are the golden spaces in Nigerian politics? We are really talking about Kano, Kaduna, maybe River State, and Lagos. You know, anybody that wins Kano and Kaduna, Kano and Lagos, they stand a very good chance of being the next Nigerian president. But then that Kano now is very much being removed from the permutations of the APC. So many other unforeseen intrinsics Peter Obi, Kwakwanso. So it's not a slam dunk as you are trying to paint.
Well, I'm not. No, I'm not really saying. Maybe you are not. I'm not actually, calling it a slam dunk. But look at this. Look at this now. Kwakwanso, right? He came from PDP. It's like APC it's like APC versus PDP, and PDP accolades now, right? Obi came from PDP. Kwakwanso emanated from PDP. Then Atiku. So it's like three different PDP on the block against an APC. So let's assume those two fringe PDP now, they are in the fold of the main APC, PDP, right? Then look at this Wike's part. So because at the end of the day, these G5 groups, they will, at a point, they will have to sit and decide where they want to pitch their tent. Are they pitching their tent with Peter Obi, or are they pitching their tent with APC? You know what I'm saying, right? But when you look at Peter Obi, already it's a given that nobody who is a reasonable politician will be trying to drag Southeast with Peter Obi. What you will be working with, or what you'll be trying to do in Southeast, is to have that constitutional vote and then move on. Then the South, because naturally PDP and PDP controls Southeast and South. That is where Atiku is lacking, and Atiku is not doing a good job to put his family, to put his party in order. So we understand the fact that Obi is long gone. He's been gone for and then you know what that means within the votes that he will be taking from PDP. So when you go to the north, how many states? When you go to even the statistics and the data of it, right? How many votes would even this Kwakwanso be taken from Atiku? So I cannot say.
No. Hold on. Kwakwanso. Okay, actually, let me give you this.
Okay.
1.5 million votes in 2019 to 391,000 votes to the PDP. So approximately 1.46 for 768. So approximately 1.5 million votes went to APC in Kano, and about 400,000 to PDP. So now, if Kano comes into play, which Kwakwanso, of course, that is the whole of this narrative wrapped in that Kano state right there. If they take 1.5 million, of course, it's not going to take all of it, but for the purposes of the argument, if it takes 1.5 million votes from Tinubu in Kano, and Peter Obi sweeps up the votes he sweeps that up. That's a significant dent right there. In fact, he probably, because the 1.5 million votes that Kwakwanso takes from Tinubu in Kano, the total of the votes in the Southeast, I'm not sure that they are up to that 1.5 million that Kwakwanso is taking from Tinubu in Kano. So it balances out. So it's too tight.
Sorry,
Let me say this way, one man.
Sorry, guys. Yeah. Enigmatic job. Before you carry on, I just want to say something.
Let can I interject 1 minute?
Yes, sir.
The vote this time is going to be different.
Mm.
Before, they've not been voting. They've been having some, due to IPOB, this thing, they've not been keen to vote. They don't believe in Nigeria. But now with Obi, it's going to be a different vote. They will deliver a block vote. They will come out and vote huge for Obi because they want Obi to win. And they believe that the more vote they can give him can help him, a lot towards winning the election. So it's going to be different now. This is tribal. They will come out in a huge number to deliver for Obi.
Yeah.
So don't let us look at it the way it's been before when they are in anti-Nigerian and they don't even the governorship. How many people came out to vote? But they registered. They have 11 million registered voters in the East. So if we have 8 million people from there giving Obi their vote.
No. I don't even think they have that in registered numbers.
No, I said they have 11 million
guys,
voters. I mean, they have 11 million registered voters.
Do they in the Southeast?
Yes, check it. You can look it up.
This is what you need to look at now.
Sorry. The voting trend in Nigeria is usually around about 30 to 35% in terms of voters turnout. So, and now if we factor in the Obi factor, I'm not sure that the Obi factor adds more than a single digit in percentile movement. I'll be surprised because what leads to that apathy is not just a disenfranchisement with the politics. It's just that people just take it as they just take it as a day off or something. So I'm not sure. We used to have about 35% turnout. So for that 8 million out of 11 million, we are talking about what 70-80% turnout in the Southeast.
You know they never had this chance before.
That's impossible in politics. 70-80%. That's impossible.
What I'm letting you know, their own case is different. In that part of Nigeria, they never had this chance, for their own son on the ticket. And they are seeing it for the first time. They will come out in huge number to vote for him. Maybe not even 8 million. Let's say even 5 million out of 11 million.
Okay, let's assume that without considering the fact, right? So first, you have to look at the spread first. That 25% spread. That's where you should start your mathematical calculation with this. So first, let's assume they even come out and vote 10 million in the 5 states of the Southeast. Then you have to go now to the net face of what is the spread. You must make at least 2/3 of the spread in the country. So it means 24 states, you must have 25%, right? So how many states will Obi be having those 25% and Kwakwanso? So does APC have the capacity to make 25% in 24 states? Does PDP do they have that?
That still comes out to runoff. I think this election is still gonna boil down to a runoff.
This is not going to runoff. No, it's not going to
regardless of how you see it.
No,
my brother, yeah.
This election, right, is going to be a straight one shot. No runoff.
Brother, don't be sentimental.
Can I ask a weird question?
Yeah.
Okay. Assuming Peter Obi makes maximum votes in Southeast and South, so he has the highest number, but it doesn't make the spread. Then
it's still
someone like
end up in a runoff.
Wait, hold on. Then someone like Tinubu or Atiku makes the spread, but their vote count is not as much as Peter Obi.
Yes,
then
that's what we are saying.
Is that a runoff?
Yeah, it's still gonna go down to, because if you have to still have the highest number of votes and still have this 25% again. It goes to
one meets constitutional one meets constitutional requirements, the other doesn't, even though the other has higher numbers. What's the call in that situation?
I was just reading.
That's the two calls in
Well,
there. I mean, the two
I
call is
was
that you
just.
have to have the highest.
Sir?
No, you don't have to. Is the thing. Des.
Yes, Aki.
We had a Twitter space with one INEC person, I think 3 days ago or 4 days ago. So that very question was put out to the INEC person, and he answered it very, very well. He said that there is going to be runoff only on one condition. One is that if the person with the highest votes doesn't have the spread, and the person with the spread doesn't have the highest votes, then the runoff will be between the two people.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
So
yeah, that's basically what I said.
That's what
Festus. That
was just a
runoff.
That was what Festus Kiyamo, not Festus Okoye. He said that just 2 days ago. He said the person with the majority vote, he gets into the runoff, and then it is not the person with the second most vote, but the person with the most votes in states. So, which is a different understanding. It's somewhat convoluted.
So, what we
most votes in the state means that win more states than other candidates. You might not necessarily have higher votes,
number,
but you get more votes. More states than others. So that represents the spread that they are looking for.
So, and then when you put these questions now, right, Baba, that how is Obi making that 25% spread, and how is Kwakwanso doing that? The only candidate who has the visibility of the capacity to do that, to shake the ground with APC, is the one that is messing up now, which is Atiku. So, and the only thing
but enigmatic, please. Let us look at it this way.
Okay.
Let's say, Tinubu have majority vote, and it couldn't meet, what do you call it? 24
spread, the constitutional spread, yeah.
Couldn't make it. Then Obi now win more states, which is possible.
No, the reverse is possible. Not what you just said.
No.
Hold on. Which is, if Obi could clear the entire Southeast and South, and PDP could not win enough states in the North, because the North is not the strength of PDP. The strength of PDP is South, and Southeast. So if Obi could win those two regions, PDP will be in problem.
PDP or APC?
I mean PDP.
Okay, yeah, but
you understand what I'm saying? Let's say, okay, Tinubu,
but PDP is already in problem by virtue of Obi and Kwakwa. So that's what I'm trying to explain to you.
Yeah. What I'm saying is that, okay, Tinubu have won majority vote, right?
Mm-hmm.
But he could not meet the spread, right?
Okay.
And he is qualified for rerun.
Yes.
That one is clear. Then Obi now clear southeast and south. Winning more
states. And then some stuff in the central and the north.
Yeah, winning more states than PDP.
Yeah. Then that will automatically knock out PDP.
Yeah, PDP will be knocked out.
Then Obi will be in the runoff
automatically. In the race. And then the game will change. I mean,
so now it becomes matter of negotiation. Who do we
But that's why I said
that will be very tough.
I'm seeing this as a runoff. As in, no matter how you say
for the run.
But Baba, that is a very conservative way of charting a course for a course that does not have a chart. You understand what I'm saying? So there's no way I can say it, and then we will be here by the grace of Almighty God. February will be here now. if this election will be going to a rerun, Atiku would have to be involved. Atiku is not involved now because his party is hemorrhaging. So Kwakwanso and Obi, they will not cause a rerun in this election. The only
That was
candidate
what.
who has the
Sorry,
possibility of
Come
causing a
on.
rerun is PDP.
Enigmatic.
enigmatic.
I don't know how you're seeing this, because now Obi is gonna clear southeast. We know that for sure. South, we know that he's gonna get 25%, right? In South, at least in maybe say let's four of the states in South. If you go to Benue, we know that Obu at least have 25%. If you go to Plateau, not basically not
No, come back
central.
again. Yes, that's not central. Come back again.
Yeah, in Plateau State,
Okay,
you
one.
know that Obi is gonna have massive votes there. If you
No,
come to
what percent? No,
Southwest,
you have to stick
even
with
if you
that
come to
percentage.
Southwest of Tinubu, Lagos now is still gonna have Obi is still gonna have 25% in Lagos. So you
How many
have to see it
percent?
in at least 25. That's what I said. At
No,
least
Obi
25
will
in
have at
Lagos.
least 30%. I will give him at least 30 or 35 in
Thank
Lagos.
you.
Let me
So
tell you
now,
this, right? Obi will have
yeah.
at least 30 or 35% in Lagos, and that will be it in the whole of
Now
Southwest. That will
do the
be it.
math. Now do the math
I want
yourself.
Tinubu ò lè jẹ́ ó ṣẹlẹ̀ bóyá máa
No,
Do the
Baba,
math yourself now.
no. I
bóyá
say,
máa
Baba,
gúnyàn.
let's be conservative.
How
Let's give them
many
that number.
states is left?
So, yeah,
So
Baba,
now,
let's give them 35 for now because it will not happen in Lagos State.
Hold on. You know, sometimes when we give out all these percentages, we have to remember that is out of 100%, of course. So if you take 35% out of 100%, you are left with 65%. So are you saying then that 65% is going to be divided between APC, PDP, Showore, etc.? Because the
That's why I
obedience
want to
that
give
they
him the opportunity to flesh it out. Then I'll come back to I like my own. So that's why. Go ahead, Dave.
I
Flesh it out.
basically say 25, so it won't be like, I know he's gonna get at least 25. Let's not like exaggerate it. So now if you're doing your math, like now Southeast has 5 states, South have what? How many states? I can't even know. Is basically 10 or 11 now
Six.
altogether.
South
6.
has
So
6. Yeah.
South has 6. So if Obi wins 25% throughout the whole South, is 11
That is
states.
difficult. That is in
It's
South.
not
You
difficult.
Des.
This is not difficult.
No. I can. Let's stay on that. Wait.
Yeah.
Let me just quickly do one thing. Hold on. Southwest, South, Southeast, plus North Central. It doesn't meet the minimum requirements. You hear what I said?
That.
23.
I know
Okay.
that. So now that's why I took it to the northern side, which Benue, Plateau, and Nasarawa,
Forget all
all
those
those
places.
states. Calm down. We are making inroads there. At least we're gonna get 25 in all these states that I'm mentioning now.
Flesh it out.
All these states I'm mentioning now. Now you're gonna count how many states is now remaining out of that 32.
Count Abuja.
Now, Abuja too,
Now
yeah.
PDP,
So you
now
see,
PDP get ABJ. Forget that. PDP.
no, forget that.
No.
Okay.
Abuja is still in it.
We get
So
Abuja.
now if you do the math, Kwankwaso is gonna get at least knock people out of Kanu. Nobody is even getting 25 in Kanu, as I'm seeing it. In all these states that
PDP will have their 25. APC will have more than they will have their. Hold on, that Kano State. Let's stop there now. Maybe we'll come back. In Kano State, Kano is between APC and PDP. Forget about APC, PDP, and Kwankwaso's party, NMPC.
NMPP is gonna win Kanu massively.
No,
I mean,
NMPP will not win Kano.
Even the new, what's it called, the new poll they did as the gubernatorial election, NMPP is winning. So it shows that NMPP has power now in Kano in the name of Kwankwaso. And what you have to understand.
What will you give PDP and APC in Kano?
PDP and APC. I don't know. I really don't know. That's why I said Kwankwaso will not even let anybody.
But you should be able to 10%. Say that, because at least say something. Can you guess what you can give APC and PDP for you to be so sure?
Let me make this clear. It's just like if you come to Anambra State and you think that
Anambra is different from that. No, Anambra spot. We know Anambra.
This is a scenario.
Anambra we give Obi Anambra and the whole of
say
the East.
90% at least in Anambra, right?
Yeah,
No.
at least.
Hold on. When we are saying we are going to give Obi Anambra and the Southeast, let us actually be clear. Peter Obi, by giving him Anambra, we're talking about 55 to 60% at the most generous.
No, Anambra na 100%.
One man, Anambra at least 90%. I'm not exaggerating about it. We're gonna see it on the vote time. 90%.
What are you talking about? 90%.
Go and look at Anambra's vote against Buhari now. I think it's 90 to PDP.
95. 95.
You don't understand.
All right. I'm seeing it on my screen now. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So they will block votes. Well, let's start from Southeast again, so that we can have a conversation. So in the Southeast now, let me go. You've done yours in Southeast. Let me do mine. Then we'll jump to South. In the Southeast, I will give Obi, right? In Anambra, I'll give him 90%. APC will find a way to make at least their 25% in each of the states of Southeast. I don't know, but I want to be conservative, right? Let me give Obi the whole of the state in Southeast. I know Umai's factor is there in Ebonyi, and then Uzodima's factor is there in Imo State. So I wouldn't want to say, okay, it's going to have maybe 40% because of the factors of those two governors. No, I will still give them 25% in each of the states in Southeast, just like Buhari did. They will cut a deal, they will make a deal, but Obi will carry the whole of Southeast. Let's be conservative. Then when we move to, that is 5 states, right? Is it 5 or 6?
5.
5. So now let's go to South. This South that everybody think Obi, we just come with Ghana must go and no, it's not going to easy. The strongest place, the strongest hold of Obi in South is Edo State, and in that Edo State, if he comes out with 30%, that's a good win for him, because they have an incumbent governor in PDP, and then traditionally Edo is between APC and PDP. But the guys on the ground and everything, let's give him maybe 25% or 30% in Edo State. That is 6 states, right?
So sorry, enigmatic. So you're not even considering Obi winning in Edo?
Winning? I don't
Where in Edo?
We are winning in Edo State. You're not considering it.
Baba, now for you. Now, are you new to Panaja in Edo State?
Okay. Let's see.
Okay, I don't know why. I don't know how you're making.
That's what I say. I'm being conservative by giving that 30%. That's being conservative. PDP and APC will not allow Obi to win in Edo State.
Listen, Obi is going to win in Edo. We can bet $1,000.
Okay, one man. Let's do it now. Me and
let's do it.
Sorry, me and you. I beg. Sacrifice. I need that money.
Now what for you? Now, okay, the two of you against me. So
we don't want people betting with mouth, Jerry, like engineer.
No. How do we do this? Can we forward it to one man?
You that you own 5 betting shop, you don't want people betting. What are you saying? Look at this.
No. That's not what I'm saying.
Can we forward it to one man? Maybe on
people are betting with mouth.
Send it to one man. Send it to one man.
No. I think Alexander Gomez will hold on to that. Yes. It's all mouth anyway. It's all talk.
No. I don't need this to be mouth, one man.
How many bets have we had on this platform?
But you know what, man? I've tried on this platform, right? Since May, I've tried to challenge obedience. Obi will not even win. I said, let's do it.
As soon as somebody loses their bet, they start to have network issues.
Let's have this bet. One man. I'm really interested in it. I'm not joking.
Okay.
Enigmatic. Okay. Let's forward one man say $1,000 maybe on Cash App. Then after the election. In Edo State, yes.
Okay. Obi will not carry Edo State.
Yes. That's what you said.
One
man, send your Cash App.
So sorry. What's the bet? Let's do it. Let's just say because it's meant to be just a gentleman something. Do $10. Just do $10. You don't have to be doing it.
Why do you always play my show?
One man, what's this? What's this?
Owó tí
One
màá
man.
fẹ́ kí n jẹ́, mo ṣú ọ̀pá
No,
lè.
one man.
Look at
One
these
man.
people.
Enigmatic.
I don't know why you're spoiling this for me. One man.
Enigmatic.
That's why you spoiled my game the other time. I was sure Jewel,
Enigmatic.
thank you.
Yeah, so enigmatic.
Yeah.
I was going to ask you one question earlier. Don't you think PDP not zoning to South even affected and is part of why the party is upside down at the moment?
Say it again, please.
PDP not zoning the presidency to the South. Don't you think it's part of what is affecting them and what is breaking the party apart?
No, PDP is suffering blows from every angle now. That is one of the many problems they are having. Normally, right, Atiku shouldn't be in this race.
Exactly my point.
Under every circumstances, he shouldn't have been in this race.
Well,
this race should have been between somebody from the southeast versus somebody from the south.
Enigmatic.
At least, sir.
Yeah, in my own estimation, I don't think that this demand for resignation of IU, I don't think it is the only demand that the Wike guys are making. So it might be the reason why Atiku didn't succumb to that very demand, because possibly he knew very well that even if IU had resigned, it won't still stop anything. Wike then will still make another strict and almost impossible demand from them again, from Atiku again. So I think Wike is quite embittered by what Tambuwal did, and he has sworn that instead of giving a pathway to Atiku, that he's going to punish the two of them, because that is a very huge betrayal on his part,
But,
so I will tell you.
One thing that is really hitting Wike hard is, I believe, is this thing. He sees all the guys now that are holding the lever, that run the PDP now as outsiders. You know what that means? That he has always been the only one in PDP. If you look at the history of PDP, Atiku has moved out of PDP maybe twice, right? Same as IU, same as Dino Melaye, Tambuwa. So all of them, they moved out, they came back, they moved out, they came back. And each time they come back to the party, they are just using one or two things to wrestle the power from everybody and snatch the ticket again. So this time around, I think they just want to say, no, we're going to show you, because he's been saying this now, that even if you actually want to go by the equity, justice, and fairness that he's been talking about, right? If Atiku should always, when each time he returns to PDP, he should have gone back to the back of the line. You understand what I'm saying, right? But now he's in front of the line, not just in front of the line. Now he has the ticket with all the people that actually worked against PDP in 2015, and because that is still very fresh. We saw what they did to Jonathan. Jonathan wouldn't have lost that, regardless of APCs. The APC played a very good opposition game against PDP. If PDP had done that since they became an opposition party, probably that would have been different. But those guys that actually worked against Jonathan, they are the ones who are running the show now in PDP. And Wike, that actually stayed back to sustain PDP at the time of PDP's need, is the one that is being kicked to the curb. So now they are ready to burn the house down to the ashes. And then probably after this election, when they eventually lose, then they will now find a way to build the home, to build the house. But then Wike will have probably a very good soft landing to say, okay, I can do this. And that is what we've been talking about, that after this election, right? After this election, let me be conservative with my word now, that if Obi, eventually loses, is he going to go back to PDP thinking about, okay, am I going to see Wike again and all these folks who are already there, because Obi will be suffering the same fate as Atiku now. He will be coming back to a fold that he left. You know what I'm saying now? So Atiku is having issues on several fronts, and Wike is mad. Wike is very close. He's a very close ally with Tambuwa. They've been very close since law school, I guess. So they've been very, very close. Wike was the one that bankrolled and then mobilized for this same Tambuwa when he wanted to become Speaker of the House. He did a lot of stuff to make him Speaker against Asiwaju's, candidate. So he knew he knew the role he played. Then this same Tambuwa to actually stab him in the back at the time of his own need. Then he's taking a revenge on the two of them now, both Tambuwa and Atiku. So Saraki, all of them, they've messed up the party and they are back in the party to control the lever of the party. So if I was in Wike's shoe, I would do worse than what Wike is doing now. I don't care to burn the party down so that everybody will know where they stand. And then if there's a chance, we rebuild the party from ground. That's
the only thing that I don't like is the name they gave themselves. They are calling themselves Integrity Governors.
Integrity Group.
Yes. But it's integrity now because
no.
Integrity.
Is it somebody like Okeze Bazo that you call integrity?
Oh, even Wike himself.
Or is it somebody like the governor of Enugu State?
How many politicians? Tell me one of them. Tell me one politician in Nigeria that has a semblance of integrity in them. None of them. So it's politics.
I think Kwankwaso might have.
Well, no, I don't. Well, I can't never stick my neck out to.
Did you see that interview with Kadira Ahmed? When
I like Kwankwaso.
Yeah, did you see the interview with Kadira Ahmed, Saki Fada, when Kadira Ahmed was presenting documentary proof from Ganduje that Kwakwaso is actually a fraud and his whole scholarship thing a scam?
No, I didn't see that.
All right. Okay. He was squirming when she put that to him. But enigmatic, round up that space only because of time. And then I want to go on to Playtown if it's still with us, and if it's not, then I'll go to Saki Fada. I want to put a position to either of the two of them.
Okay. So, well, to the best of my knowledge, Wike is doing the Lord's work, as we say it in America here. He's doing everything to punch the hell out of Atiku and his team. And then Atiku, I think I just think is the time now for maybe, there's something they call affiche or assassin in Yoruba language, I don't know how to, maybe Kulata and some big bros can help me out with that. I think that is what is playing out, because
affiche is excessiveness. Assassin is maybe they crushed you or something.
It's like that is because it's like Atiku just let me use just shook his head, into what he shouldn't have had a business in at all. He shook his head to rob the southeast of at least of that ticket of south. At least look at the game that APC played. All the APC governors, the northern extraction, they said no, this ticket is going to south. It should go to the south, because at the end of the day they know what they are doing. So why can't Atiku just step back and play the big boy and play like the fatherly role and say this ticket, or the governors in the south in the PDP should say, insist like the governors in APC, this ticket should go to the south. Okay, let all the south and the southeast people go and fight themselves, and whoever comes with the ticket, that's just like PDP. If it's Peter Obi, if it's Anyim Payos Anyim, if it's Ipeazu or Wike, at the end of the day, at least we know we are talking about. But now look at what he did, and then you are calling yourself, you are running on the toga of a unifier, where you have three different factions under you: a faction of Kwakwanso, a faction of Obi, and a faction now of the G5, and you are a unifier my foot. So it's quite unfortunate. Let's say I plays out for him if he's gonna probably 24 hours is a long way in politics, but I don't see these guys coming back. That I'm not seeing Wike is out for blood, and he's gonna exact as every pound of the flesh from Atiku and Tambua. That's it.
Enigmatics, I really don't want us to go from there because I think we are going too far from one space that I want. So enigmatic, the situation now, let one man provide the Nigerian account so we can
leave it now. You this guy, man.
One man,
You
come
want to diddle this man.
One man, it's me and enigmatic is better. I don't know why you're putting your mouth.
No, it's fine, no. But
Ajale
Koko can be the accountant since we are both in America.
Ajali Koko, fine. I provide Nigeria account, so me and the enigmatic will maybe put. I don't know how much you can, maybe 1 million or 500,000. We can put it in Naira account for Ajali Koko.
He said $1,000. He said $1,000. And you guys are putting the US. Why are you referring to Nigeria?
Because now the platform that one man say doesn't have Cash App, and I don't know if enigmatic is okay doing Cash App. So
Baba will be our holder. Baba Aja will be our holder. So
okay.
Baba, I will send my details through one man. So the deal is Obi is not carrying Edo State.
Yeah, the deal is Obi is not carrying it. He said Obi will not win those states. Yeah.
Now, if you want to go further, we can do 5-5. Obi will not win the main election. Can we do?
No, I'm not doing that one.
Look at that. And that is it right there. Thank you for that. So that's it. Just put your. Well, of course, you're not a stupid man now. And as I said, only a stupid man would think Obi is going to win the election. It's just nonsense.
I can't see the future. I'm a sensible person.
You can't see the future, but you can see those states.
I can see those states.
Look at this guy.
So Ajali Koko, I beg.
Baba Aja, in this case. Baba, Baba.
Ajale Koko, it's going to raid the fridge. But I wanted to ask you something enigmatic.
Kilo Shaleo.
You are going to be the holder.
I bet Neil, and I'm trying to discourage them.
For enigmatic and Des. 1K. Obi will not carry those states. That's my own.
One man is the driver now.
They appointed you as the accountant.
Ajale Koko is the conductor. One man is the driver. Ajale Koko is the conductor.
But enigmatic. I want to put something to you, but just be very succinct with it. Who do you think Wike's gripe is with the most? Who do you think it feels hurt by the most? Is it Atiku for having that ticket? Is that what really rankles him the most? Or is it the betrayal from Tambuwal? Because I think what's really paining him the most is probably the betrayal from Tambuwal.
Is Tambuwal's betrayal.
I think so too. Yeah.
Wike was coasting to victory that day. Everybody can see it now, Baba. It was, Tambuwa hit him bad, like very bad, very, very bad. If you know what Wike did, right, to ensure that Tambuwa succeeds, becomes speakers. That House Speaker then, because it was a very keen contest. It was Bajabia Miller that was supposed to be the speaker then. He snatched that speaker's position from under the nose of Ashwaju. They mobilized, they did everything, and they did it in the House and in the Senate. So Atiku has his own fault though. He has his own grind with Wike. But Wike is exactly more pound of flesh now from Tambuwa. Unfortunately, Ori Atiku Okosi is smashing the two heads at the same time now. Wike is not backing down. If all this, if the four governors back down, Wike will go. Wike Wike will go all out for Atiku. He's not coming back.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Enigmatic. So thank you, Enigmatic. Stay with us.
So who will be our holder, please? Let's
leave this thing alone. I was just friendly banter now.
Oh man, no.
Somebody
It's not
wants to
friendly
rob
matter.
here. Is this armed robbery taking place? What's going on?
What's this?
Any man who are obedient, you go
I dey hear Yoruba.
I want chop your money gone. I want chop you need.
This one, you know, if you even chop them, that's the problem.
All right. This is just the usual braggadocio or something. You get
I wish it wasn't. I'm just tired. I wish that someone can hold that money. Really, I really wish.
No, don't worry. I don't know the Lagos. But let me go on to Uptowns. If it's, I think we may well have lost Uptown, but Uptown, are you still there? Yes, it's so quiet. You know when you've lost some. Brady, look at that. I was just about to do my little spill. But Uptown, okay, so good you are there. Can I ask you, do you know what happened on the 20th of February, 1978? Do you know what happened of significance in Nigeria on the 20th of January? February, on the 20th of February, 1978. Do you know what happened?
No, what happened?
Okay, on that day, an artist known as Fela Kuti, he married 27 women all in one day on the 20th of February 1978. So that was a Nigerian record, but Playtown, that record has now been surpassed. So I want you to talk me through this. Anambra lawmaker marries 250 widows during birthday. So 250 widows during birthday. Let me just give it to you quickly. The lawmaker representing Onitsha North. Wow, your system. Mute yourself just for a moment. The lawmaker representing Onitsha North 2 in Anambra State House of Assembly, Honorable Edward Ibuzo, had during his birthday held on Sunday in his Onitsha residence, reportedly married no fewer than 250 widows who attended the occasion. Addressing them, Ibuzo, who is called Liver to Deliver by his admirer, said that he would not let them suffer as they had no other person to rely upon except himself, as they did not have their late husbands. Today I am celebrating my birthday party. I have used it to have you as my wives because of your belief in me and support. You are all good wives, and I will treat you as my wives, no longer as widows. The 2023 general election is around the corner, and since I am candidate of the All Progressive Grand Alliance in Onitsha, North and South Federal Constituency, I expect all your votes to go for me as your husband. Presently, I am in the State House of Assembly for Onitsha North Zone 2, and by your votes and others, I will be at the Federal House of Representatives to serve you better. As your husband today, I am empowering you with one wrapper for each widow, now wife, bag of rice, gari, groundnut oil, salt, Maggi cubes, tin tomatoes, cash, amongst others. This is to help keep body and soul together and inform you that all hope is not lost by the death of your husband. You have now gotten a new husband and the marriage is divine. The lawmaker stressed the need for him to be elected as the APCA candidate for the Green Chamber, adding that the lawmaker there in Onitsha Federal Constituency has overstayed her welcome and needed to be changed for the better. So there it is right there. Fela's record broken in Onitsha North Zone 2 Senatorial District. What says you, Uptown? What says you? Fela Kuti record beating in Onitsha.
One month.
You were not expecting that one, were you?
I was not. Oh no.
All right, abandon that. That was more really a
Yes.
jocular something because
Yes.
I just
Yes.
saw it and it tickled me. But the tension between Soludo and Peter Obi, more serious matter. But in terms of ideological thrust and direction of
Mm,
travel, I think
mm,
Soludo charts a better path for the southeast. Because of course, Peter Obi is just flash is having this flash and dash moment, but for more
mm,
substantive longevity,
mm.
Soludo has a better plan, surely.
All right. You hear me?
Yeah, I can perfectly carry on.
Um, in that space here, I think for me it is yes some sort of ideological clash. Yeah, I agree with you quite all right. But I think
Well, it's long, isn't it? Look at that. Only things to do to you, or easy.
Soludo is reaching is like what Soludo is not is saying is not like rocket science. It's not something very innovative. It's something that is there normally. He cited Bola Tinubu, good and fine. You get what I'm saying? But that's that's the politics that people like Obi is trying to remove out of our political um calendar or structure or methodology. So for Obi, I'm Soludo is looking at it from the ethnic prism. Obi is not looking at it at from ethnic prism. Yes, I'm saying so. Soludo is approaching it from the you have to become an ethnic champion first, and then use that to negotiate power with other people of other region. Obi is saying, well, I don't know anything about ethnic anything anywhere. I came out as a qualified Nigerians, and I'm getting support from uh, Nigerians that want to see politics being played in another way. So that's why I don't think Obi relates with what Obi Soludo is saying. And what Soludo is saying is actually, I mean, it's
Do
literally like
you
what
okay?
Tinubu did.
Setting a bit to one side for a
Mm,
moment. Do you
mm,
actually agree in terms of an approach? Do you actually
mm,
agree with what Oludo is what is trying to flesh out in the southeast in terms of direction of travel politically?
mm. I have an issue with that. And the reason I have an issue with that is there is something, is it Kulata that said that? I'm trying to remember who made that comment earlier. Yeah, and he said that negotiating with people and what have you. If you negotiate with people, so your region will not be left behind. If you don't, it will be left. I don't think so. Southeasterners has been pro PDP, has given PDP everything since 1999, 100% votes, support, and what have you. But what did they get out of it? They didn't get anything out of it, So Southeast has continually
But
negotiated with.
Plato, but that is not negotiation. That is loyalty. So they can take advantage of your loyalty. If you
What?
negotiate, then your cards are all. I mean, then you're not putting all
No,
your cards on the table.
no, no. What I'm saying is that whoever that is bringing up negotiations now, they have since 1999. What have we negotiated? What have the political actors, the ones going around with beating the drums of negotiation now, what have they been able to negotiate all the while?
Yeah, but you have to
So,
start from somewhere.
well, what guarantees you they never started anytime? Is it now that they will start? So what I'm saying, the point I'm making is, for me, even for me personally, I believe, and I say it anyway, and I don't care whose horse. Buhari.
Whose ox is God is what we're looking for. Whose ox is
Yes, yes,
God?
yes,
Yeah,
yes, yes.
God.
I
Yeah.
say it strongly. Buhari
Mm.
has done more for the Saudis than the entire 16 years of PDP did for them. And I have facts and figures to back this up. And this is people that gave this man just 5% of the votes. They didn't. They were neither loyal nor negotiating anything. They didn't negotiate anything with him. They got more from him. So for me, a president that is going to do the needful is going to do the needful, whether negotiated or not.
Apologies, Playtown. Something I just remembered something that I've been meaning to tell everyone.
Okay.
Apologies, you still have the floor. I just remembered it
Yes,
now. So everyone, round about 6, round about it's going to be 6:45 roundabout UK time. I am going to be live streaming the candidates program between with Peter Obi and Dati Kadira Ahmed. So yes, that was the blockbuster that I was promising you yesterday. I thought it was today, but it's actually tomorrow. So make sure you are all here because it's going to be quite explosive. So we're going to be live streaming it and reacting to it instantaneously. But it won't be instantaneous though. It'll be about a 45-minute delay or 30-minute delay because I cannot commit until about 6:30. But just avail yourself of the space because it's going to be quite explosive. So to everyone listening and everyone on the panel, if you're available, it's going to be just look out for it. So yeah. So back to you, Playtown.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Sure, we'll be here to hopefully by God's grace to analyze and dissect.
Yes, make or break Obi tomorrow. This is the thing.
Yes,
Obi,
make or break.
it either goes down or it doesn't.
Yeah.
You know?
Either way, it's gonna go down.
So
Okay.
so 6:45 p.m. tomorrow.
Yeah, 6:45 p.m. my time. But I'm going to put it out now.
It's gonna be morning time in America. Yeah.
Yes, so I'm going to put because that's when they are doing. No PM though. Oh yes, it will be. So yes, but no, look out for it. It's going to be hopefully epic. Sorry, carry on, Playtown.
Okay.
Uptown. Oh, you change your name so often, we can't keep up. Uptown.
Sorry. One more.
Yes.
Did you play the one of Kwankwaso and others?
We did now. You should have been here.
Yeah, we did.
Was it explosive?
It was interesting, but Peter Obi, of course, we have to be explosive because he's such a controversial figure.
The most controversial of them all. Okay. Can I continue?
Sorry, carry on. Yes.
All right. Good. So, like I said, like I made the point before, yeah. A president that wants to do the needful is gonna do the needful, whether negotiated or not. You know what I'm saying? So for me, the Buhari that the Southeast voted least for has done more for the Saudis in the last 7 years than the 16 years of the people they were loyal to, which is the PDP. And for someone that might bring up the argument that about nepotism and appointments, for me,
can you mention some of those things that Buhari done special? That
I can, and let me put a caveat here. I didn't say Buhari has done so well for the Southeast. I said I'm making a comparison in comparison with the people that they gave a lot of loyalty. So that's what. And I come from Anambra here, and when I moved from I attended a school Nise, so it's in Oka. So since I was conscious, you get what I'm saying, the federal roads in Anambra, especially the one from Onitsha to Oka and whatever what have you, had never been motorable throughout the days of Goodluck Jonathan. Before then, it has always been like that. You know what I'm saying? So, and really, there was there was absolutely no presence of the federal government in Anambra. And same thing with Southeast under the PDP. And if anybody knows any, whether in infrastructure, whether in education, whether in aviation, if someone has something, let them come on board with it. But under Buhari, and guess what? Anambra didn't have an airport. The airport we had in Enugu was dying down by the day. And we had, under Goodluck Jonathan, we had our own as the Minister for Aviation. Back to back, we had Stella Odua, we had Ostashidoka. They didn't do anything in those ministries. So the issue in Nigeria is that people mistake if maybe if they give you clown man, if they give somebody from your side an appointment in Abuja, then you mistake that for being carried along or being well, federal government has done something. No, they didn't do anything for you. They did something for an individual. So if they feel the federal government with people from my state and I'm not feeling anything as someone from that state, it's almost like nothing. But here, people are like, okay, wow, people from my state are in federal government, so yeah, I'm part of it. No, you're not part of it, because there was a lot of Southeasterners under Goodluck Jonathan's government, and also under his boss, and also under Boss and Joe. They didn't bring anything to the Southeast. They didn't bring anything to the Southeast. And the guy in aviation, in the aviation ministry right now, he's not a Southeasterner, but he has done more for aviation sector, airports in the Southeast, well, around the country as well, far more than my brothers did when they were there. Especially people like Chidoka. And Chidoka is a very intelligent person. What did he do as aviation minister? Same with the lady that was there. You get what I'm saying? So my point is, the only thing I'll count as helping my people is not how many of my people you give an appointment, because those appointments do not translate to the development of the region. So even if you're not going to give appointment to anybody in that region, but please develop the region for the benefit of the actual ordinary people of the region. You know what I'm saying? So that's my own idea. That's why I think Buhari did more. The second Niger bridge is complete, and I mean I went to Anambra like when almost a week ago, and I had to take a drive from there. I had to take a very elaborate movement around there. I went through the interchange and everything. And magnificent. That's a big job. I can tell you that. That's a big job.
Okay. So sorry.
Yeah. 1 month.
I keep making requests of people, but if you next time you are there, can you take a short clip of it and
Okay,
just
video. Yeah. Okay.
and pop it to me on Instagram? And
Okay.
also,
Sure. That would be easy.
And also, as an edifice, is it impressive, or
It is. It is 1 month.
did they just do some
No. It's not
shoddy job?
anyhow.
Yeah.
It's not anyhow. I can tell you this. It's not anyhow. The bridge itself is even like less than. It's just like about 50% of the job. People are just hammering on the bridge. There is actually a link road from there directly to the Asaba airport, and then there is another 3-lane.
Completed.
Yeah. It's almost complete, that one. And the interchange, the ones that lead to Owerri are not. The jobs are good, and then the quality of the roads as well. There's one thing to do a job for people. You get what I'm saying? An eye service job, and there's another thing to. If you look at a job, you know that this person actually did this job from their mind. They want to leave a lasting legacy. It's not just eye service, because when you look at the quality of the road, you look at the levels of the when you look from the side, you see the thickness and the quality and the solidness of it. You know that okay, this is actually some people that has some brain over their neck working. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, which is something they've been using to play politics since 1999. Everybody comes and hammer the second Niger bridge, blah blah blah, do stuff and run away. You know what I'm saying? So, and that's how come the same way I followed up when Obiano was building the airport in Anambra. And I know the participation of the federal government on making that airport a very speedy job in terms of both approving, even though Obiano was not in APC. You know what I'm saying? And this is not like that they're up to standard of what you would expect, but I'm comparing them with what that region got with the previous party that they were giving their 100% to. So that's my point, is that loyalty.
I beg your pardon.
Yeah.
Uptown, but You know, we come here all the time and we wail and gnash about the amount of monies that Buhari has been borrowing. But all these things that you've just described, it will cost a pretty penny. It's not something you pull out of your pocket. So
Yes.
if you are saying this guy is borrowing, well, you're just giving us an example of what he's spending the money on.
One man, most times, yeah, is not what I'm saying is not a very popular opinion. But guess what? Buhari has made more out of money than PDP ever did. The gap is too much. You understand what I'm saying? If you check the access to money that PDP had during their time, it is almost ×5 of what Buhari had in the last 7 years in terms of access to money. You get what I'm saying? So yeah, Buhari is obviously way below, but then come on, where we are coming from, a lot of things we are suffering now originated from the gross mismanagement that happened under PDP. 16 years of PDP, gross mismanagement.
Because you have to add what you've just said in, and by the way, you're not the first person to come here. UK, when there's a chap that comes here, we've not actually seen him for a while. I'll drop him on Instagram. He came here. He went to Nigeria. He even sent us a video clip, or Ajanle Koko will recall this. So, and that was a different space. I think he's from that Imo side. He said, similarly, just as you said it, he said the road that he, as a young man, had never been able to see anybody drive on, he was driving on it and sending us video clips. So you've given us this second Niger bridge. Add that to the Lagos Ibadan that Thomas has already reported. The train station, the rail line. I mean, this. We hate. We still hate Buhari, but fair is fair. You have to, fair is fair now.
Yeah. I mean, for me, I can never be seen to join that bandwagon of emotional submissions without how is it that you didn't revolt against somebody as unproductive to your region as Goodluck Jonathan was, and then you are revolting against a Buhari that's, for me, in every ramification has done far more in terms of actually doing something in that region. You get what I'm saying? And it's fine if he doesn't lie, he doesn't give the body language of liking. I don't really care about, for me, in government, I don't even really care about who likes me so much, even though I care because it gives me the emotional, at least, sense of joy and whatever it is. But then come on, even if you don't like me, please do something for my people. That's the most important thing. Things that are going to change lives, or things that are going to make their life easier, whatever it is.
If only this guy managed, if it wasn't for the human rights abuse and the ethnic jingoism and the insecurity, and also, do you think they trumpet enough their achievements? Because
no.
They don't trumpet
One man,
it enough.
they don't, and the reason is they don't. I can't claim to know the reason 100% why they don't. I don't think they trumpet in love, but I think it's also coming from the head. One of the biggest problem Buhari administration has is communication.
No, hold on.
Okay.
I think they are communicating enough. The problem we have is that, the problem that they have, they are not making use of social media.
Yes.
Communicate their message. If they have been making use of social media, posting all this, showing all this to Nigeria, to Nigerians in diaspora, to let us see, look at the level of achievement in the area of infrastructure, then that could change a lot of us and the heart of a lot of us. But they are not doing that. They just concentrate on NTA that doesn't function, that a lot of Nigeria doesn't watch. TV in Nigeria, how many people watching TV when there is no electricity, constant electricity? So people doesn't. I see sometimes on channels and all these things when they TVC when they are running some of these achievements. But how many people watch all those TV when there is no electricity? They should concentrate on social media posting all these things, have a special a person that can be doing that and be posting it all the time, and that could help them spreading the message of their achievement. So they are failing. If they don't make use of in this social media world, they are not making use of social media to communicate to Nigerians.
Yes.
That is their problem.
Yeah. So I feel it's still that communication. Those are you streamline it to social media, because for me, I feel PDP does a better job in promoting themselves in terms of communication, and then promoting what they are doing or whatever it is. PDP is more better with that kind of job than APC. APC is more like, I'm not even going to say it, whether you know about it or not. I don't care. We just concentrate, and I think that's a very crude. I don't know. It's a cake style, elderly style, and whatever it is, and it's not helping matters. Yeah, so I'm saying, So within,
can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, but do you think what I think is and that is what you actually mentioned it, this Buhari's tendency of not putting the right people in the right portfolio. Lai Mohammed is a waste of a human.
A waste of information minister.
Yes, it thinks it's all about propaganda and speaking big grammar.
This guy that is working, that is connecting the achievement of Buhari's government now, right? Connecting it with the Tinubu's campaign. This bearded guy, this white guy,
Ajuri.
Imagine
brilliant guy.
It's weird. It's where the government that has a jury and makes Lai Mohammed his information minister. I don't understand.
So just go ahead. But Buhari nailed himself, and there is a body now on campaign on APC's campaign now. But yes, go ahead. Is because it's just a wrong round whatever in the square hole. That's Buhari's problem.
So I mean, it's been like that, and I've heard reports of before Umai of Ebonyi State moved to APC. I knew of how much Buhari's government was doing to assist what he was doing in Ebonyi State. Even though I'm not a huge fan of what he's doing, I think most of what he's doing is white elephant projects that are not necessarily translating into a better life for the Ebonyi people. But then, those are great feats for a state that is receiving one of the lowest in allocations to be able to engage in super infrastructural projects like that. I mean, and then you could tell if you go to that space to research, you find out that they're getting tremendous support from the federal government, even as an opposition party. I don't think there is something the PDP will ever do if they were in power. You understand? So for me, that's it for that space of negotiation or whatever. It's not necessarily guaranteed for you that whoever you put or your whatever behind is the one that is going to benefit you. I was talking to someone a couple of days
in support of what you just said. Now, I think Wike confirm it as well that when he applied for to build law school in Rivers, he said he was shocked at the speed that Abubakar Malami approved it. He said he wasn't expecting. He thought they're going to play politics, but when the legal, how did he mention them? That legal counsel or this thing, when they came back and said, "Look, Oga, he said, look, Oga, this thing has been approved." He said, I told them, say, wait, make us see. Are you sure? You sure you are saying the truth? He said he was shocked at the speed Abubakar Malami approved it. He said, according to them, he said when they took that application to him, he said, "Oh, Governor of Rivers is trying to help us to build a law school. That is fine now." He said at one time, he just approved it. He didn't even play politics. He said, but later when the senators committee on this thing, I can't remember the name of the committee. Those one
judiciary
and judiciary. Thank you. He said when those one wanted to start playing politics, then he have to call Ekiti governor. Say, Ekiti governor, call your brother. Oh. Your brother is trying to stop me from building law school. Abubakar Maniame has signed it, have approved it, but your brother in the Senate is the one leading the judiciary committee. Oh. He said then the governor intervened and then everything went through. He said so, and he mentioned, and that was when he mentioned about the money given to them, the money that during the PDP days, this what do you call this thing?
Bailout funds.
No, this oil
the derivation.
Okay. That they've been owing them since 1999.
They didn't even say that. That Mohammed cannot even tell Nigerians about that. That's an achievement.
That's crazy.
He said Buhari approved it. He said that is the money I use to build all this infrastructure that have been showcasing, all this have been commissioning for the past several months now. He said that. He said, go and ask your governor in all the all producing states, where did they put their money? You see, Wike, that guy, he can fight. Oh, he's exposing all those governor is oil producing states. He has exposed them. Then the people, those Niger Watch boy, they pick up on their governor when they had what do you call this guy? Wike said that where did they put their money? If Wike can use that money given to them from oil derivation, using it to build infrastructure within a year, all those contracts that is commissioning, it was last year he commissioned, he signed all those contracts. The law school, the all the bridges and the what do you call it? The cancer and vascular center. It was last year he signed the contract and everything within a year. So if our government officials, these governors particularly, if they really want to make that country better, if they really want to work, they can achieve a lot of things, but they are looting the money. That is the problem. So just to support you that Buhari, somehow we can criticize him, but the other side, it's good some way that it's not communicated well to Nigerian people. So we can confirm it. He approved that money that even their party could not approve to them. That derivation money could not give to them. And then the way the Abubakar Manami signed and approved law school, So just to add to what you are saying, Uptown.
All right, thank you, Ajan Likoko. Yes, so that's exactly what I'm saying, because when Obiano built the airports, and then towards the ending, Obiano wanted to commission the place, and then wanted the flight to land there. They brought in politics and Dioba from Abuja and they cancelled it, and they cancelled the what was it called, the like there's this go ahead that you get here so that planes can land there, and they wanted to cancel it so that because they know it is going to help Obiano in Soludo's election. So that's them playing politics again. What did Obiano do? Obiano went straight to Abuja that night, direct to the president, and that was revoked immediately. And that's permission was given to him immediately. You understand what I'm saying? As an APGA governor. So, and he said it as well when on the commissioning day, he said it and he gave kudos to Buhari. People were speculating then, this one you're giving too much credit to Buhari. It's like this man wants to go to APC. When I told people I don't see Obiano going to APC. Obiano is not a career politician. That guy is probably just going to retire. But just because he gave credit, he said the truth about how Buhari's government helped to boost this thing to happen very fast. People were saying that maybe it's because he doesn't want to go to APC. He was just saying the truth. So that's by the way. On this,
sorry, just one last thing on that space. Okay. Now, just something that Thomas mentioned, perhaps you can confirm. Thomas was saying that since he's been in Nigeria, they've had 12 hours electricity consistently. Have you noticed a marked improvement in that space as well?
There's improvements in electricity, at least in the last two, three. These are popular. These are very unpopular opinions.
In the last how long? In the last 2-3 years.
Yes.
And when you apologies. When you say improvement, is there consistency to it so that you understand that okay, they'll bring it, the light will come on for like about 7 p.m. and go on. So is there consistency to it?
Yes. For me, it's been an incremental progress. It does not look like, so I can say it's consistent. For me, it's been an incremental. I mean, I cannot claim to be speaking for the entire 250 million Nigerians. I've not been to a lot of urban rural areas, but then in comparison, the same place I was, and in comparison with what it was some 7-10 years ago, I mean, these guys have really done well, and they're not really beating a lot of their drums. You understand? I mean, I'm following up with what's going on with the gas pipeline laying and the projects and what have you that our regular everyday media do not report. So that's by the way.
All right, back to it. Yeah.
With the Soludo space, yeah. So I think it's just ideology clash. But for me, Soludo's letter to Obi was very uncalled for. I think we've had a discussion earlier. There is no one single elite, no one single person in Anambra has backed Soludo on that. Everybody is saying he's on his own. Every voice in Anambra is saying no. Every voice that has said anything about this in the Southeast are of the opinion that he is on his own. So he's the only person that is in that space. But then about what he's saying, I think for me, Soludo is sort of an elitist, pro-system guy. He has this pro-system ideology. Like I said yesterday, Obi is a revolutionary, even though he's not like a Showore revolutionary. He's a consensus kind of revolutionary. So he's not a confrontational revolutionarist. So, and he's a more pro-people person. Soludo is a more pro-system person. And I think that's where the clash is coming from. And Soludo is looking at it from the ethnic champion template. So that's the status quo template. So capture your ethnicity, become their champion, and then use it to negotiate power. Obi is more like the just become a national hero, and just a national champion, so that you cannot necessarily be traced. It's not you're not a particular regional champion or whatever it is. That's the idea of Obi, and he's always postured like. See, most Igbo people has never seen Obi as an Igbo project. That is the problem. And that is why what happened in 2019 happened. When Atiku Abubakar chose him as vice presidential candidate, you knew what happened in the Southeast, at least for the first 24 to 48 hours of that announcement. Because I don't think the ideal person that if you gather Southeast and then note when I say Southeastern elites, they're not Southeastern people. Southeastern people are different. So Southeastern elites, I don't think an Obi is the ideal person to take the spot, because Obi is not necessarily an Igbo champion. He's not an ethnic guy. So it's not somebody you expect to become president and then you are getting some favoritism because he's an Igbo guy. So I think the elites in the Southeast will prefer somebody like maybe Enyinaya Baribe, somebody that is pro-Igbo, somebody that when he gets there will know, yes, of course, now Igbo is in charge. Obi is more like a neutral guy that they know if he gets to presidency, he will pay exactly equal attention to every tribe. You're not gonna expect any super loop-sidedness in terms of favoring us the more than any other person. So I don't think they also like that idea. So for them, Obi is not an Igbo project. So this guy that is not Igbo enough for us, is he the one that's going to take up the Igbo slots? How is it going to benefit us? So those are things that we're checking as well. And obviously, from the beginning, Obi is already telling them clearly that, see, Obi has not even done any major meetings there because he knows the space there. You understand what I'm saying? He didn't start, the very foundation of his candidacy didn't even start from Southeast. And I was listening to Professor Odinkalo, 2-3 days ago, where he was dissecting that space, and he said that Southeastern, and this is something I know as well, someone that was in at least in Anambra in a couple of days ago, like a week ago or so, that Southeastern youths played catch up on Obi's candidacy. So it's almost like Obi's candidacy was fueled. The beginning was fueled not necessarily by Southeast, but by the urban youths. That's the Sorosuke guys, aka the NSAS guys. So what Southeastern youths now did was like they were like, oh wow, what's happening? What's going on? They said Obi is now the favorite of wow. Let's join in. So Southeastern guys like in Obi's project, they played catch up. You understand what I'm saying? So they weren't even the ones that originated it. So for most of these elites in Southeast, this guy is not necessarily our project. Are you sure he's the one that is best suited to protect our interests as Igbo guys or whatever it is? And then Obi is hammering down on that, telling you, don't vote for me because he's doubling down on that. He's not trying to pretend to you guys or whatever it is. So he's hammering that see, this is the time, like what he said in River State. This is those politics of tribe and religion is where we are today, and this is the time we have to abandon it. Even though if Obi comes out now and does it is the stone of the Southeast, it's still at least it's still a reasonable. He has the moral ground to say that, but he has decided not to because this guy has always positioned himself as see this whole ethnic sharing, let's share power and all of that. That's where we are today because you can never achieve anything where you get there, where you negotiate with, let's say, two geopolitical regions negotiate and then grab power. And then, for as long as they're in power, other ones that didn't negotiate will be on the sidelines and they will be struggling till they also negotiate their own and come back and grab power, whatever it is. So, Obi is like, no, just let one Nigerian take power and let everybody be part of it. No one or two, three people ganging up by one side, negotiating and using their numbers to muzzle it from those that don't have the numbers and all that. So Obi is proposing a new future, a new country where we have to live, and it's a very difficult space. The space Obi has thrown in his towel to. The water he has decided to swim is something you have to count how many politicians that will have the heart to go through those. It's just like seeing a sweet river to swim and to swim to nowhere, and he decided to just break through rocks for actual freedom. So I think his position is more pro-Nigerian, it's more pro-people, it's more of the philosophy is leaving the old outdated style of politics, which is what Soludo is still canvassing for. So I think that's what is going on in that space. So for me, what Soludo is doing, I think he just keep quiet because even people in Apga is complaining. PDP is that is people even say this fighting for. Well, the PDP chieftains doesn't seem to be aligned with what he's saying. So, and I don't see the reason for saying it. And even let me just add this real quick before I end. Even the investment stuff he raised there is some association of professionals in the southeast who was represented by their chairman that came to Arise TV to debunk most of those things because if you cited one investment that Obi did that is not according to them is that investment alone, that Samila investment represents only 5% of the entire Obi's investment. So now somebody does 100% investment and then 5% is fails, and then you capitalize on that to use to rob against every other investment. How come Soludo didn't mention about the 40 billion naira investment to be made in Orient Petroleum after he was able to secure our Anambras and oil producing states when they were dragging with Kogi? And then so many investments will be made. He didn't mention the ones that's progressing. He just went to the park and then searched and just held on to that one single one that the shares dropped, and then used that to paint every other thing just to score points for himself, whatever he was trying to do. But then the man even went ahead to even query even that particular one that dropped. Let's query it. Did it actually drop? Because when Soludo is telling us, yes, the shares drop, which actually Obi alluded to, it was once 50 naira, but now it's 5 naira per share. So but that doesn't mean that it cannot grow in the future because the company is
So,
there.
Opta, sorry if I may ask a question.
Wait, let me just land before you ask.
Yeah,
Let me
let
just
him
land on
land
this.
because I was just waiting
Yeah,
for him to land. And
let me
No,
then
it
just
was
land
on
before.
that money is spent or
Let me
I just want to be very
land.
sure I had right. You said 40 billion, right?
Let me land. I'm calling my brother. Sorry, you can ask me questions. Sorry.
No, it was 4.2 billion naira.
4 billion, 4 point something now.
4.2 billion
Yeah.
naira.
All right. So, even when you're talking about Submiller as a brewery, yeah. Now, Solido is talking about the share. Fine, good and fine. But guess what? That company, 60% of their staff are Anambrarians. They are providing job. They are the big single biggest taxpayer in that state because that's Submiller. If you check international brewery, that's the second largest brewery in the entire world, and they are 60% of their employees, which is an agreement. Actually, it's not like it's their choice anyway. That was the condition given to them before they can invest in that state. 60% of their staff are Nigerians that they're employing, and then it's not even going forward to talk about most of their raw materials that they are using. Because when people say beer, Sabmina, that place is not beer. That's where better malt is being done as well, and they also produce other things.
All right.
You understand what I'm saying? So some of their raw materials that they use, they source it from Ekoka and so many places that they use their raw materials to make their productions there. So there's a production chain, value chain to it. You understand what I'm saying? With other whatever, what have you. So and Soludo just gave it that facial rub just to score his points, and that's that, which is really, I don't think it's really very unfair. But again, I mean, I'm not the one criticizing it. Everybody has criticized it, so I don't think. I think it's also a naive point here. So
All
yeah,
right,
someone
brilliant.
wanted to ask a question.
No, I think you've answered the question already.
Okay.
I think I heard you say 40 billion, but you
No,
actually
it's not
said
40.
4.2. Let me ask you, what genre of music do you play? What genre of music?
Afrobeat.
All right. And where can people see your work? Are you happy for people? Because we are all keen to see your work.
Okay. I'm currently working on an EP, which I kind of gave a halt because we are working on an artist that came before me here that we are pushing for now. Because me pushing up my content will start from January, hopefully. But for now, we are working on Khaid, Khaid. We doing the videos, and he's doing pretty well because he's on the top 100 iTunes charts. So hopefully, my will start manifesting by January, and we're hoping on God.
All right, brilliant. Well, we're all keen. We're all rooting for you, of course.
Thank you
And of
very
course,
much.
especially if you do a jingle for the platform, so you have to do a jingle for the platform so that
Yeah, right.
I can abandon the holy song and play
Yeah.
and play your jingle. So
Sure.
that is Uptown, a superstar in the it's already a superstar on this platform, but a
Thank you.
superstar that the world will discover soon. So from that superstar to another superstar, Saki Fada. So Saki Fada. So I'm not quite sure if you can better what Uptown has done. So I think pretty much is it just the case of I concur. So the Peter Obi and by the okay we've done the Peter or the Lee yesterday, but Peter Obi versus Soludo this time around, and also the move now to pull down Peter Obi posters in Anambra State, which Soludo is determined to do. So what's going on there? The ideological chasm and the personal animosity.
Yeah, well, before I start, one man, I want to actually comment what is happening on your platform. People are. You can see that your platform is creating a lot of friendship. I was so um, I was so amazed when I saw the picture of Joel.
Yes, when Solly sent it to me, I just my
Oh,
heart
no, no,
my
I love
heart
it.
swelled
I
my
love
heart
it.
swelled. Yeah,
I love it. I
yeah,
love it.
yes.
So it means that none of us can be stranded. I might be traveling, maybe get into one airport, and maybe I'll just this is UK. I'll call one man, please. I'm in these airports. I will always see one or two persons. No, your platform is really connecting people.
The only thing is from the pictures, Solly is always telling us how tall he is, but he's actually dwarfed by Joel. So there he is. Maybe he's just a tiny little guy, really, Solly, but there
Yeah,
he is.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, 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 yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
so
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. So on the issue of Soludo, right from time I told you when I read that article he wrote, I saw beyond the message he was trying to pass across. Because if that very message was coming from within, out of passion for the progress of the Igbo race, or if it was coming out of sort of benevolence, you know, I think he could have done it in secret. I think he could have, contacted the Igbo elders and politicians and then have like a closed door meeting with them. So for him to come out and write that thing, I read more beyond the way people saw it initially. When I was reading it, I was seeing somebody who is showcasing heart of sort of bitterness and rancor. He was embittered. That's the way I saw it. He never knew that P2B would go this length. And if there is anybody in Igbo land that people might tend to expect that the person will go this length, it could be somebody like Soludo. So, because people saw him as national treasure from Igbo land. So I think it's more of, I think he's being emotional and he couldn't hold that emotions, you know. So no matter the way he's acting now, he cannot hide the feelings. So that is the way I see it. So for him to start pulling down P2B posters in Anambra State, I don't know whether it is true anyway, but if it is true, it doesn't change anything. People will still hate him the more for doing it. You know, the Anambra people, there is how they think, there is how Anambra people think. I will tell you the truth. They are individualistic in their thoughts. So even if you remove P2B's poster in physical places, P2B is already in their hearts and in their heads. They can go all out for him. So the more Soludo is doing all these things, the more people are like hating him, showing like some sort of contempt towards him. So I would advise him to stop being childish. This is like being childish, to me. P2B has permeated through the hearts and minds of most people, most of the like majority of the masses in the southeast. So Soludo should avoid doing things that will cost him something in future. People like Soludo very well. People liked him very well before now, but this very singular acts, you can see a lot of. I saw some people, even some business people in Igbo land, they are now telling Soludo, since you say the investment is worth nothing, tell us what it is worth exactly. Let us come and buy it up. That we have the money to buy the investment. That is what people are even the challenge they are just throwing out to Soludo. And I saw people that are already making songs, singing using this to like create some song against Soludo. All those kind of Igbo traditional.
Do you think Soludo can recover from this? In this, do you think he can?
I think the only way he can recover is to do something, to do projects, massive projects in Anambra that we beat, that we like in the next 4 years, we make people forget a lot of things. You should just try and do massive projects. And right now, people are more like crying that they are being overtaxed, that people are paying so much taxes right now. That the tax is too much now in Anambra State. People are crying that you can't do anything now in Anambra. If you want to do the slightest of business you can think about, you pay a lot of taxes. So people have now started calling him the tax governor, something like that. So when the tax is like doing in Anambra is a way to generate revenue. But the masses who are paying these taxes, there is a kind of inertia initially, and the way they will react to it, they might not understand it the way like people that are educated might really understand it. So that's the way people are seeing him right now. So I think he should try and quickly, adjust, because it is the people you are leading. You have to make them happy. You have to buy their favor, sort of. You have to make them like you. So this very part he has been playing, people were like, how can a governor of Anambra State? Because that article he wrote, remember, he wrote it in UK. He wrote it
Yes,
in.
they said they wrote it in the UK.
People were like, he took time and traveled when he was in the UK. He took time, sat down in the midst of these mass shootings that people are reporting in Anambra State. You had time to sit down and write that in as governor and publish it. So people are seeing it like there is a kind of some personal grudges, that Soludo cannot actually bear. He's emotional. He doesn't have this emotional intelligence. Wisdom is different from intelligence, like all these professorship. So
He has book brain, but he doesn't have common sense.
yes. He might be very brainy, but to control emotions, it doesn't do that. Just go back and watch that gubernatorial debate he had with that guy. What's the name? Andioba. You will see the way he was.
Was he not
Doing.
accusing somebody of not having school sat during that debate? I remember.
Yes.
And he was
Yes, he was
then
like,
pushing his phone into that person's face, if I remember right.
yes, all those times. So you see him as somebody who doesn't have that emotional intelligence. It's not everything that you just come out of the public and talk. Let's assume that even what Peter B is doing is wrong. Let's assume he's wrong. And you guys, you admitted that you had a closed door meeting with Peter B. Would you, in that article, open up your mouth and like expose what you and your brother discussed in a closed door? So it suggests that this guy cannot even keep like classified information. So I really think he should be very, very careful, because people are seeing him from another angle now. People are just seeing him as maybe he's being jealous of Peter B's popularity. He's being jealous of Peter B's popularity. That is the way people are seeing him. I think I saw Peter B today. He went to, I think the Catholic Church celebrated Christ the King, whatever, today.
Yeah, I saw him with photographs in front of that school. Yes, I saw him.
So he went to a CKC. That was the bishop. You saw that bishop I was telling you. That bishop is is very, very powerful in Anambra State. He's a Kali bishop. So that man, he also attended that very school. You know, then Pato Tommy was also there today. So, and that very bishop, I am very sure that bishop must have called Soludo on this matter, advising Soludo, you know. But the question is, will Soludo even, you know, this arrogance, this somehow that is very intelligent, but is intelligently arrogant. You know, that is the way Soludo is. So, I think I will advise him to actually I don't expect him to write anything further. You know, I don't even expect him to come and apologize because Soludo, the last thing Soludo will do is to withdraw what he has said. Soludo will never do that, you know. But
yes, I
for him
cannot
to do,
imagine it. It's too arrogant. Yeah.
for him to do more of trying to remove P2B's posters and those things, he's bringing more damage to himself, not even to P2B. Yeah, but one man, another thing I also want you to, another space I also want you to monitor is this Ebonyi State space. You know, Ebonyi State governor is almost becoming a tyrant and showcasing despotic leadership. You know, in Ebonyi State now, it's becoming another kind of thing. You can't say you can't even talk about another party. If you talk about another party, Bago people will just carry you and torture you. You know, you cannot even come publicly. It's becoming worse than what we normally hear in Lagos. That people are not allowed to do campaigns in Lagos. You know, that is what I'm hearing that the Ebonyi State governor is turning into. He's being tyrannic and despotic. You know, and I think there is one journalist. You know, I think you should monitor that space. There is one journalist. They said the journalist was recently captured by Babago people, you know, and he was tortured. He was even like he was injured. Like you can see bruises in his body, and I think he was stripped naked, and he was recounting the stories. So I think the police is investigating that, but the state governor is now denying that it didn't come from him, you know. But there are a lot of reports coming from that space, and I see people writing on social media what Dave Omai is turning into. You know, I don't really know why he's doing what he's doing, but I think the news I'm getting from that Ebonyi State is is very very terrible. You know, so Soludo should be very careful and you know when the what do we call it again, when the glory wanted to depart from is it from the people of Israel, you know, they were warned but they didn't listen. So now people are warning Soludo, if he doesn't listen very soon, this respect he has always enjoyed in Igbo land, people might just you know, treat him as one kind of shaft, you know. So that's my take there.
All right, brilliant. And give us a very brief commentary on the wiki space, the politics that is playing at the moment. But before you do that, let me just acknowledge this. This is from James S., who super stickers to the platform. So thank you, James. And then let me also acknowledge the super chat that came in earlier. This was from Oladipo Ibiyemi. So Oladipo Ibiyemi, I think this was pointed in the direction of enigmatic, and I think he may well have responded in the comment section. But I always try to document these things. Enigmatic, Tambuwa contested against Mulikat, not Bajabiamila, and Tinubu supported Tambuwa. I wonder if that's Tambuwal against Mulikat, but Bajabiamila only contested against Dogara. So that's I think it was pointed at enigmatic who responded. So thank you for the super start and the super sticker, and of course the coffee still carries on. So but I say it carries on, it's petered out after the first round of it. So your host is thirsty. So go and click there and go wild. So go click on the coffee thing and go wild as we hear Saki Father's commentary on what is going on within the Wiki space. So this is the new PDP Mark II, is it not? This is another new PDP.
Hey, those governors are really making me laugh, you know. Whenever I see them, they dress like people that are in one secret society, you know. Like they belong to one occultic group, you know. The way they do things, you
They
know.
probably do. You know, everybody insists that they are all Ogboni. So they are all of this. You know, a lot of people actually do believe that a lot of those governors are some occultic cult members.
Yeah, so I really, but what they are doing, it's well, like I said, I think Wike is actually pained more because of the Tambuwal's betrayal, you know. And I think he's just doing like, since he couldn't get the presidency, let it not go to Atiku or any other person, you know. But it's still, to some extent, it still goes back, it still favors the South because it means that from every indication, presidency will come back to the South, you know, from every indication, you know. So, but Atiku too didn't manage the space very well. You know, he allowed it to fester to this level. And I think this point is point of no return. I don't expect Wike to. I will be surprised that Wike comes tomorrow and say, "I'm now supporting Atiku. We have resolved everything."
It's
There
almost
is no.
impossible to imagine, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, it's impossible to imagine. There is no trust there again. The trust deficit is quite large now. So I don't think it's gonna happen again. You know. So I think Atiku should just carry on and try his. This is gonna be his last trial. If he doesn't survive this time, he should just stop contesting. You know. So, but those governors, I think they are very serious about it. In terms of influence, the only person among them that will have so much influence is Wike. You know, those other governors, Atiku don't even need their presence or their support or otherwise doesn't change what happens and doesn't change the way the Southeast people will likely vote. You know, mind you that Onyechi, I mean, Okeze Ibazo is not regarded in the southeast. So the Abia people they don't regard him. The same thing with Enugu governor Uguani, they don't regard him. So even if they are supporting Atiku or not supporting Atiku, it doesn't change anything. So I think the effects will come more from that reverse voting block, you know. Then at the same time, I see Wike as somebody that actually what he's doing is inevitable because he really needs somebody that will not he really need to capture the state for PDP, the gubernatorial candidate has to win the state, but at the same time he needs any other person to be the president, you know, any other person but this guy, but Atiku that might not give him troubles after he is governor of after immunity is enjoying, you know. So he doesn't. I don't think he's gonna pull back from his stance right now. So I think he's gonna continue this way, and I think Atiku has already carried on. You know, in the words of Kat on Onuju, the PDP is now standing like. Is it? What was it called? It there's one also word he used. Ndagurugu, something like that.
Ndugurudu, yes.
Something like that.
Yes.
So he said he's shaking. The legs are shaking.
Saki, can I add something to this piece you raised about Wike? Sorry, just shortly. So if there's one interview by this Cross River PDP chieftain,
I
that
had it. I had
I've
that.
seen it, where he was saying that all that their leader in South is PDP is Wike.
It's Wike, yes.
That he does not know.
Wike,
He does not know that he does not care about Udom or whatever. That whenever Wike signals to them where they are going in the presidency, that they're just waiting for Wike to just give them order of where they're going to go.
But what the guy was praising, like he was talking more of P2B that.
Yeah, he was praising P2B, but he said he hopes that Wike gives them Wike's position is towards P2B, that he can't wait for Wike to give them order of where to go.
Yeah. I had that person talk, So he has influence. I'm not saying that, but what I'm trying to say is that those other governors of the Southeast that are part of these integrity governors, their influence is not even, it doesn't matter to me, because I don't think someone like Ukezi Bazo can control the voting pattern of Abia State. The same thing with Ugwuanyi. Those governors, they didn't do anything in their states. So the people are fed up with them. Their people don't even regard them. But Wike, as far as we could see, I think Wike tried doing things in his state, and I think Wike is very, very formidable in that very River State. So, compared to other members of the integrity governors, So that's my argument, So, but then for them to come to, I don't think they will. The reconciliation, they can't have it again. I don't think.
No, it's too late. That ship has sailed.
Yeah, it's too late.
Saki, let me still, sorry if you don't mind, let me still add something on the Wike space. Something I heard. So I heard that the 200 guys Wike employed under the Committee of Politics here, that what he did with them is he taxed like 200 of them. What qualified them for that job was that they could vote. You get what I'm saying? Their card carrying, that voters card carrying population of Rivers. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then they are also taxed with 10, at least 10 voters to produce 10 voters next year. You get? So Wike is making sure that he has probably 1 to 2 million guarantees, not maybe or maybe not. Guarantee. That's what, so that he can beat his chest and say, whoever that I'm going in alliance with, this is what I can give you. For sure, not by maybe or maybe not.
But
So
that Wike's move is actually dangerous for our democracy.
Yeah, it's definitely definitely dangerous for our democracy.
I think many governors will start adopting that. And I think I heard that the governor of Imo State also recruited some political aides, like he called it.
He just like state sanctioned the rigging now. State sanctioned rigging.
Yeah. So I think INEC should say something about that space. I don't think it's a nice move that should be allowed to continue in Nigeria.
All right. All right. Thank you, Saki. So thank you, Saki. So let's go on to Ola. But Ola, unfortunately, it will have to be a very short commentary from you, just because the hours were in. So Ola, are you there? Yes. All right. Okay. So to that space then, Ola, where Saki father was just now, the Wike politics. What do you think is in play there? Just give us a brief thought on that.
Honestly, I don't know what to say. Though. Is it? I don't know what to say.
All right, then give us a commentary on any of the topics, whichever topic had particularly taken your interest.
Yeah, No, what I wanted to say was in that time of Obi when Playtown, at least he gave a very good account today. So credit to him, even though I believe he ran away with something today, but uh, he made a very good presentation of Obi, but we bar for him. So nothing big to say.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Ola. So thank you, Ola. And I know you could have said more, but you are just being nice to me. So thank you for doing
Ah,
that.
no.
Eh?
Seriously, I mean it. I don't have because I was actually going through what Playtown was saying. I was trying to find evidence to counter him, but it seemed that he escaped today. So that's why I promised to come back for him next time.
Don't worry, you'll get him next time. I'm sure you will. We
Yeah.
know between you and Kulata, nobody gets away with anything here. So that is it. So thank you, gentlemen. Always a delight. We could have still gone on for another 6 hours, but we must try and fit in a life in between all of these interactions. If we audit how much time we spent together, you'll be shocked. You'll be shocked. If you take 6 hours, this 6.5 hours out of your day, which is a 24-hour day, and then you remove sleep as well, which is time that you are not yourself. We spend an awful lot of time together. This is the thing, an awful lot of time. It's a lot of time. We probably know each other more than we think we do. This is the thing. We probably, we know each other, or do we even know each other enough? Is this the other question? But there it is. A lot of time spent in each other's company. But always a delight, of course. Always pleasant times spent together. But we depart now only to reconvene later. So it is not goodbye, it's over. We kick it off. We just lost one person. So we kick it off then with who we've got. Oh, I was going to go to Kulata actually, but I think he's already just gone to bed. So we kick it off with Enigmatic, who, because he has been accused so many times by Saki father that he bails as soon as he had his say, he's decided to stay the duration this time around. So Enigmatic, do we still have you? Closing remarks.
Yeah. Yes, I'm here.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's because I've been quite busy these days. Sometimes as much as you want to stay away from this platform, it's kind of addictive sometimes. So you just have to come in and put in some words and go back. Yeah, but today it's been another day, and I appreciate everyone's opinion. And then it's a small, large family, and then we should understand the fact that we are just projecting an idealistic idea for what Nigeria should be and what Nigeria should look like. We are counting down now. I think 98 days or 97 days to go to the to cast the fourth ballot. So whoever becomes Nigeria's next president, to the glory of God, we shall be alive to witness that. It can be worse than what we've had in the past. We always believe it should be. It can always get better from where it is, and then regardless of our politics, regardless of what the part of the aisle that we belong to, we should still understand the fact that whatever we do, we should do it for the fact that Nigeria should move forward from where it is. Wish everybody good luck. It's a new week. May God Almighty bless us in this new week. And thank you, everyone. And one more thank you too.
All right, thank you, Enigmatic. So that's Enigmatic Hondi. So thank you, Enigmatic. So from Enigmatic, let's go on to let's go to Ola closing remarks. Although we didn't hear much from you today, but thank you.
I know. Thank you. I'm even eating agbado now, so yeah, for our agbado politics. So,
what color is the agbado in Canada? In this country, is yellow.
This one is white because they brought it from Nigeria.
Okay.
The one they slice so that
one.
Yeah, we use it like so what they call it book,
All right.
Now
Look at that.
But later we but I'm coming back for him though. Because I was going to tackle him too on that the way we praise PDP, APC that we did with land resources. So I just want us to be very careful how we allow these politicians to get away with some lies, because those little we are talking about, we are talking of debt. And those projects actually started with PDP, because Obasanjo those days was trying to find a model that will create a sustainable maintenance of our road, because it could relate with what he did before as the ministry administrator and what he met by the time he came back. So he was looking for some of kind of a concessioning so that those people will maintain for particular years before they before they will hand over to the government. So it was that argument that we could not let him do much on that. So, but that APC achieved less. That thing is what I wanted to argue, because how come Nigerians become poorer despite all those fiscal projects, the massive projects that are ongoing? So we should be able to connect something there. So yeah, you have the credit, Jonathan Bill School, all those things. We have to put it on the cycle kind of a spreadsheet for us to know the truth. Can't just allow some kind of sweet mouth politician to just carry us away. Yeah, we keep learning, and I really appreciate. Thank you, Playtown. I really appreciate the knowledge you impart today. I appreciate you. So I appreciate everyone, and I appreciate this forum. Let us just click thumb up, and let us share, because what we learn here, honestly, we cannot measure. Well, I won't forget my phrase. Other than that, see you later. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Other than that, so it was actually World Peace that pinned you down with that statement. I think you just have to change your name to Other Than That now. That's just the best thing to do. So other than that, we'll go on to Uptown, who amazingly has stayed the duration. I don't even, but young people don't sleep, so I understand that. So young people don't sleep. But well, Uptown, closing remarks.
I have insomnia most times. Yeah. So yeah, thank you everybody, and everybody that contributed. Yeah, and thank you One Man for the opportunity, and yeah, there's pretty much nothing to say. Just to address the last speaker, I mean, my brother, there's something I learned from my macroeconomics professor, and he usually, for studying economics of nations, where he usually say that if an administration, um, 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 uh, if there is poverty in a particular administration, that you should, it's most likely that the foundation of that poverty was laid by the immediate past administration, and vice versa. That is, if there is massive progress following an administration, immediately an administration comes in, that if you trace it, that progress was also most likely to be laid by the immediate past administration. If you in macroeconomics, that's by the way. But also, yeah, thank you everybody. I'm glad every time I come here I learn, and I have opportunity to also offer the little I know as a supporter of a trader. So thank you guys, and I wish we converge tomorrow to scrutinize whether negative or positive what Obi and his vice is gonna do. So thank you, One Man. Thank you, everybody.
Are you a trader in training?
What did you say?
It's a big boy.
No. I'm training wise. I'm a philosophy student, and I also do that. I did data analytics as well.
Okay, because you say you're a supporter of trading.
Are you a student?
I'm done. I just completed my masters.
Oh, right, brilliant. Where did you go?
What did you say?
Where did you go?
Western University.
Oh yeah, you went to Canada, didn't you?
Yeah. Western.
All right, brilliant. Well done.
Thank you.
All right. Next, if you had been here earlier, you'd have met Ola there because he lives in Canada. But thank you.
Nice.
Hopefully, we see you in the next session. So that's Uptown.
Yeah, sure.
Uptown boy. Is that something Joel? Uptown boy. Well, don't let me sing. The singing is for Janle Koko. But let's go on to Sake Fada now, the baritone that is Sake Fada.
Yeah, One Man. It has been a very interesting section, very conversational, very educative. The environment was quite salubrious. we keep learning from here. We'll converge again tomorrow to learn more. But I'm very much afraid because tomorrow is going to be overheated because one man will scrutinize Peter Obi in a
Ankulata.
direction.
Ankulata.
Ankulata, yeah. They will come with touch, and they will be looking for the any slight mistake, they will just punch him there. So so I expect it by tomorrow. By His grace, I will be here. But I have an appointment to meet. Tomorrow I have like medical appointments. So, but I hope to be here back by then and try and follow up on what is happening. Thank you, Ajan Lekoko. It has been a very wonderful session. Just like what Playtown said, I am fully in support of that common trader. Even if the professor is here, I will not support the professor. I'm fully in support of that common trader.
You don't switch away from professor. I thought you were supporting professor some weeks back.
No. I'm not talking about Professor Usibanjo.
No, Professor Soludo.
No. If he is here
Not
right
you, they
now,
call him here, say Soludo solution.
no. If he is here right now, because of these things he's doing, I hate people that not hate. I dislike some attitude. When it begins to manifest. When I see you, like maybe you believe that you are the only one that can do something. No matter how intelligent you are, if I see such attitude, I dislike that kind of attitude. I dislike that kind of pride, arrogance, and maybe I'm the one that knows this better, and I'm supposed to do this, something like that. I don't like it at all. I like people that are very, very humble. That's me. So thank you, one man. Thank you for keeping up. Let me leave you so that you can go to bed and come back tomorrow. Thank you very well.
All right, brother. Thank you, Saki Father. So thank you, Saki Father. So the final word then to the mighty Ajale Koko. Ajale Koko, the final word.
Thank you, one man, and thank to everyone that came on the platform for this session. Everybody done good. You have educated a lot of people again tonight, and I will just urge you all to please come back tomorrow and let's do another rounds with one man. This platform is waxing strong and stronger every day. Tomorrow it's going to be explosive. We want to watch the man with the
golden gun.
Golden gun. I hope they will perform very well. I hope they will be upright in answering the question and push back against that lady. I hope they will not give that lady the chance to dominate them. I hope they will do. I'm expecting them to perform wonderfully well tomorrow. Peter Obi and Dati, particularly Dati. I wish he can surprise us with that he is capable of being the number second position in the country. So tomorrow is going to be explosive. Please come back tomorrow. Let us do the X-ray together, analyze it. The best way we know to do it. We are the best, whether you like it or not. We are the best. We are not like other platforms just talk and go. No, this is not talk and go. We do the clinical analysis of issue. We bring out the fact. We and we just we mold the opinion too. We don't just talk and go. No. So I'm urging you guys, tell your friends to join as well. Let us do it together so that we can continue the struggle from there. So thank you, one man, and those of you at the commentary section. You have done good. You are the strength of the platform. Let's do it again tomorrow. I believe that as you are the strength of the platform, you know how to do it the best. I'm pushing from behind, so just come back. And one man is not easy. 6 hours, 48 minutes, almost 49 minutes precisely is not a joke. So I give the greatest thanks to you. Tomorrow, by the grace of God, bring it to us. We shall join you and we'll continue the struggle from there. Thank you, one man. Good morning to you over there. See you later in the day, one man.
All right, brilliant. Yeah. Thank you, Ajan Lekoko. So that's the mighty Ajan Lekoko, of course. Everybody, you don't need me to tell you. Of course, you know it's the mighty Ajan Lekoko. So it's the mighty Ajan Lekoko, and it has been another epic session. Always an epic session on the one-man platform. I'm not saying that you know it. So it's always an epic session on the one man. You just come and then you just surrender yourself to the space. So don't resist, don't fight the feeling, just yield and give it up. And know that whenever it is round about that time, this is now part of the backdrop to your life for the pretty much forever, really, because we have no intentions of stopping, and you are hopefully not likely to leave us. So it's only going to get bigger, and it's only going to get better, and your company is really all that we require. So spend that time with us always and forever. So I'll leave it here. Carry conversation on within the conversation over here. Or say, peace.